Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. And of course, everyone else. Welcome to Topstep TV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. Of course, we have an all-star lineup of guests every day and real traders, educators, not entertainers who give you 100% transparency into trading. You're not going to find another show out there like ours that offers everything with education, support, and of course, tradertainment. This is the segment we call Opening Call. He's Ricky and I'm Lucy. And we have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. Yes, Ricky, we do. And throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, success is not final, failure is not fatal, it's courage to continue that counts.
Put them all.
Famous words of our GOAT here in Chicago, Michael Jordan. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading know-how. Game plan ready?
Check.
Okay, good. Checklist ready?
Check.
Good. Journal ready to go?
Check.
Great. You're doing very, very well, very well. And who is doing very well? Yes, that's our good friend and brother from another mother, my brother, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the opening call. It is Tuesday, January the 6th. We're halfway through January already, and our focus is always going to be context, good risk management, and patience here on the opening call. Eddie, how you feeling this morning? It's still chilly out there.
I am frozen solid. I've got my little space heater on here, heating up the space, but not me. Looked out the window. I couldn't even see out the window. The window is iced up. So I guess I'm locked in for a wonderful day here at Topstep TV.
And it
How
looks
about
like
you,
it's going
Johnny?
to be a very exciting day.
Yeah, how about you? How about you, partner? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm ready. I got my thick sweater on, so I'm keeping warm. Just looking out the window at the frozen tundra that is the backyard and the wetlands behind us, and just looking forward to getting a little bit of a break from all this cold. Maybe tomorrow and Thursday, moving forward, getting a little bit warmer temperatures, but still pretty chilly.
I hope so. It is iced out, but we had it coming anyway. We had it coming.
Yeah, we have. We've had it easy the last couple of years.
Yes. Okay. But hey, let's get into the news. Here today, U.S. stock futures pointed to the red today while investors preparing for a fresh batch of results from major banks. The Dow down 0.5%, the S&P down 0.6%, and the NASDAQ shed 0.7%. Traders are going to be keeping tabs on corporate earnings, which include quarterly figures from those guys at Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. Both companies rely on their investment banking divisions, meaning much attention will be likely paid to these operations during the fared months of the final 2023. We got a speaker today. One of the Fed heads will be speaking. That's Waller. And he's going to be talking a little bit later today to provide clues into how the Fed plans to approach the policy decisions in the coming months. Now, typically, this dude's hawkish. All right, he's one of the hawks, and he just said that he was increasingly confident. I like the words they use all the time. Spin doctors, that's all they are.
Yeah.
Policy is going to be well positioned in both the slow the economy, and they want to get that inflation down to the 2%. So we will see. But anyway, Johnny, what do you got?
Okay, as far as economic numbers today at 7:30 this morning, the Empire State Manufacturing Index came out. Now, the December number was negative, was minus 14.5. A negative number on the Empire State Manufacturing Index indicates slowing activity in New York. They were looking for continued slowing activity in New York, but just minus 5 in December. In January, and that number came out negative 43.7. Now, was that impactful in the markets this morning? Maybe a little bit. It's indicating that the business activity in New York is retracting at an even further pace indicating potential continuing slowdowns. As Eddie mentioned, at 10 o'clock, we have the Fed Governor Waller speaking. Yes, he tends to be a little bit hawkish, and he's probably one of the more powerful Fed speakers, being the Fed Governor. So we'll watch his tone at 10 o'clock this morning. It'll be right during fast markets. Also at 10 o'clock, we've got a couple of short-term bill announcements, not going to be impactful. At 10:30, there's a 3 and 6 month bill auction, possibly somewhat impactful to the markets. But as far as earnings are concerned, we had 3 more of our big banks release their earnings today, mostly doing well. The only miss was on earnings per share by Morgan Stanley. The revenue was, of course, higher, but earnings per share was off just a little bit. Goldman Sachs and PNC Financial both beating on both categories, earnings per share and revenue, just beating what the street thought that they were going to be doing. VIX is up this morning about 8.5%. The last I checked, that's 1379, the dollar index. Holding a little bit higher this morning, right up above 103 the last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year back right at that 4% level. So if you see yields continuing to push to the upside, you might be looking at some downward pressure possibly on the equities today. Of course, we'll be watching that very carefully during fast markets, and we have a very special guest for fast markets today, don't we, Eddie?
Oh, yes, we do. Ribs is going to join us. Or did I just give away the surprise?
No, I don't think it's a surprise. It's right in the title, so
Okay.
I think you're good there, Eddie.
All right. Thank good. Whew. All right. Well, hey, I got some more news for us today. Johnny, you finished?
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna go for it. What the hell? Oil, crude. Oil prices bit higher, profit taking. Middle East violence. Oil prices were higher today as traders noted that violence in the Middle East has not adversely impacted oil supplies. So we did see the U.S. crude up 0.6%. We did have Brent adding 1.2%. And however, the volumes were limited due to the U.S. market holiday yesterday. Delays started U.S. trading this week. Means an official inventory data, our EIA, will be pushed back one day to Thursday. Usually if we have that Monday holiday, things move forward. While the industry from the American Petroleum Institute is set to arrive on Wednesday. Johnny, lots of football playoffs going on here and lots of snow happening. And if you are a Buffalo Bills fan, you might have got an invitation if you were coming to the game to bring a shovel. Now, yesterday, I think they were looking at about almost 2 feet of snow. So what the Buffalo Bills did is they offered the first 200 people to show up with a shovel. I wonder how many people did show up and were turned away. But first 200 people, bring your shovel. $20 an hour to shovel out the stadium. So if you were one of those people, raise your hand. We salute you. And hopefully you brought your shovel back home to shovel the snow on your driveway. So $20 an hour to shovel snow. I tell you, the kid across the way, like, what? $20 an hour? Yeah, I want 30. But
Yeah.
well, maybe they included hot chocolate. I don't know, hot chocolate and coffee. But anyway,
They did get a meal. I heard that they were feeding them as well, so they probably had
did
some
you
hot
really?
chocolate. Yeah,
Oh, that was nice. That was
yeah,
nice. Bag of peanuts and some cold hot dogs. Good job.
yeah.
All right,
Some
let's get to our
frozen
tip.
weenies.
Frozen wheat. Yeah, I'm about there right now. Let's get to our tip of the week. What do you got for us, James? That is, have a trading plan, like we went through earlier. Define your goals, risk tolerance, time horizon. Develop a clear trading plan with entries and exit points, and of course, set realistic profits. All right, that's key. Realistic profits, something that is attainable, something that you are comfortable with. So, have that trading plan, Johnny.
Mhm. Yeah,
What's your
your
take, John?
trading plan is something that you have to start and will always be adapting as you learn more about trading, as market states change, as strategies change. Your trading plan is going to be a living and breathing document. Don't think that you're ever done work putting together a trading plan, because once you do have the right answers, inevitably the market will at some point change the question. So keep your trading plan, adapt it, change. Gentle
Right.
changes in trajectory would probably be the most reasonable advice on that. And but make sure that you do have a trading plan. If you have a business, you're gonna have to have a business plan. Your trading plan is your business plan.
Johnny, I like how you used last week's tip of the week, adaptiveness.
Yeah,
Adapt
yeah.
into this one. That was brilliant. But talk
Good.
about brilliance. Let's get to the charts.
Check this out.
We're going to check this out. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. So looking at the daily in the S&Ps now, looking like we're 3 days, maybe in day four of a short time frame balance here in the S&Ps. It should really be day five, because the current daily bar on this platform includes yesterday's activity. Yesterday was not a settlement day, so it doesn't get its own bar on many platforms. You can see at the bottom there, this is Friday's bar, this is Tuesday's bar. When you see the volume that we had yesterday in the S&Ps, you're probably going to understand why they keep it as one bar, because the volume was so low yesterday. The range was so small yesterday. It's almost as though we didn't even need to do that. But um, so really kind of looking more like 4 to 5 days in this short time frame area of balance here. Really kind of looking at the low here, 47.75 area here as a potential support level. Of course, the weekly kickoff high and last week's high, possible resistance. This market is seeking to continue to find new information, and it may be waiting until the FOMC meeting to really find that information. I did see that Goldman Sachs has I think it was one of the banks. It has suggested that the S&Ps are primed to go all the way up to 5,000. So of course we're going to be waiting to see what we see in these markets. And I don't predict. I don't attempt to predict. All we're doing here is trying to find accurate context to find decent opportunities for ourselves. So 4 or 5 days in range and in balance on the daily bar here. Let's see what it looks like here on the 30 minute. Now we've got a little bit of a situation here. While we've been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in range and in balance, that balance has largely been rising. Value has largely been rising. It's kind of congruent with the way the market has been lately, right? Every break has been bought. We've got 1, 2, 3 points of contact on the top trend line here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on the lower trend line. And it looks like we're going to be opening below that channel. So does that mean that this market is going to fall apart? No, but does it offer us opportunities? Yes. The one thing that I really want to point out on this daily chart, on this 30-minute chart, I should say, is we have the 200, the 100, and the 50 session moving average, as well as the VWAP, which is anchored at the open last night, all very close together. This confluence indicates that this market has been largely trading in balance, trading in range. Doesn't mean that if we get too far away from it, it's going to come back to it, or does it mean that we're going to find opportunity for the market to seek new levels to facilitate trade? That's the market's job, is to facilitate trade. So, we're going to be opening with maybe a little bit of overnight inventory to the short side. If we were to open now, we'd be opening with a gap, which brings gap rules into the opportunities early today. Gap rules state if we can't close the gap relatively early in the session, we'll be looking for opportunities, and get this, to sell strength for a potential move to the downside. It's all about reaccepting value and range. Now you'll notice I'm using the gap really from Friday to this morning, not yesterday's tiny little low volume range. I really have to expand this just to even look at the day we had yesterday. There's yesterday's range, 4.5 points. Look at the volume. It's barely better than anything we usually do in the overnight session. So yesterday, really just no volume. We don't have any new uh, open interest information because yesterday and today are being grouped into one trading day. Settlement remains the settlement price from last Friday. So we're kind of missing a little bit of information that we would normally see after a normal trading day on a Monday, which sometimes throws me a little off kilter. It may not do that to you. I'm just telling you from where I sit. The Monday holidays tend to confuse things a little bit for me on Tuesdays. So I'm more using the gap from Friday's low to where we are now than anything we did yesterday because the volume was again so low. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day. Again, 4.5 handles. Let's see, 4 times 5, it's 22 tick range. Is that right? My goodness, that was a very, very narrow range. The one thing that sticks out to me from yesterday's profile was the fact that we put up a ledge, 1, 2, 3, 4 bars ended at the high of the session, 48.1350. This will be kind of an interesting area if we get to that level at some point today, because I mean, it just price just would not go through that level. And of course, it makes sense that the market has moved lower in the overnight, continuing to try to move lower. We'll of course be looking at our overnight high, which is guess what? 48.1350. So the market could not get above that level. Sellers came in and have been in short time frame controlling price since that level. So I'll be again watching the gap close to Friday's low. Friday's low was 48.02 quarters. So 48.02 quarter, I know I've seen that level quite a bit lately and a lot of commentary by a lot of other traders and other educators. So that's going to put us basically right back to VWAP, back to the 50 session. If this were a daily chart with the 50 session moving below the 200 session, this would be a death cross. I don't know that's going to bring anything for us today. Just something I'm noticing. Very, very close, simple moving averages and the VWAP in that area. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. And there's really not a whole lot to say about the NASDAQ that we didn't just say about the S&Ps, minus a couple of other issues here. Day 3 in short time frame balance is this day 4, including yesterday's activity. So really looking at 4 days of short time frame balance. This market is seeking new information. One of the differences, the weekly kickoff level, 17,022, is the same level from last week. We did not show any sign of acceptance above it. It still looks like it is kind of running out of buying up there. Not saying that there's a whole lot of sellers coming in up there. And that's what these weekly kickoff levels are meant to represent, is longer time frame levels, longer time frame traders, I should say, adjusting inventory, and we're just not seeing that according to the open interest. As a reminder, the open interest on Thursday in the S&Ps was an estimated drop of 600 contracts. In the NASDAQ, it was an estimated increase of 130 contracts. So, Thursday's activity really just did not bring any new changes or adjustments in inventory in any time frame. We still don't know what we're seeing here on Friday because we don't have that information. Again, this is the Friday's bulletin, which represents Thursday's numbers. We don't have the Friday the information from Friday until later on today or even tomorrow because of the holiday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Overnight inventory was a little bit short. Here's where we opened last night, is right about here. So overnight inventory was short. It looks like a little bit of reconciliation of that overnight inventory has already occurred. But here's the gap low. If we're going to close the gap to Friday's low, 16,913.50, we're opening with a gap below that. So the gap rules kind of come into play there. Again, if we can't close that gap relatively early, we're going to look for opportunities for a continuation move to the downside. And I find it very difficult to even say that with the with the amount of times that this market has recovered losses, just because every break gets bought, and that may continue. As far as support levels down below, we've got our overnight low, which lines up pretty nicely with a potential support area right down here in Thursday's activity. Price got pushed lower, but man, buyers just keep coming in and buying this stuff on bargains. So this area down here looks interesting. Of course, our overnight low, our overnight high also looks interesting. That overnight high is 16,965 even. That would be a gap close and a return back to value from Friday. So these, look at where the overnight traded to, basically the 200 session moving average, but also the value low area from Friday. Value low from Friday, of course, looking at about 16,936. And again, look at the moving averages. All of the moving averages are very tight. That kind of indicates that the market is in balance. I mean, on the 30-minute chart, when all of the moving averages are braided, is what I like to call it, the market has been directional. And you got to be careful, because when a market is directional for too long a period of time, it uses up its ability to do its job, which is facilitate trade, and price is likely to look for or probe to new levels to see if there's any business to be done away from these areas. Gap rules apply. Okay, here's that gap low from Friday's low. Again, that low of 16,913.50. An inability to close that gap would have us looking for opportunities to sell strength for a continuation to the downside. Reacceptance of price, of range and or value from from Friday, changes the whole picture. Let's take a look at crude oil now. Crude oil, all I can say when I look at this daily chart is balance. The market is sitting in balance. It's been in balance. The weekly kickoff high and low haven't changed in 3 weeks now. Just the question as to what's going to be happening in the Middle East, supply, demand, all of those things there's so much in question. I don't think investors or traders that trade crude oil know what to do. It's very centrally located inside last week's high and low, inside weekly kickoff high and low. Remember that it is in rollover. So I just checked volume. The February contract still has a little bit higher volume than the March contract. We'll probably be seeing the March contract tomorrow. I will adjust my levels to the March contract if I see that the volume is greater by the end of the day in the March contract than the February contract. But just remember that as range bound as this market is, it's likely to stay in that range with greater probability because of rollover. Anything, of course, can happen. Remember, ECH, anything can happen. That's on our glossary. And, so we just have to be trading what we see using market generated information for our opportunities. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. Remember, that daily bar includes yesterday's activity, very narrow range yesterday. Volume wasn't all that bad, really, in crude oil. It was a little bit better than it was in the equities. But I mean, if we go looking back here, we go looking back. It's been a long time since we've seen acceptance outside of this area, basically weekly kickoff level high and low. Boom, boom, 1, 2, 3, almost 4 full rotations from low to high and high to low in this area. So the good news, short time frame levels are likely to be respected. The bad news, there's a whole boatload of short time frame reference levels or short time frame levels to try and use to your advantage. It's going to be difficult. Overnight inventory, virtually none. We opened here, we're trading here. No overnight inventory. We opened, we closed the gap. That's one thing. If we're rejecting value or a range from yesterday, a rotation to value high from Friday would certainly make sense. We were trying to kind of get back into Friday's value yesterday. Maybe we did show a little bit of sign of reacceptance in value from Friday, but again, overnight high, overnight low, really kind of first levels for me to look at. We did close the gap. We rejected it, so maybe some upside continuation here as we kind of reaccept value from Friday. I don't know. Gold. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's get to gold here. Got a couple minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll speed up here. Gold also in balance. We don't really have any good volume yesterday. We have the 30-minute chart. There's lots of visuals. I'm kind of focusing in on this trend line: 1, 2 points of contact, 1, 3 points of contact up here. As for opportunities, but when we close this, when we open this out a little bit, we've got a triangle formation: 1, 2, 3 points of contact, 1, 2, 3 points of contact. As we get closer to this apex, look for some sort of change to occur. But as far as the profile is concerned, it was a normal variation, neutral day. Just keep an eye on the dollar, keep an eye on rates today, of course, whatever you're trading. If you're trading equities, gold, anything like that, and take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And we're gonna have a really cool and hopefully very interesting fast markets today with RIPS. Looking forward to it.
That's going on. Coming up here next, we got Fast Market with RIPS. And of course, RIPS here, more than a seasoned trader, decade of market experience. Of course, he's a dynamic mentor who transforms learning into an exciting journey. We're going to have RIPS Fast Market going to join Hoag and Michael Patak. Don't forget, we've got Shoulder Tap with Mick. We've got Power Players. Tyler going to join us. Bonnie on Top Quiz. And Deanna's going to be with us here again. Deanna's going to be back to the futures with Deanna, and we'll have our power hour with the D-Time, Dolby, Jack, and Cammy Capital. So stick around, get yourself a coffee. We'll be back in just a few seconds. Welcome back. Markets have opened, and let's see what we've got going on. Good morning, Rips, and let's get busy here because we got the markets running and gunning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Hope you folks are doing well out there in Topstep TV land. Good to see you, Hoag. Good to see you, Eddie. Right now, we are pushing up into this inefficiency block to the top side right now. We did kind of run into the VWAP there up at 920. I'm talking about the NQ, of course. I have my screen share live here if you want to switch over to that. So I'm looking for the auction to kind of reject at this point here and trade back down into this inefficiency to the downside and potentially see if we can get any lower here and reject off these highs. If we are going to scream up through the top side here, we do have a bearish order block that is seated up at 954 and a quarter all the way up to 973 and a half. So that is another area of interest that we will be watching.
Awesome.
All right.
Fantastic. Johnny, what are you seeing?
We just kind of took off above that VWAP. I mean, all the moving averages, everything is so tightly packed here on this 30-minute chart that it's like it just kind of screams range bound to me. So we've got a pretty big opening range here so far. We've got a 14.5 point opening range in the S&Ps, which is a little inhibitive. Probably going to back off a little bit. The first thing we did here on the open was to close the gap to Friday. So just kind of watching to see what happens here. RIPS, you see anything early in your crystal ball here to find us opportunities?
Yeah, strong buyers are picking up here. We are having some strong take up to the upside. But above this inefficiency block, we do have buy side liquidity. So we do have a lot of stops potentially being popped. So we could have a potential run of liquidity here to the top side. So I'm going to be watching out for that. Still no trades here. I did take a couple trades earlier on my stream over in the Market Clubhouse, but ended up winning one and losing two trades. So we're starting our day down just slightly here in a combine, down $400. We're going to see if we can have any kind of advantage trades show up here. There's a lot of liquidity that's hitting the market right now, kind of like a fire hose is coming out because we have a lot of these orders that have to be matched because it is Tuesday, but it's trading like a Monday since yesterday was a holiday. So all the equities being open now. Right. We did have some interesting overnight news from both Microsoft and Tesla. Microsoft, of course, being the number 2 weight of both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100, has a lot of weight in moving things around and shuffling things around. So we want to see how Microsoft is trading this morning and Tesla is trading. Tesla had the negative news. Microsoft had the positive news.
Fantastic. Okay. Keep an eye on that. I know we got banks also are going to be a part of what we're seeing today. It's also going to be in effect, but see if we got the opportunity. Just want. It's been a tennis match, back and forth, a battle. On my 15-minute here, I've got the buyers, sellers, and just wondering which way the market wants to move in a true fashion.
If we're basing out here around these 30s, I have levels all the way down from 15 to 30 here. I want to see if we can kind of base out here and look for potentially a scalp long up into the 40s. So I'm seeing if this is basing out here. We are seeing some strength out of Apple, which was lacking strength all pre-market. And Microsoft trading down a little bit. NVIDIA super strong here, looking for 555s on NVIDIA. And that would be a new high for NVIDIA here. Google also very, very strong. SPY has seemed to almost fill the gap here. What's the high on that candle? 61. We had a gap that we're trying to fill that was at 65. So 4 cents from filling the gap there on the SPY. So definitely a lot of things to watch this morning. And because it's trading like a Monday open, we do want to kind of let things subside and rest a little bit until we get a trade on here, waiting for those early orders to all be matched up here.
We're kind of waiting for the opening range to kind of establish itself, right? There's all the stuff that needs to be filled right away.
Exactly right. Yeah, there's a lot of order matching going on right now. These algorithms are working in overtime, and that's why you see this sporadic price movement right here. It can be risky. There can be advantage trades on it from time to time. But the way that I'm seeing this trade out right now, I'm not seeing that just yet myself.
I mean, we are hanging here pretty much just at VWAPs, anchored at the open last night. So, I mean, is there a lot of opportunity here? I mean, only if we move swiftly away from VWAP.
We are pumping back up here. I'm going to try a long here as we are cresting back above these 30s. My target is going to be 45 and above here. So I'm putting on one contract, one lot long here. You can see on my screen there, I do have one lot long trading on Ninja Trader right here. I am trading in the NQ, trading in a combine account. I do want to see now NVIDIA is cresting above these 555s now, looking for 556 to the top side. I want to see continued strength out of Microsoft as well. My stop is rested at 916.5, so it does give us a little bit of breathing room here. But I just want to see if we can grab this liquidity to the top side that's resting above in those 40s right now. So nice push
And
up to
how
the
are
top
you
side.
here,
Apple
Steve?
is breaking up to the top side here, looking for these 40s to be broken up. Google very strong as well here. A lot of these AI names are lighting up. We're looking for 556 now on Nvidia as well. Watching here to the top side, I do want to see strength above the 40s. Go ahead, Hope.
Yeah, when you're talking about liquidity up to 40s, you're talking about literally offers up there, right? Just
correct. Yeah. So and markets are drawn to liquidity. So we go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so markets are drawn to liquidity. So if we have a lot of customers that are interested in selling that, here we are up above the 40s now. If we have a lot of customers that are interested in these prices up here, we want to serve those customers. So let's catch that ride up to the north side here and see if we can dump into those customers. I have a level here at 45.5 that I do want to see entertained. So I'm watching how this liquidity is being transacted up here. Do we have super strong sellers to the top side, or do we have a little bit of relaxation and they are starting to let this run a little bit here? That's what I'm seeing here up to 45 now. I want to see 45 broken with some big strength there right now. Current rejection at 45. So let's see if we can have that tagged right up to the top side there. Remember, if you are trading anything similar to this, you do want to make sure that you are trading well within your plan, trading with discipline, and taking off profit where you see fit. So there we are up above 45 now, strength above those 45s. I do want to see continued strength that would give me the opportunity to add into this winner here. But we are kind of rejecting at the 45s. I want to see a blast through that liquidity, and we have room all the way up to 54 if that's the case. So watching here up at 45 now, looking up to the top side here. A little bit of pullback below the 40s. I do want to see if this strength will hold up at the 40s. I would put on a second lot if we are seeing bidders stepping up right below the 40s here. That would be a sign of strength. But again, we have to respect that we do have a lot of orders that are currently hitting the market here. I'm going to move my stop up just in case we do wick down and reject below this here. So watching here, right below 30s, my stop's at 27.
Okay.
I want to see if we can now hold. Got stopped out on that one. So taking, looks like a $50 loss there on that trade. So we had the right idea. We could have taken profit on that trade, but I was looking for the bigger idea of that sweep liquidity all the way up to 54 there. So keeping our stops there. Nice. Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was going to ask you, is the fact that that for now the NASDAQ pricing has kind of shown a little bit of rejection at that tiny little low volume range that we put in yesterday, is that something that you're going to be looking at or thinking about?
Yeah, in fact, if you go over here and you look at my trading view, you can see here we have a level at 45.50, and that was kind of the level that we drew some liquidity from in the Globex session, of course, and we kind of drew down into that, or yesterday, I guess, Friday session, we drew down into that. And that is an area of interest. You can see we have a very strong topping tail on this candle. These are 15-minute bars here up towards that 45.5. And that was the area I was looking for confirmation. That's why I only traded one lot on that. I kept my stop super tight because if we do blow above that area and we do find buyers that are interested in that, we are going to start to crest up above that liquidity. And we do have a lot of buy-side liquidity above that. And when I say buy-side liquidity, those are stops being popped to the north side there. So that's what we're looking for in that.
Okay. I'd like to bring on Mr. Patak. Good morning, Michael.
What's happening, guys? What's up, Rip?
What's up?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Traffic jam. Another wreck. I don't know. Traffic jam, something.
Sounds like what the NQ ran into here at the top side.
Yeah, right. Only place I know has traffic jams at 6:37 in the morning in a rural area. But welcome to the Rockies is what they always say. Anything goes in the roads.
Well, yeah, you got elk, you've got bear. They're all trying to get to work too.
Yeah.
So if we take out these lows here, I'm actually going to put on a short here. We are rejecting this 910 area. I want to keep my stop pretty tight because I do want to see a breakdown of these 910s. I do want to see this getting rejected, targeting sort of this 16,900 flat area to the downside here. So we do have a short on one lot in the NQ here, looking for this flush back to the downside here. I want to see this clear all the way down to 893 here. So one lot trade, looking for this to break down these 900s here. We do have a 7-handle range below 900s all the way down to 893. Very nice flush here, but let's see if we can get through these bidders that are obviously going to be stacked at that whole number of 900 here. Looking for a potential add. We do have Microsoft sweeping back down here. So let's see if we can get through this strength at 900.
RIPS is very heavy long in the tilt up at the 45s. When you're talking 45s, it was like 82%, which means everybody and their sister was had an open position long.
We end up getting stopped out, but I'm going to look at potentially taking a retry here as we are flushing back below these 900s here. This 900 liquidity is very important for us to get through to the downside here. Seeing some very strong sellers here.
9.
I want to be aggressive if we can sweep those 900s. So watching here. Adding for the break of 900s, 2 lots short now, looking for this 893 to give out to the downside. We have a level down there at 885 and a quarter that I do want to see us breaking down below here. So if we are weak below the 900s, I am confident in this trade. If we do reject them once more, I will definitely be taking a little bit of break and sidelining and seeing if we can fight through this liquidity. So this could be a very, very choppy area. We're just watching these 900s right now. Watching here.
In the S&Ps, we've got some liquidity down at 47.90. There's 680.
Adding a lot here below 900. Very, very nice. Taking one off here as we are flushing right below 890. Looking to cover a second lot here on the bid. Second lot covered. We have one lot as a runner. We're going to move our stop down just below break even here. Very, very nice trade here to the downside.
RIPS?
Sorry?
RIPS, where are you short from? Where are you short from?
Well, we are short from 897 flat right now. And our stop is at 895 and a half here. Watching here, if we're going to break below 885 now, we do have room all the way to the top of this inefficiency block at 872.
When things slow down a little bit, if you wouldn't mind, treating me like a 5-year-old and telling me what an inefficiency block looks like. But we can do that later on.
Definitely. We'll get to that. We are flushing down. I'm going to move my stop just about halfway through that bar now. As things are coming down here, our stop's at 888 and a half here. We are running into some buy side, some sell side liquidity here below that 890 level that we're trying to capture here. Very, very nice.
47.90 on the board there, Hoag. 700 contracts.
Yep. Thank you, Eddie.
So watching here now below 875 here. 875. Microsoft is flushing very, very hard here.
Yeah, went quick.
That went. Bidders are not here yet. That trade out, Johnny, or did that not the 949? What was it? 47 900s, 90s.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was watching time at sales. I couldn't even see a trade.
Yeah, I don't think it felt like it got pulled.
It may have. I mean, I'm not watching time and sales, so, but it certainly attracted price, right?
Yes, it did.
Yes, I ended up getting stopped out on that trade. I was down $400 to start the day when we came here on TopstepTV. Now sitting down only $43. So a nice recovery overall there.
Nice. That's how you dig yourself out of a hole.
Just trying to stay focused and in the pocket here.
Crude right now, 72.57. The seller's strong.
So now these 890s are interesting to me in the NQ here because it is kind of rejecting that again. I'm going to take another short here to the downside, looking for this 870 to flush here. We do have some bidders that are stepping up. It's at the top end of our inefficiency block here. You can see that on my screen. So if we do actually break below that, we do have some more downside pain here in this market, especially with how much Microsoft is flushing right now and NVIDIA is pulling back. So I'm keeping my stop pretty tight here. 892 and a half for my stop and stopped out there.
Inefficiency block. If you know ICT, would that be a fair value gap?
Yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's an area of inefficiency in the market where we have orders that were only one-sided for the most part.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Absolutely. So again, we're watching back up towards 16,900. And I'm trying to be pretty scalpy here off the open.
Mm-hmm. Light and
Just
tight.
want to see if we can get back down into this inefficiency to the downside here. Taking another short here on this flush, looking for 880 to give out. This would be a nice sweep of the lows here. Watching here at this 880 break. Some bidders are stepping up, but if we break through them, I do want to add into this position. So watching this 880 area. Adding into that a second lot as we are cresting below those 880s. Moving my stop pretty tight here. Adding a third lot here as we are breaking below. Beautiful flush there to the downside, covering a little bit there. Beautiful, beautiful flush.
There we go.
And I'm going to cover out right there. Gorgeous, gorgeous flush. So that's going to put us up 234 on the day there.
Nice read. Nice read, Reps.
We're still seeing tilt to the long side, aren't we, Michael?
It's short now. 65% short. It was heavy long up there. That was a great indicator of a pivot point.
Oh, yeah, I do.
At the 45s, the 945s. When you were getting out around the 45s, it touched it, and you're like, well, it touched it and pulled back. Then it ripped. What did it rip up to? 46, and just pivoted. Just pivoted, and it was 82%, Johnny, long. So
Yeah.
Out of the morning rally that's been showing itself so much this year, pivoted. Great way to read that, Rips. I like to let you go every now and then here and show us what's up. Give us a little Tony
I'm doing
Romo
my best. I'm trying my best to respect everybody here on the stream. Of course, we get a lot of comments saying that Rips is talking to everybody. Rips is doing this. Rips is doing that. I'm trying my best to be as polite as possible, all while trying to read the market in real time. The market's not going to wait for us. We have moments in time in the market, and I am trying to capture that. So apologies if I am talking over anybody. I don't mean to do that. That is not my intentions.
Rips, don't worry about that.
When we work with Rips does things a little bit differently. So you always get a different perspective of a trader, and there's time to talk, and there's time to focus, and there's blah, blah, blah. TopstepTV, is always about trading first. So Rips, having you on and having you talk out that trade, it was moving. It's the biggest move of the day so far. So
new lows in crude, 72.44.
Yeah, we are coming down here. I am looking at potentially putting on another short because this is very strong to the sell side here. I am going another lot short here as we are sweeping below the 60s here. If we are weak below the 60s, I want to add back into this a little bit heavier. So I do want to see, we do have some bidders stepping up, but we are sweeping the lows here. We're towards the end of that inefficiency block to the downside. So that is what I'm watching here. So if we do flush 60s again, there is a good chance that we can entertain that level down at 53.5. But we are keeping our stops very, very tight here. Just trading a one lot in case that we do have a potential to add back in on those lows back below 860 or so. So watching here.
Rips, don't worry about stepping on us. They hear enough from us. They're all here to hear you right now. So don't worry about it. You do your thing.
That's very kind.
You do your thing.
All right. So we have our stop at 74.75 here. That is a nice area to have the stop because it will negate on that approach towards 75. So seeing if we get this flush back towards the downside here, we are gathering a little bit of liquidity, and there could be a run back up towards, say, that 893 level or so. So that's what I'm kind of keeping on watch here. And we might get stopped out. Our stop's at 74.75. But this is why we only take a one lot position and scale into this when the trade starts working in our favor. So there we go. We got stopped out there, giving back a little bit of our profits there. Still up $15 on the day. So that's all right. And we'll have to see whether or not this is going to be basing out. What I'd like to see is a rejection to the top side here around 16,900 or up here at 885. If we do end up getting this rejection up here to the north side, we could potentially fail all the way back down to around 853 or so. So that's what I have on watch here. And of course, respecting all the elements of the Magnificent Seven right here. NVIDIA is the hot one of the bunch, but we do have weakness out of Meta and Apple and Tesla right now. SPY also very, very weak. Are you seeing that on your end, Hoag? The S&P's kind of weak there?
I'm just watching you. I'm not even paying attention to that right now.
So we are cresting up towards this 890 level. We do want to see if this is a point of contention here. If we do have sellers back on the table here, I do want to look at taking this short. I'm going to try a short here with a stop above at 897 here, looking to see if these 90s are still weak. We do have a lot of liquidity that's been contracted between 75 and 85 here, so we want to see a break below 75 to be confidently adding into this position here. So
are you sure right now?
Break of 80. Sorry?
You're sure right now, or you're watching the 80s?
Yeah. Short 882 right now in the NQs.
All right. I'm
watching here, break at 80 to the downside, adding a second lot for this flush back down through 75 now. Seeing some bidders kind of intercepting this price action towards 75. Nice flush through 75 there. Beautiful, beautiful flush here. 75 bidders are a little bit strong. Potentially looking at peeling off one lot if we don't flush here. And I'm going to try one lot off there. So taking off one lot, leaving one as a runner, moving our stop just above break even here in case we don't negate below 75. So just playing the price action in front of us.
I'm going with you today, Rips.
Okay, there's that flush through
I'm
75.
flow-
We
I'm
touched
gonna
in the
flow
70s. We
with-
do have
I'm
some
gonna
strong
flow with
bidders stepping in the 70s. If we flush through those bidders at the 70s, we're looking at taking this all the way down to 53 and a quarter here. So there we are through the 70s. Can we hold below the 70s here? That is the question. A lot of price action stepping up here. We don't have any data that's going to be dropping at 10 a.m. today, as far as I know. Let me just double check. Nope, no 10 a.m. data.
Waller
So
speak.
we should be able to have, yeah, we do have Waller who's speaking at 11, right?
10 Central. Yep.
Oh, okay. 10 Central. Gotcha. Okay, so there's the flush there through 65 now. Very, very nice trade. We're looking for these lows to be breached now at 60. Watching for this crack of 60s here. Looking at that punch back up towards 65 for a potential add into this.
For S&Ps, the liquidity down at 47.7775, 618 on the bid.
A beautiful flush here. Looking now at these 60s to get taken out. Remember, we have room all the way down to 53. Adding in a second lot for these break of 60s. Moving my stop just above break even here. Watching for the 60 pull to the downside. Very, very nice flush right through the 60s here. Looking to cover one. We tried to get one out there on the bid. And we might get stopped out here. It's still in the profit. Stopped out there on the profit. So that's going to put us up $250 there on the day.
Nice. I took a short with you. I sold 82s, covered 62s. So I
Very,
am up
very
on
nice.
the day. Yes.
Very, very nice.
You're the first guy to help me get up on the day before 9 o'clock.
Hey,
This
there you
year.
go.
It's been a tough 2024. No, that was good commentary on that one. I'm starting to follow you on you got to kind of pay attention, but then you also have to participate, folks. It is helpful. And I'm not saying you should ever copy anybody or blah, 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 blah. Teach a man to fish type, learn to fish. But Rips, I'm following you, and the only way for me to follow you is to participate in the market. So I'm going to join you on some stuff.
I love that. So I'm looking back
You
up
just
here. If
do-
the
you
auction
just do-
is, go ahead.
Yeah, you just do your thing. You do your thing, and I'll be.
Again, I'm trying to
I'll
be
be
as
right
respectful as possible to everybody here on the show right now. But the markets are moving right now. This is where most of the price action is. That's best to be taking if we are going to be scalpy. The NQ is moving very, very quickly here, so we want to make sure that we're trying to capture as much alpha as possible on these trades here.
Bad advice, JV. About what?
The S&P is watching the overnight low right now. We looked below it, and we've come back above the overnight low. If I were short, I'd like to see it hold below that level.
Yeah, S&Ps are looking very, very weak here. Again, these 80s are giving out 880s on the NAS here. And this is kind of, we're creating a nice volume shelf, like I said earlier, between 75 and 85 here. So if we're breaking above this volume shelf and we're rejecting, there's a good chance we could start to sweep some lows again. Apple's just off a cliff here. Tesla is starting to recover. We are seeing Meta sort of bottoming out. Microsoft running into the 50 EMAs. Google still very, very strong. But that weakness is still persistent across the board with Meta, Amazon, and Apple here. So watching here, seeing if I want to come into a short. Potentially looking at taking this to the downside here. We might be chopping in a little bit of a range, so I want to see us kind of have buyers exhausting to the north side here.
As far as the S&Ps look, I mean, I'm not seeing any really sizable liquidity above the market.
Watching here at these
It's all below.
75s if they take these out. Not a lot of strong bidders are showing up right now at 75, so that is why I'm keeping that as an area of interest here. I'm going to take that short on the NQ for this flush below 75. Keep my stop relatively tight here around 84 and a quarter. If we are auctioning into the 80s and they're selling those 80s, I want to add in a second lot here. Keeping our stop very, very tight because the trade idea is negated if we pop up here.
Just watching this dome
here.
in the NASDAQ, and it still gives me heart palpitations.
So a little give back there. Up $55 now, but just trying to trade into this range right now.
Yeah.
I want to see rejections up here in the high 90s, mid to high 90s, 95, 93. That's where I'd like to see a rejection. We could have sellers back on the table, but if we are going to base out here, we have to respect that and see that we have gathered a little bit of liquidity here on the bid side. We did have some bidders stepping up right at around 945 or so, also at 940. So here we are, we're rocketing back up to the top side here. A lot of stops are getting popped. There's a lot of folks who did take this short here. So we are kind of popping those stops here to the top side here.
That's a nice little pop.
Are you seeing long in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps now, Michael? 71% long in the S&Ps?
They're building longs
65
right around
long.
here. They're on the, yeah, 80s to 90s.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of longs coming there.
So we push back up to our level here at about 93 and a quarter. I want to see if we were sweeping liquidity there to the top side. If we are, then there's a potential to take this back down to the south side here. We did have kind of a draw of liquidity up above. I have a VWAP. I have two different VWAPs that I watch, one that resets at 8:30 and one that resets for the session. So it's good to have kind of two kind of ranges. It's sort of like a standard deviation in a way. So it's good to be watching that as well, keeping kind of your eyes on this liquidity. We do have a nice solid volume shelf that's forming right around this area. This is where the liquidity is being drawn to. But let's see if we can get any kind of activity here breaking above or below this pocket of liquidity. If we come back up here and we are rejecting these 900s, I would look at that going short here. But let's see if we have rejection at these 900s. So watching up here, not a lot of strength going into those 900s, which is what I want to see if I'm taking this short. Still no position on for me yet. Trying a short here, putting my stop just right around 904 and a quarter. Looking for this 900 to remain weak. Right now there are some sellers that are stepping in as we're approaching that 900. So just one lot on here. I want to see this break below the 90s and go back into that liquidity that's at the 80s there. So that's the trade I'm looking for. Let's see if we get a break below the 90s here. So just one lot. Our stop is at 904 and a quarter here, keeping our risk very, very tight, keeping our trade plan intact in case that we do break above 900 here and we still do find buyers. So there we go. Stopped out on that, taking a small loss there. Going to put us down 240 on the day. So a little bit of give back there. Big whip up there to the top side. Right now we are just popping stops up there to the north side. So we're just judging between looking at certain areas of the market structure here, as well as the order flow that's coming in across the tape here. Right now, we are still seeing a lot of stops being popped to the top side here, and we do have to make sure that we're being conscious of that. We're not keeping our stops too wide, that in case the trade plan does get negated, that we're taking off that risk there, and we're not leaving that. So back below the 900s here, seeing if we have any bidders stepping up.
Hey, those in chat, let's do a poll. Let's get some polls going on who's up for the day. Just to kind of get a barometer of who's reading the day well.
So we are pushing back up. We do have a level up at 910 and 3/4 here in the NQ that I am going to be watching. That is the level that we had for a sort of rejection here. I want to see how much of a retracement this is going to be on this opening range that we've had. Looking at that, rated a 618 retracement at 911 and a half. So I want to see if we actually push up to that level and reject. That would be another area where I'd be looking to taking that short. If we do punch up to 911 and a half and we do have some sellers stepping in, that's where I'm interested.
Well, we got Mike out there saying he's up thanks to RIPS Insight. Good. Big up.
Oh, hey, how about
50
that?
handles. Yeah.
Nice work.
Up 2,000. Robert. Up
Wow.
$1 for 1 point. Zhang. It's still good. You're up.
Very, very nice. Watching here at 911 and a half. This is that 618 retracement.
You
If
have
we
the
are
VWAP
rejecting
right
off of
here.
this. Yep.
VWAP
VWAP
right here on
and
the,
618 retracement at 911 and a half here. So a little sweep of liquidity. I want to see if they're drawing some bids here to the downside. If we have any kind of bids firming up, we came right up to that 618. If anybody caught into that short, they nailed that right away. So I want to see if we actually have any bids coming up here. Big rejection off the VWAP, off that 618 retracement. For the time being, we had sort of those equal highs as well from earlier in the Globex session. So let's see if we can actually get back below these 900s or not. Big harsh rejection up into that area. They're trying to find some buyers. I'm going to take that short. They're having some trouble finding some buyers. I want to see if we can actually clear below this 900 area with some strength. If we don't, we have our stop. It's placed right at 908 3/4 if we do reject that. So again, keeping our stop super, super tight. We do have that flush back below 900. We will see some violence because that is a whole number. We will have a lot of stops that are resting right below that here. So watching here for the flush below
Rips,
900.
I got short the 14s up there.
Oh, you did. Beautiful, beautiful trade.
Just a one guy.
Yeah, I had a little bit of hesitation on my end there. So
It's been honoring these VWAP moves. Not a big VWAP part of the arsenal, but it's been honoring them. Anne Marie's got me going on them.
Right. So we are seeing those bidders still stepping up. We had a little draw of liquidity below 900 here. If we do flush below that, this would be strong to add in a second lot. But I'm willing to let this trade. There we go. We got stopped out. So I was willing to let that go just above 910 in case we had a sweep of liquidity above that. But markets are still strong here. So I'm going to be looking for longs now if we're basing back above this 911 area.
There's about 700 offered at 48 here. Even. S&Ps.
48. Hey, we can see on Topstep X, Eddie, now. I think you can see 300 point deep. Ticks deep. Is that accurate?
200 deep. I'm sorry, where?
Wow, big draw of liquidity here to the top side, right above 920. Seeing if we're basing out at all here. We still are doing some nice draws here. Apple is turning around, which is very, very strong for the market here. Meta is basing out a little bit here. So seeing on a pullback here, can we draw back down sort of this 915 area? I'm going to take a one lot there, one lot long here for this draw above 925 now. Our target to the top side is going to be rested above 935 now. So looking for a 10 handle range here. I want to add aggressively into this if we do base out. So looking for this sort of to base out here at these 20s. I'm giving it some room just below the 10s in case we base at the 10s. I do want to add into that there. So watching here. Sort of basing out the 20s. We did pop some liquidity up towards these 25s. So we wrestle on through that. We would have some room 10 handles higher here. So watching for this. Adding into that for this draw above 25 now. Keeping my stop pretty tight here. Just in case. Seeing if we get this burst of volume right up through the 25s now. Watching for this 35 pull to the top side. Beautiful pull right up above 25, but they are selling into that. I want to see consistency up through these levels above 25. We did run into a large seller there. We just want to keep our wits about us here in case we do get this blow up through 25 now. Just keeping an eye on the Mag 7 here as well. Seeing if we are holding these 15s. There's a good chance we could get stopped out if we don't hold these 15s here. Resting right at 913.5. Watching here if we can hold these 15s up towards the 20s again. Watching closely. Right now it's coming back right down. Might stop us out. Just got stopped out on that one there. So having our stop a little tight there on that one, looking for that push of liquidity back up through the 25s there. If we do get that 25 pull, we would be looking at a 35 area of interest up there. But unfortunately, we had our stop hit there at 13.
So when you said there's a big seller coming in there, how'd you see that one?
Just on Bookmap, I'm watching there above 25. They're layering the ask pretty heavily there.
Okay.
Right now, we are just kind of chopping around in this opening range. And so we're not getting the breakout trade that I'm looking for on that. I was sized into that one, looking for a breakout trade up towards 35. So again, we're looking to see if this liquidity is flushing back below the 900s. We could have entertained that liquidity back up towards the 25s there. So a little bit choppy here off this open, but just trying to manage ourselves through this chop for the time being. So 900 is still a little bit weak. Again, this is the last trade that we're looking for prior to the one we just had on there. So we want to see if 900s are weak here or not. If they are, we do have room back below pretty low actually, if we can actually see that all the way down through those 900s. But right now it is just a extremely choppy opening for the time being. Pretty range bound.
What's your big boys doing on stocks?
So looking at the Magnificent Seven right now, Meta is coming back down. Microsoft's kind of waffling about. Tesla is showing some strength, surprisingly. And NVIDIA is the star of the show today for the Mag 7. Amazon still a little bit weak, and Apple the weakest of the bunch for now. So we're back strong above the 910s here. This is where I'd want to look to put back on a position if we're going to be holding above these 910s, looking for that approach back above 25 now. Watching here, adding into that, taking that long here above 10, 910, looking for this encroachment now back above 925 here. So let's see if we can have this hold above 915. I want to be aggressive if we are holding above this. If we have bid support that's showing up here, we're starting to squeeze to the top side here. We have a rebound from Apple as well. That'd be super strong. Right now, they're capping off the 20s, so I want to be watching those 20s closely. If we're strong above the 20s, looking for that encroachment all the way up to 25 here. So watching here right above the 20s now. Right now, a little bit of sell side coming in on those 20s. Volume is dipping a little bit here. Seeing if we can hold these 15s. If not, we might just have that weaker auction coming through and get stopped out. But we keep our stops tight just in case. We're, again, looking for the breakout up above 920 here. If we don't get that breakout, we just get stopped out and we move on to the next trade. So stopped out there. Again, looking for these breakouts in this range-bound area is not working out because, you know, we're looking for these areas to break out because there's a lot of liquidity that's resting above and below these areas. If we are not getting that resolution to the top side there, then it's just not going to break to the upside. We're not going to see that move rip up to the top side here. So I'm going to take probably about a 2 or 3 minute break here from trading just because we're not getting that resolution. We're still kind of chopping around. I want to see clear confirmation before we're jumping into the next trade here.
Yep. I like the discipline. I like the talking out trades. Speaking of trades, do we have anything going on in other markets as far as how it's trading? Crude, gold? What kind of watches those anyway, Johnny?
Crude right now just tagging a new low here at 72.03 last here. Take a look also at S&Ps. S&Ps right now last. We're looking at the 47.91s, and of course our gold a little slow today, 2041.50, and not too much movement in the gold. I think most of the focus is where you guys are.
It's getting a little choppy around here.
Yeah, very, very choppy. I'm hands off right now since we are just kind of range bound in here. We will eventually have a breakout or a breakdown of this area, but for the time being, we're extremely, extremely range bound right now. A lot of disagreement in price here. So I don't want to continue to get chopped out here. I'd rather wait for a clear confirmation here. Yeah, if we're looking at the 15-minute bars too in the NQ, it is extremely, extremely choppy here.
Yeah, you do
So
have
we're
a little
looking
range
for either a breakout
forward.
of those 920s or a breakdown of that 16,900. For the time being, from what I'm seeing across the board here, the way that that's going to happen is if we have Microsoft, Meta, and Apple kind of basing out in this area, then we would see that sort of go to the top side there.
I didn't realize I was muted. Rips, I was asking you a question. Does it matter or does it affect you in your like trading the day after a holiday because it's a non-settlement day? Does that make a difference to you?
Yeah, and I mean, we were kind of watching for that off the open here, watching to see if we had that disagreement in price. It didn't really show up until we were trying to trade up and down and out of this range. And if we didn't have that, that's going to be the end result of that. We are going to get chopped out. And that's exactly what happened on those trades. So I'm willing to put that risk on because, if we do have a breakdown of that range, we're going to have a 20, 30 handle trade on that. We will get a nice big, nice resolution on that. However, if we end up in this range, it's going to be very, very simple to just say, hey, we're going to take our hands off. We're going to let the market kind of develop some more. So yeah, if you're seeing this kind of developing while you're in these trades, you definitely want to look at taking a step back from this type of stuff, this type of price action here.
Yeah,
Still showing the 700 at 48 even S&Ps.
The big fat
Yeah, we
round
just
number,
swept some liquidity
Eddie?
up above 925 there in the NQ. And it's very, very choppy in this range. Right now, we're just doing that 25, 35 handle range right now, basically from 890 all the way up to 925 here. So there's that burst up that we would have been looking for had we been holding this long, but they are rejecting again. You can see every time we're going slightly above 925 there, we are kind of rejecting at those 30s.
That 700 on the offer at 4,800 is basically right back at VWAP. You got to watch that.
So we're still holding above 920s here. The area of interest, of course, was at the 917 level, wanting to see if we can kind of hold above that area. We are pushing up towards these 30s. We do have room up to 35 here. We are pushing up pretty strong. Looking for a pullback. Whether or not we're going to hold this pullback. Apple is showing some strength as well. Watching here as we pull back towards that 920, 917 area. We are strong into this area. Definitely want to look at the price spacing out and potentially taking a long. Right now, a laggard is Amazon and Meta. Apple, of course, is down on price, but it does look like it's trying to rebound a little bit here. I'm going to try one long here for this break into the 30s. We have a level of 45.5 to the top side here. I want to keep my stop a little bit wider on this one. Just trading a one lot in the NQ here. There we go. Nice push up above 35 there. Big burst of volume. If we are holding into the 40s here, I do want to add into this aggressively because we have room up to 45.5. So
Rips,
we are sweeping stops. That's why
heavy-
we're seeing that. Go ahead.
Yeah, heavy longs right now. This is roughly where they were long back earlier today. Just a little heads up. Doesn't mean anything for what you do. I'm just letting you know it's 80% long in the NASDAQ. This is where they're.
Yeah, we do want to see the sweeping above 45.5 here. So we are pushing up into the 40s. Big, strong sellers kind of stepping in that are capping the price off a little bit heavily. But I do want to see us break above these 40s here. So watching for this to kind of hold up here.
48 evens knocking on the door here.
Yup.
S&Ps. Oh,
okay, above the 40s here, looking for 45 encroachment now to the top side. Still, heavy sellers are capping this off. There's a lot of folks that are taking this to the sell side here. So that definitely is concerning a little bit. Watching for any kind of drawback, maybe to 35 or so. I'm going to add into that. They're not even letting this go down. So let's see if we can break above 45.5 here. Big level at 45.5. I want to see very good strength above that because then we have room all the way up to about 54.25 here.
If you like what's going on here this morning, traders, please hit that thumbs up button. Let Rips know you like what's going on, and don't forget to subscribe.
21.
I'm going to stop up a little bit here.
Rips, you're long out right around here, right?
Yep,
30,
long at 38s. 40. Seeing if they can get through these sellers at 40 for now. Some sell side coming in at those 40s. They are capping it off pretty heavily.
It's the session high so far.
Right. Going a third lot here for this break above 45.
You know, once again, those 48s, I did not see them on time and sales.
You know, there's a big seller up at 50 as well. But if we punch through that, that's a big area where we're going to have a lot of stops placed. So jumping up through 45 here, can we get through these sellers at 45? We're running right into the VWAP at Apple as well, which is going to cause the price some trouble here. So as long as we can get through these 45s, we're going to be in business.
23s, 29s, 71s.
Still a lot of sellers stepping in at these 40s for now. See if we can break above these sellers. Might have a little bit of a pullback here. Pulling back below 35, we do have some bidders stepping up. We need them to stay strong right above 35 here. Pushing back into these 40s. Nice push up above 40. Can we get this draw right above 45 now?
Crude posting a new low. We had that 71.80 new low here in crude right off the bottom.
All right, we are breaking above these 45s. There's still some sellers that are getting a little bit chewed into here. We are breaking above them for now. There's that push up right into 50, right above 50. Beautiful, beautiful trade here to the top side. Seeing if we can hold above the 50s now. Watching here, seeing if we can get interactive through these 50s. Right now, a lot of sell side coming in between 45 and 50 that we have to be wary of. So watching this closely here. Again, Apple running into the VWAP here to the north side. It's a big area of interest that's rested right above 60 as well. Nice hold above 45 for now.
A lot of liquidity
Heavy
up above
long.
there, huh?
Yeah, heavy longs and lots of longs here at Topstep. Lots of longs. 78%. They've been getting paid since getting long around the 20s.
Adding for that break above the 50s here. I want to see this interact with this liquidity at the 60s. So that's what I'm looking for to the top side here. Very, very nice pull up towards 55 here. Gorgeous pull. Absolutely stunning. There we go. Taking off two lots into that pull. Trying to get here.
A boatload of stops.
Still there. So two lots still running here. Nice recovery.
Tilt's really long right now. A lot of people.
80%.
A lot of people in the money. A lot of people in the money right now. So if you're thinking about that, just the perspective, a lot of people in the money, a lot of longs, pushing this higher, a lot of stops getting run as far as shorts, picking tops.
Watching here at these 60s now. Here. Apple is punching up through the VWAP, so that is a nice sign for us here on this trade.
You have, John, you got point of control up here, 72, right?
Gorgeous pull up here to the top side.
Just a second.
I'm peeling off one more into the ass. They're going to move my stop just above break even. That 70 area does have some sellers up there.
Got it, Friday. All right.
Just got it. Actually, Friday's and yesterday's point of control, basically.
Yeah, we're right up now. We're into a bearish order block right now. So this is where we can see a lot of sellers stepping up. If we break above this volume shelf, I could potentially look at adding into this trade here again. So adding back, we are carrying one lot right now with an average of 52.
Rips, what account you on today?
I'm just trading Combine here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just trading a Combine here. Still trying to get the feel for trading and being able to be a gracious guest here on the show. Still seeing, I mean,
well,
surprisingly, still in the chat here, quite a bit of people complaining about, a big winning trade like this. It's astounding.
No.
There we
Do
are,
not
pushing up
let
to the
that bother
80s
you.
here. Very nice shoot up to the top side here. Gorgeous, gorgeous resolution into the 80s there. I'm going to move my stop up even more. So we are riding this nice and strong here.
S&P's value area low, 48.0575.
So very, very nice strong push. On this final lot, we still are up over $500 here on this last lot of our trade here. Pushing up strong. We do have equal highs up here that we have to watch for. There is a draw of liquidity potentially above the 80s, but Apple through the VWAP is what I'm watching here. It's very, very strong. If we get a pullback to, say, about 70 flat or so and we don't get stopped out, I'd be interested in adding a second lot for this next excursion to the top side here.
We talked about on the opening call in the equities, every break has been bought for how long now? And this is another example of a break that
Stopped
needed
out
to
there,
be
by the
bought.
way.
Yeah.
It was a nice trade though, right, Rips?
Hey, yeah, we were down $2,000 on the day, and that brought us. We were down $2,200, so that brought us to only being down $600 on the day. So a very nice recovery on that trade. $1,600 on that trade there.
Nice job.
We have Patrick Weiland right now in the chat on his alt account. It's just hilarious that guy just can't let go of the past, isn't it? He's like an angry ex-girlfriend.
Patrick. All I know, guys,
an
always
angry
make sure
ex-girlfriend
whoever
that just
you're
can't
watching,
let it go.
Yeah, whoever you're watching, ask and make sure you know what account they're trading. Always know what account any trader. RIPS.
That's
Patak,
the beauty of trading 100 different prop firms at once.
Matt.
All you have to do is show the profitable trades.
Yeah, people trade so many accounts that I'm up. Well, which they'll only name the account. I'm not saying these are these guys. I'm saying all of them. I'll go across the board on every influencer out there and Topstep folks. Always ask what account they're trading. Period. Just because there's so many people with so many accounts, and then you can pick and choose. Always be thinking about that one. Not calling anybody out. Do it to me as well. And then, yeah. Shots fired. No shots fired, guys. We're going to go transparent here at Topstep this year. We're going to be putting and talking about more about those traders that are either funded or those that we're partnering up with and all that, and just how they're trading. You guys are going to see more transparency than you ever have than just watching one channel. You can watch this channel with other partners that come on here and show their transparency. We have a great lineup. We got RIPS. Who we got tomorrow? We got Einstein of Wall Street. I was just on the phone yesterday with Stock Market Wolf. The Wolf, good cat. He'll be coming on here in a week or so. But, I mean, having you on, RIPS, and your commentary, I love it because my goal is to have people on here, and you're going to be regular with me trading. It's exciting, or with whomever's in fast markets with us. Andre, we miss you today, buddy. Learning. This is all about learning something new. Doesn't mean, guys, you have to change your whole strategy, but definitely absorb what somebody else is doing. And maybe there's a little thing that you could take from it, or maybe you're starting from scratch. You're like, I want to trade like RIPS.
I'm just trying to offer a different perspective on the market too, of course. I think my style is pretty unique out there, and there's not a lot of folks that you'll find that are doing it out there. And, for the folks out there that are in the chat hating about it, I mean, I'm just here giving my personal commentary, and what works for me may not work for you. And that's perfectly fine. We all trade differently. The great thing about trading is there's no one right way to trade. There's multiple ways to trade these markets, and there is no one right way to trade. So what works for me may not work for you.
Yep. And there's 4,000 people in here, so 10% of that's 400, and let's go 1% of that's 40. There's going to be 1% of people.
How many are in here again? How many?
I got 4,000.
4,000. I mean, that to me sounds like the #1 day trading stream on YouTube. I don't know numbers very
well.
It
is the #1 day trading. So anybody else who brags about
this little tiny 2,000 that this guy gets.
I'm not jumping into that.
Small.
That's between you and we've only been around for 4 months too, not 7 years or 5 years.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I've only been trading on Topstep since July. I haven't been trading for 7 years to only get a live account on one lucky trade and then lose it with 10 back-to-back losing trades.
Oh my God, I'm not a part.
We are above 17,000 here, by the way, Michael. This is really heating up here. My goodness gracious. Anybody else still long in this market here?
That was a great long calling it. So what was the big catapult for you? A number that you were watching to get 45s?
Yeah, we wanted to see that 45.50 to the top side there, and then breaking above that bearish order block that we had at 74. So once we had that trigger above 74 there.
All right, got it.
But we're all having fun here. It's fun. This is kind of like the WWE here. We're all just having fun. I got respect for everybody in the space. Everybody out here is trying it. But, we like to have a little bit of tradertainment too on the side.
Yep.
So somebody was asking in the chat, I'm currently down $600, $642.62. We were down 2,200. We had a really nice recovery on that last trade, and I haven't taken a trade since.
Are you in your 5-minute break?
Yeah, full transparency here. You're going to take losses. It's going to happen, and I'm happy to show my losses just as well as I'm happy to show my winners.
Yep. Losses are ordinary, necessary part of being a trader. Processing them, having them are going to happen.
Well, S&P tagging a new high here, 48.12, even.
Yep, 48.16, and there's 2 points of control between here and there. So there's a lot of visual targets for this upside move in the S&Ps. I had a level earlier this morning that I was looking at 47.82 for potential support. Where did we get down to? We had 83.5. So within 6 ticks of it is where we put in that low. And man, when we couldn't trade and hold below that overnight low, it was a pretty good warning sign. I'm not actually trading today because I'm watching RIPS, but it was a pretty good opportunity down there.
Yeah, we are rejecting the 17,000s for now. So we do want to see if we have a draw of liquidity back to the downside here. So looking for possibly a draw back down to 680 or so. If we have that pullback and we have bids firming up. Apple is just holding up a lot of strength here. Microsoft as well. We're seeing a lot of green across the board for the Magnificent Seven. So, I mean, I'm really enjoying this price action now after we had that, we were chopping around that range and we're looking for the breakout to the top side there. We caught a really nice trade on that. That was the biggest trade of the day so far, recovering most of our losses, almost all of our losses there on that trade.
Yeah, guys, we miss Andre. He's got a little family emergency, and family first. Family first. So if you're tuning in, Andre, we love you, buddy.
Yes, we do.
I'm also back, MP. I got the car started. Still -5 outside. Jesus.
Oh, it's -5. We got 0 going on here in the Rockies. 0.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it's not a DM 0. It's a United States of America Fahrenheit 0.
So we did draw down there to about 85. We are kind of consolidating. Volume has come down just a touch here. We do have Waller who's speaking in about 30 minutes, I believe. No, an hour and 30 minutes, right?
30 I think it's a 10
30 minutes. You're right. Sorry, my fault. Yep, that's right. Speaking about 30 minutes here.
So, John, do you see all those people get long around the 35s?
Yes.
Bias tilt, they all got paid.
Yeah.
So, guys, when we talk about tilt, it's sharing. Yeah, it's sharing information. You don't need to go on the road. Well, Michael fades everything. No, I don't. There are times where the whole herd, it just keeps the momentum going of the trade, and it's very interesting. It's a very, very interesting indicator that you don't have to look at all, or you can kind of try to understand. Anne Marie is a deep diver into it, and so is Hoagland and I and Andre. Just to understand trader behavior, sentiment, whatever you want to call.
The overall look about, I mean, there's a lot of traders in that tilt. That's a lot of accounts, and those accounts all mean something to these people. So this is really good information on, recognizing short time frame, retail buyers, retail longs, retail shorts. And there's information you can take from it. You don't have to take the information from it. Sometimes it's going to help. Sometimes maybe not so much, but I think it's a good risk management tool. And it's a good recognition of what your competition is actually thinking, feeling, and doing.
Exactly.
So we are holding right now for the time being above the 90s, 16,990 in the NQ right now. So if we do break above that, we will entertain that liquidity that's resting up towards 17,000 right now. If we do break above that, we do have room to the top side, sitting at 17,013 and a quarter, which was a level that we were using all last week. So be interesting to use that to guide our trade here to the top side. If we get above that, we do have resting liquidity up towards 24 here. So looking at a potential long here as we are holding above 17,000. If we do reject off 17,000 once more, would potentially looking at taking this long here. But there are some people capping off offers here to the north side. Yeah, we're just kind of sweeping liquidity up and down here. So still no trade for me.
It tilts about
Richie
even,
Ladd,
so right now.
Richie Laz, you talk about tilt being a positive or contrarian indicator. It is an indicator. It's data. And then you can figure it out after that. Not to be short or anything, but it's just data point. Data point nobody else has real time on how folks here at Topstep are looking at the markets. Are they long or are they short? No, we do not provide you guys live, the traders that are trading live. That data is proprietary to Topstep and the team. And those are our best traders. So we're not giving you those up at all. It's good. So you can use it or not use it. It's just here. We wanted to share it with you guys because we have it. I don't think any other prop firm or anybody out there shares this. So
They probably don't even have it.
You don't even have it. No. Well, you got it. It takes a lot to process it, to put it in real time, to aggregate it, blah, 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 blah. But we took that investment too and ran with it and then funnel it back to you all. It's going to be real time. It's not real time on your screen up there because I think there's a 10-second delay on the very top of the screen. But it's going to be real time in Topstep X. So that will be publicly released in February.
All right. So about a month
and
away.
We're still chopping around this range, 90s to 17,000 even. So still just chopping around here. Still haven't had that breakout trade.
Yeah, Isaac. Hey, Isaac, you're crushing it on the live account, correct? Rivera, talked to you on the phone before. Been with Topstep for a while. I think you're on the top 10 live list. I think.
Nice.
I should know this. Topstep team here at TV team. Do we know this? We should know this. I believe it is the truth, but I could be wrong.
Yes, we have Isaac at number 6 right now.
Look at that, Isaac. Buddy, right
or
there.
some other Isaac on there, so we'll see.
And you're up 6K at the moment. Guys, Isaac is a live trader. He's number 6 here. Isaac, you and I have talked on the phone. You've been with Topstep for 10 plus years. Well, you've been a trader for 10 plus years. I know that easily, I think. I don't know. Keep that money in your pocket, Isaac, but I don't need to tell you that. You wouldn't be on a live leaderboard. You're a hell of a better trader than most. So I like I will not get in your way of how you think. Just make sure you pay yourself, though.
Make it real. I'm sure he has already. I hope.
Yeah, I hope too.
Well, since we mentioned, why don't I go ahead and show the rest of the top 10 for today?
Sure.
There you go.
There's numbers 6 through 10 with Isaac.
Woo-hoo-hoo. There's your 6th place. I knew I saw you up there.
Nice.
40
That's
large.
a good drum,
Great
Eddie.
job.
Love the kettle drums.
And then
I'm using
here
Tupperware.
is the top of our leaderboard.
Dennis Rodman.
Dennis R. Who's Dennis R? That's new on the list. Can we have
Dennis Rodman.
Shoulder
On the
tap?
club.
Dennis. Oh yeah, no, he has been on the list. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some stories here on these folks. So we'll have that during shoulder tap. guys. In fast markets, it's done. We'll have shoulder tap going.
Yeah, I'll jump in with that once I get the story. I put these up quickly, but we will get to your stories because they must be good.
Yeah. Well, Rips, what are we thinking?
Any trades on your side there, Hoag?
No, I'm too busy watching you.
Yeah, we are flushing back down. We've rejected 17,000 for the umpteenth time here. So Apple coming back down. Tesla is kind of rolling over a touch here. So we could potentially see this flushing back down into that 85 level, 985. But we are just kind of range bound right now. We're range bound between right around 90 to 17,000. A little tight 10 handle range for now.
I see it. We can just kind of building some volume up there. I mean, it's.
Yeah, nice shelf emerging. But on the 15 minutes right now, we are showing some wickiness to the top side. So price rejecting here. They're rolling back down through the 90s. If you have any kind of clean rejection here, it could be interesting to the downside. Google's just been kind of barcoding up here as well. Seeing if that, yeah, there's a little flush now through 885. Seeing if we can get back down towards 73 here. Be interested to see how they take that liquidity down there in the NQs at 73. If we get down to that level. So looking here now, coming down towards 73. We do actually have some sell side coming in. Would be interested in that there. Looking at this perking back up towards 85.
Hey, Scott Mitchell, White Topstep's top 2 leave. You can ask them. Usually it's about money. Not always.
So watching here at 85, we're rejecting these 85s. I do want to see if we can get this potentially short here. Just watching. I'm going to take that short. Looking for this flush down through 73 now. We did spend a lot of time up there, up at 17,000. We did reject. So if we do flush below these 75s, get back down into this breaker block, could potentially see some nice south side fade here. So watching here at 77, 75, this is the area we want to break. Adding into that for this short below 75 now, 2 lots short. Very, very nice draw. Let's see if we break down through the 70s here. Apple rolling a touch here.
69 quarters settlement.
Yep. So we have to get through that strong area of the 70s. So we're going to have folks that are front running those 70s, of course. So watching here, if we reject 85 again, we'll look to add a 3rd lot short. Right now holding the 80s. Seeing if we take this liquidity. There's some liquidity that's resting right at 77. If we tag that liquidity with violence, we'll look to add in a 3rd lot short here.
Violence. I never heard it
We're just
called
holding.
that
We're
before.
kind of basing
I
out
get
here.
it. I get it.
I like to anthropomorphize the market as much as possible, give it some color. So we might get stopped out here, coming up towards the 90s. Very close to our stop. See if we get the sweep back below 85. Watching here. Might get stopped out. And stopped out there. We got tagged at the 90s. So taking a small loss there.
You guys got to move on from the Patrick stuff, dude. You guys got a lot of drama. Unless he is talking over there. Patrick, come on, just chill out, bro. But we're just here to trade. That's what I'd like it if you did.
Yeah, let's move on, right?
So rejection up there at towards 17,000. Once more, we have made a lower high. So if we are kind of rejecting below that, would take a second shot at this to the south side here, to the short. But again, if we're breaking up above 17,000, we do have room all the way up to 24 and a quarter if this is going to be strong. It is a very, very nice pullback into that gully. But if we did get a flush there, that's going to be probably about a 30 handle trade if we get that. So risking 10 handles to make 30 on that trade is seemingly pretty good. I think those odds are pretty good there. So watching here at 17,000.
S&P's tagging tops again.
So watching up here at this liquidity. Google rolling over a touch here. Tesla as well. Apple is still surging, however. What are you laughing at over there, MP? Something funny in the chat?
Just with the chat. We got some funny guys in the chat, but we're moving on. It's when I get entertained, I like to get, because people have their stream of consciousness that they keep typing. It's kind of fun. There's your strength.
Yeah, very, very big strength here. Now we're looking up towards these 13s. We have room from the 13s all the way up to 24. So watching to see if we have any kind of pullback here.
Yeah, we got, kind of an important level in the NASDAQ up ahead. 17,022 is the weekly kickoff high. It's pretty close to last week's high. There's a point of control up there. There's lots of visual targets there.
Absolutely.
You got tilt getting a little.
Seeing if we're going to
tilted
firm up
towards-
at these 10s here. I'm watching 17,010. Seeing if we're going to firm up here at all.
Yeah, we got buyers in here as far as folks here at Topstep with open positions. About 75% of the open positions in the NASDAQ are leaning towards the long side right now, in a long. So lets you know what the bias is. Play it how you will, folks.
So we've got a comment or a question here. It flies, it dies. Really need to get people on who consistently make money. I'm sorry, I'm a fan, but I'm not getting anything out of this. This is trading is a bloody sport, man. There's good days, there's bad days, there's good weeks, good months, bad weeks. We're not trying to teach anybody how to trade. We're just offering companionship and different perspectives. There are some really good traders that come on this, and not every strategy, not every opportunity, not everything is going to fit everybody. But we appreciate you being a fan. We appreciate you being here, and stick around long enough, and I'm sure that there will be something that you will be able to take away from being with us every day, from bell to bell, to benefit your trading. I mean, that's really what the idea is, and the goal is here to take a look at some different perspectives. Trade your strategy, but there's always more to learn. I've been at this for 30, 40 years, and there's still more that I have to learn. RIPS has been at this for 10, 15 years. RIPS, there's still more you have to learn, right?
Absolutely.
10 years?
Every single day.
And there's more to learn, no doubt about it. Nothing is going to fit everybody. And, that's the idea, is just to get some different perspectives and continue to learn and grow as a trader. That's why we're here.
Yeah, you get a different perspective from anybody. Hoag, from RIPS. Hoag and RIP, you guys can tell, are wildly different. Maybe I fit in between there. I don't know. That would be something we could debate or whatever. But you got different personalities, different types, how they approach the market. And you as an individual may be like, man, I really like Hoag's approach at the markets. And he thinks like I think, and he's processes things. And then you got RIPS, who's quicker, decisive, follows and stays in tune with every little piece of every little thing. So again, keep watching RIPS, keep watching me, keep watching Hoag, and keep watching every trader that we have on here that has some type of community following. Just grab a little bit of it. If you, instead of like commenting and judging, find out what you can take, because all we are is sharing our experience. That's it, sharing our experience. And then finding the prodigy of somebody who makes money every single day that doesn't exist. In the history of me, started trading in 1998. I've only done one thing in my entire life to be a trader. It does not exist to find somebody who consistently always makes money. So you have to understand what works for you and what doesn't work for you, and you pick that up by being around other traders. That's the osmosis that you get that exudes out of being around other traders that can talk shop.
And it's as much as I want to be RIPS, or as much as I want to be some other trader, if it doesn't suit my mental state, my personality, anything like that, I'm going to suffer from it. So. This is like I said, this is a bloody sport. And if you don't know yourself, and if you don't know, your decision making process, no matter what anybody teaches you or shows you or gives you. You're not gonna get the outcome you're looking for until you can create that yourself. And we're offering a lot of different perspectives and ideas as to, to help you become the trader that you want to be. We're not handing out fish here. We want you to learn how to fish so you can feed yourself for the rest of your life.
Yeah, Brad said it. Be curious, not judgmental. And I'm saying this just because I'm not like trying to cover anybody. Like, whoa, you guys are you've been down. Like, doesn't matter. Be curious. Don't be judgmental. It's going to help you shorten your learning. Topstep is here to help put you in a better position, and then get you funded, or help get you funded. You get yourself funded. You already know what to do, and then you stay funded, and you be like Isaac Rivera, number 6 on the Topstep leaderboard. He doesn't care if he's number 1, number 10, whatever. He does care about his trading every single day and how to make himself better. That's really the focus here, and we're going to always be pushing that. Say what you want about anybody else who shows you Ferraris or this or that, or only their good trades, doesn't tell you what account it is, doesn't tell you they blew out of 10 other accounts the same day, but they have one that they made money on one prop firm over here. You can't do that. And if you do want to watch that for entertainment, then watch it for entertainment and just call it entertainment.
Couldn't agree with what you said more. It's so valuable for newer traders out there to understand that, if you're watching somebody who's purporting to always be winning, you're going to feel bad about your own trading, and that's just not the reality of it. So you want to be spending your time with somebody who's not going to be pumping that garbage into your system, thinking that you're a less than trader because you're saying, oh, this person's always winning. Well, they're always winning on the accounts that they're showing you.
Yeah, and if you can't be negative in this space. So positivity, lean on glass half full always. Unless you don't want to trade anymore, then get out. But you got to always be glass half full, and I can get better. I can work towards this. I can blah, blah, blah. And you know what you need to work on. Journal, have a trading plan, be in this room, be in our Discord, be around traders that lead you the right direction, or tune in or follow or whatever. Unfollow the ones that are sitting on Lambos. Trust me, that's not – well, do what you want.
Well, you guys are traders. You're all smart enough to understand when the people you're talking to, when the people you're listening to have your best interest at heart. And that's exactly what I feel we're doing here. This has never been about me. This has always been about you. And if we're doing anything, even one thing to help you increase your knowledge or performance, we're successful.
Exactly. Well said. Just a little heads up, weekly kickoff high NASDAQ, 17,022. Thank you, JD. And our S&P tagging our VPOC, the value point of control, 48.15 quarter.
Yeah, this is setting up pretty nice. We had a position on 3 lots long. I'm dual casting here to my room as well as here on TopstepTV. And I'm able to have 2 audio channels, so I'm not talking over to anybody here. So just trying to, I was chatting them through that last trade here. So this is going to be a nice winner here for us.
So you're long right now, 3 lots?
Was long, 3 lots, peeled off 2 here into that push up into the 30s. And now we are caressing a little bit higher here. We're breaking above that 22 level that Hoag so graciously pointed out for the rest of the group here. And we are holding above it here, looking for that encroachment into the 30s now.
Yeah, we're looking for
you're helping me. And cut me off when it does anything commentary wise. You're helping me not be a contrarian all the time. So guys know me as contrarian, and also too one-sided. I get caught being too one-sided, and I get caught pulling contrarian moves, always looking for it to come back into the range. I'm not a breakout guy, but I'm also need to put that diversity of style into my game. So thank you, RIPS, because you're helping me understand more and more about how things are building up and confirming, I would say breakouts or continuations.
Absolutely.
There's my learning lesson so far.
There's a lot to learn from different styles, and this is why I really enjoy being on the program with you as well. Hoag has a very persistent style in the market where, he lays out his trade plan, exactly what he's looking for, takes that trade, remains steadfast to that trade, and you're picking very specific entries for that. And that's what I really appreciate about your trading style, Hoag. And P, your trading style it's similar in a way to mine, but like you said, you're working on not being such a contrarian. So, you're still capturing momentum. So I respect everybody's different style, and everybody's going to be different in their trading style, right? There's, like I said earlier, there's no one right way to trade any of this stuff. It's all about finding what fits for you, and what fits for you may not fit for me, may not fit for Hoag or MP here.
Right.
And everybody's different.
All right, traders, just a reminder, top of the hour, Christopher Waller is going to be speaking, one of our Fed heads, and we got some stats coming up. So, James, you want to roll those out for us?
Here we go. Funded hot streaks. Not too much has changed as far as numbers. Brian's at the top, the only person in the 20s right now, 20 on the dot.
Nice job.
Dimitri, Alan, Swan, and Joseph.
I love hot streaks.
Nice.
They make me nervous, though.
Yeah.
What, hot streaks?
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
I need to get on the hot streak boat.
I've been
working it out.
I've had some of my worst days after long hot streaks.
Oh, when you think your guy's gift of trading?
And I, because I want to keep the streak going, You had 15 straight days of positive trading, and that 16th day, you're like, okay, I got to keep the streak going. And if you end up, down on the day at all, you end up just chasing price. You end up chasing opportunities. You end up chasing everything. And, it's created some really, really bad days for me. And so I decided when I start to get nervous on a hot streak, I'll break the streak, take the day off, and then that breaks the streak. And I can
for
start
people
from fresh
asking,
again.
those hot streaks are if they traded that day and it was a winning day, that counts as one. So it's how many trading sessions you've traded in and not had a losing day. Now let's take a look at yesterday's best, because I have some notes from earlier. There is someone familiar on the list. Dennis R., who you saw at the top of the funded leaderboard with $115,000, was up 14,423 yesterday. He has also taken 39,500 in payouts.
Damn, Dennis. Hey, Mick, if you're listening, let us know why or when or what you're looking at about Dennis to change that XFA to live. I'm just curious. So risk managing team, if you're listening, Dennis R., we want to kind of know when Dennis R. may get the call up. I think total profits for Dennis R. or I don't know exactly. We will find out. And Tay, I don't know if it's Dennis Rodman. I don't think it is.
That would be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Finally, somebody said something correct in chat, Rips.
What did they say?
AE, that's me, says Rip's hair is legit as F. Finally, we got some truth going on here. Finally.
My goodness. So I'm looking for this breakout into 35 here. Have another trade on. Looking for this breakout above 35 here. Looking for this topping area to blow out to the top side here. We do have NVIDIA screaming to the top side. We have Apple as well screaming to the top side. So we should see this breakout into the 40s here. That's where I'm going to try to dump some of this position. Not a lot of liquidity, but we should have an injection of liquidity coming in about 5 minutes here. I want to see that breakout of 35 to the top side.
We got James Harden, Dennis Rodman. We just need Charles Barkley. Oh, man.
Sure looks like you tried.
James Harden, you here today?
Your best wasn't good enough.
I'm right here.
There he is. There's a buddy. This is the real one, guys. This is the man behind the scenes making it all work.
Always watching.
Always watching.
If you guys don't have a trade on, give a little props to our boy James Harden, who's running the box back there, flipping screens and doing everything like that. A little thank you, maybe. Thank you from me, James. Great work.
Well, thank you, Michael. Happy to be here.
James is dope. The first one that comes out, Lenny goes, James is dope.
A little over 4,000 people watching this wonderful Topstep TV segment. Would appreciate if you'd hit that thumbs up button. We got 1.1. Let's get at least half. So if you can, click that thumbs up button and subscribe to Topstep TV.
You got your love. You got your love, James. You got your love.
There you go.
Flowing. So you got S&P's coming up to settlement, Johnny.
Yep.
After
And
this
it's,
big
again,
long rally.
Fridays. Yep. Yeah, and we took out the ledge that we put in yesterday. I don't put a lot of weight in the information we get on days like yesterday. I mean, it was a 4.5 handle range, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exact highs there. That's not excess. That's a weak high. Look what we just took out. We just took it out.
Yep.
We couldn't hold below the overnight low. And now right back to, oh, how did I do that?
Hey, Chris, did you see that catch, man? I hit the hat off my head and then caught it behind here. So that's one thing I did right today. Feeling good about that one.
I don't know how I disappeared my chart here. Magic.
So we are rejecting above that 22, 24 level. We are kind of holding at that level for now. We are rejecting out a little bit. Tesla is running out of steam a little bit here to the top side. We are looking at Apple, Microsoft, Meta, NVIDIA, and Google. NVIDIA is very strong. Apple is showing some strength. I was looking to scalp that to the top side there for that break of 30 into 35, potentially looking at tagging our 37 area, but ended up pulling myself out of that trade as we're kind of going sideways here.
I got to do better on directional days. That's another thing I need to work on this year. Directional days, not being a contrarian. Directional.
Couple more minutes here before our good friend Mr. Waller of the Fed is going to open his pie hole.
That should inject quite a bit of volatility into the markets here.
Yeah, it should. Hey, do we have the link? Do we have the link to the setting our goals for the year? If we could share that one, guys. If you haven't set a goal for the year, we have just a landing page. What's your goal for the year? If you share it with us, I'm probably willing to bet $1 on it. The old Duke, or what is it? Duke Brothers dollar.
The usual amount.
Usual amount. Pop, pop, pop. That you're probably going to get hooked up with something this year, maybe even mid-year, maybe by the end of the year. Just even filling it out. Just even filling out what your goals are for the year. Just even filling it out, I'm sure you're going to get hooked up. Well, how about this? You are going to get hooked up. I can make that call. Yes, and hooked up could be free something. Just to get you back in the game, refresh, maybe a free reset. Probably a free reset. Maybe a free combine. So fill it out. We're going to have this dropped into here shortly. There it is. Set your trading goals right there. Pretty cool landing page. Set it in there. We're going to collect your metadata or whatever that email, your name, and your goal. And we'll somehow figure out how to feed that back to you saying, you set this goal in January. How you doing towards it? Maybe a reminder. How's it going?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
So just fill it out. Fill it out. It's good to write it down, and then also write it down in your journal. Mine is don't always look to be a contrarian first. That's one of them. Stay patient in the first 15 minutes. That goes out to you. Trades by Matt TBM. Taught me that one.
All right, here we go. We've got William speaking.
There you go. He's talking.
Yeah, I took a
Very
short here,
whippy,
but
very
we're going to
well.
see how long we can hold on to this thing for. Wow, huge volatility injection. Rhythmic is just all over the place right now. Looking for this flush below 995 here now. Beautiful flush. Seeing if we get the strength here.
There you go.
Here at 882 now. Beautiful, beautiful flush. I'm going to cover that there. A little bit too volatile for me to hold on to.
It's too
that was a nice
volatile.
recovery
That's
there on that trade. Went from being down 1,200 to down
You were already
600.
in that when he started talking?
Yeah, I was in that before that because the market was starting to roll on that crest at 22, the level that Hoag pointed out there. So we are flushing lower here, but the amount of volatility that's being injected right now, I want to make sure that we're taking on some profits. That's about a $600 trade there on one lot too. So yeah, Feds Waller is speaking right now. He is a very hawkish speaker. For you folks that don't know, hawkish means it doesn't want rate cuts. He's extremely hawkish. He's been hawkish for the last couple of years. And so that's why I was short into that print. He's a known hawk. And I expected there to be a downside reaction to that print there.
All right. So he's saying in the last few months, data in the last few months is allowing Fed to consider cutting policy rate in 2024. Not very hawkish. He also says the Fed will be able to cut policy rate this year as long as inflation doesn't rebound or stay high. I believe policy is set properly. I view risks to Fed's employment and inflation mandates as more closely balanced. That's good. We are close, but I will need more information in coming months to be sure.
Yeah, what really stuck out to me was because I got it right in my ears right away, was that he said that they're only projecting 3 25 basis point rate cuts, which is consistent with what they've been saying. Analysts are projecting 6 to 7, but he's kind of staying steadfast with that. They originally said 2, but then they recorrected to what he said to 3. And on that 2 was what we had that print to the downside. And that's why we're seeing this bounce now, because they corrected that to 3.
Ah, got it.
Yeah,
what are you
so
listening
we saw
to?
The downside move. I have about 7 different squawks in my ears right now. It's a lot going on over here.
Man, you are just pumping information into your body. I love it.
I enjoy this so much. I mean, this is a gift to be able to do this every single day. It's a real blessing to be able to do this. I enjoy it so much. It's the greatest chess game of all time to be able to play this every single day.
Every day's
too old
new.
to be rips.
Every day's
I can tell you that right now. Too old to be rips.
So, he also said there's no reason to move as quickly, to cut as rapidly. In the past, that was another reason why we drew down on that. And he said, more confident the U.S. is close to sustainable 2% inflation. The policy is set properly and on the right track. So again, leaning a little bit hawkish there, not anticipating earlier rate cuts. I believe that the money markets right now are pricing in March for the first rate cuts. Are you seeing the same thing on your end there, Hoag?
Yeah, just watching it on Financial Juice. That's pretty much what's been coming out, but you're getting it faster.
Yeah, I mean, it's the benefit of having 7 different news sources being piped into the old noggin over here. Tell you, it's better than a cup of coffee. It really gets the noggin jogging to have that many squawks going off in your ears here.
I just spilled mine all over my desk about 10 minutes ago, so I may have to go get more.
Oh dear. So he has also said that financial conditions are remaining restrictive right now. So that again, pertaining to his hawkish stance on things. So congratulations to anybody who took the short into that print there. And that's just, honestly, that's amazing there. That's a really, really nice pull to the downside there.
Weekly kickoff high, 17,022.
Is it really, John?
Yep. We told you. We mentioned it at least.
Yeah. Frustration is jumping in.
Frustration, FOMO, because you didn't hit the trade to the downside?
I'm just trading like shit this year. I'm just getting tired.
It's okay. I mean, it's going to happen. I was in a hole on the day down $2,200. I'm sitting down $600. That's a win for me. I mean, that's a W for me. You have to take it one trade
that's
at
a
time,
W for sure. Yeah. I just been battling out of holes this year. You know what? Really, it's just that stupid ass. I should have taken the week off, but I was like, I'm gonna be here to show people how to not trade during the week of Christmas to New Year's Eve. One of the shittiest weeks of the year to trade, next to any roll for the most part, but it's worse than roll.
Absolutely.
Rolls are tough.
Yeah, is that it's just. And then I'm gun shy. Now I'm not confident. Now I'm not sticking with trades. I got great feedback from the folks in here that kind of understand. You know, trades kind of like me. Ghost, you in here? How you doing for the year? Ghost. When we first came out of the gate, we were talking quite a bit about the same type of ins and outs. But this is a ever learning, ever growing, always improving business. So there's no give up here.
It's a
Or crying in
delightful,
baseball.
it's a delightful, disastrous, delicious, delirious. One thing is one thing or the other. Rarely is it in the middle, but that's our goal, is to try and trade in a centered manner. You know, there's wonderful times in this, and there's really rough times.
Yep.
And
Have you tried to,
I'm with Rips, man. I feel so lucky that I even get to do this every day.
Yep.
I'm curious, MP, are you starting your day with routines of gratitude? And I know that a lot of people won't agree with this. A lot of people think this is woo-woo, but are you starting your day generally with gratitude, or are you starting your day with greeting your phone first?
I mean, if you're talking about driving into work and being grateful for like being around where I like to be, like environment, surroundings, yes. But I come into here every day. I'm running a company with 100 or more employees, tens of thousands of people, whatever, in the program, thousands of thousands funded. We got just changes of the landscape from dealing with end of the year, planning for the year. And then I got to come on here, and then I got to, for some reason, people do look at me, and I get it as, you know, you better trade, or why'd you do this, or why are you on? That's just really, really hard to do, to be good at, like, all that. And the one I need to be the best at is running Topstep, because, you know, the landscape changes. You got different things happening out there, and I got to keep my ear to the ground. And then I got to shift gears in the morning, 6 in the morning. I got to wake up, and then I got to come in here and trade. But the whole goal of me doing this year was really to pump it, to get it going, like the first 3 months of the year, and then to start working with, you know, great people that want to work with Topstep, and let them go, and then we all learn together. And because that's really there's no way I can be the you know, guy you look at for trading, the guy you look at for changes in the industry and all that. That pressure is kind of high, because I'll shift gears. I'm a trader right now. I'm not CEO. I'm a trader, but I'll step away right after this and do that. And I'm trying to be all things to all things. So I don't know. Something's gonna break.
Well, with your tenure,
I think. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Well, Michael, with your tenure, I mean, if you look at your history over time, you've been through this before. Put a smile on your face, get ready, and be happy every day. Happy traders make better traders, but you are going to get through this, no doubt about it.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm not looking for like that. I just know the difficulty, the challenge I'm up against. Like if you were, you know, trading's not my primary focus, income, or anything like that. I built Topstep so I could find better traders than I, and we just shared them on Topstep, the live leaderboard and things like that. So I'm doing what I set out to do, mission and vision wise. And then I'm on here is just a blast though. Like TopstepTV is my favorite thing to do. And then I guess, you know, run, be a CEO. I never really, you know, I've always wanted to be a trader, and I always have been a trader. So, So needless to say, I'll be balancing that, and Rips and other individuals will hopefully like be, you know, taking some windows that I have. I don't know. I don't want to put it on Rips, but we got him on here, and I love trading with him. But like getting some free time in the morning up so I can have a clear head would be good for work related. I cannot struggle at Topstep on all that we're doing. The competitive landscape's too strong.
Michael, I mean, I joined you 13 years ago to find better traders than we are, and we found them.
We've been doing it. We found them.
We've been doing it.
Yep. And we're going to continue to find them. So, Yeah. All right, we're
Well,
at
that
settlement.
17.022 weekly kickoff high certainly was a pretty decent opportunity. Timing was a lot of that too, because that's when Williams started speaking. But always makes me happy when I see the opportunity that those levels bring from time to time. It's not every time. Not saying you gotta trade them there, but they can provide some pretty decent opportunities to limit risk.
Yeah, and I think that you'll often find that when you have a print like that, you're going to have a lot of larger institutional funds kind of move their will into the market at that time period, because they're going to use that as a smokescreen to get their liquidity into the market. Because it gives a lot of folks an excuse. You're going to have a lot of orders pulled. A lot of machines are going to hamper down there right before the print comes out. And when that print does come out, they can run those liquidity programs that they're looking to inject volatility liquidity into the market. And it allows them to take larger positioning trades that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And that's what I think that we saw a lot of there. A lot of people going to the sell side there.
And that's the premise behind the weekly kickoff levels, is levels where I believe longer time frame traders will be forced or want to adjust inventory at or near those levels. Exactly right.
Yeah, we kind of come down into this zone of consolidation here betwixt 950 and about 990. We're kind of chopping around in the 40 handle range right now. Market is trying to find some more sellers here. We have broken through that bearish order block to the top side. So we're inside what that was a bearish order block has turned into a breaker block for you folks who are smart money concept traders out there. If that is going to hold here, that would be a strong area for demand. If we do have that shape up as demand for the later end of the session, that probably would be used as a backstop for buyers to solidify bids in that area for the time being. And that's just over here. I have that up on my screen now. So looking at this right here.
So John, your weekly kickoff high 17. And guys, we have daily level here in the morning. Pivoted it off, and you talking about it. By that time, I think I was like acted or not looking at 22s. How do you get that level? We share these levels, guys, on a link, and it's usually in here. We can all link in here. It's just levels that we have. You have your own. Maybe they line up. Maybe they don't.
Well, I mean, it's a combination of a whole bunch of things. I mean, it's technical analysis, it's measured moves, it's information from the market profiles, naked points of control. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. They're really close to or at naked points of control, previous highs, previous lows. I mean, there's a whole stew of things that I kind of ponder, and then I look at it and say, okay, if I were a longer time frame trader looking at longer time frame charts, where does this market push my buttons? Where do I have to adjust inventory? And those are the levels that I come up with. And they're not always great. Sometimes they get walked right through, and there's information in that, but sometimes they do offer, at the very least, opportunities to limit risk, and that's really the first thing I think of is, okay, if I'm going to be, looking at this as a longer time frame trader, if I'm a short time frame trader, does this help me limit risk? And, any level can basically help you limit risk. If it goes through the level, then maybe the trade's not going to be right. But in longer time frames, in bigger pictures, that's where I get these weekly kickoff levels. And I'm always hopeful that they are going to be, that they're going to be useful for folks. But, at the very least, they are opportunities to limit your risk in and around those areas. And that's what I like about them most.
Yeah, there's a good way to look at levels, in the sense that you don't want to be jumping into a trade if a level is encroached on. You want to be looking at a trade from the perspective of, does it interact with that level? Are we going buy side at the level? What is the order flow happening around that level of interest? And usually these levels are derived in high areas, trafficked areas where there's a lot of transactions that are going off. And it kind of coincides a lot with where the volume profile is. And by the way, full transparency, I did take a small short there, and I ended up getting stopped out. So that puts me down $755 on the day currently. So
We saw a nice move
Yeah, I
lower
got
in the
robot voice
NASDAQ
still.
weekly kickoff high.
No, there's no more robot voice. We switched platforms, but your connection was a little bit choppy for a bit, but we'll see if it works.
Yeah, it's my internet. I'm looking at the speed right now.
you're
No
good
robot,
now,
huh?
MP. We can hear you loud.
Interesting.
You're good. We'll just boot you if it gets bad. unceremoniously.
That's fine. Yeah. I got download and uploads. I got upload speed saying 0.27. It was saying, I don't.
What are you on,
Like-
Kazaa in 2003?
I know. I get the
Deep
dial-up.
cut.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know, right?
Kazaa or LimeWire? What was the your pick of poison there?
I think I
Kazaa
tried
is what
both.
broke. Yeah, Kazaa broke my family's computer, and then LimeWire did the same thing 3 times over. So that's how I learned my way around a PC.
So we rejected up there at 980. We have come back down 20 handles lower at the 60s. There's a question asking if I'm a scalper. Yeah, I'm a momentum trader and scalper. There's going to be some days when we have a clear direction in the market where I will be taking more long-term trades where there's more time for them to kind of play out. But if I have a trade idea, I'm going to keep my stop very, very tight. And I know it's the NQ, but I'm picking spots where if it doesn't break that level, like for instance, I was going short there towards the lower end of the spectrum. If we aren't breaking down those lows, then I'm going to keep my stop tight because like we just saw there, we just jettisoned back up to the top side up about 40 handles there. So that's why I'm keeping my stop super tight. There's no reason to have a 40 handle stop to tell myself that I'm wrong in a trade.
A little update on crude. Last year, 72.09. We bottomed out at 71.71, and I don't stutter. Gold right now here off the 2039.90s here. Not too much action here on the gold here today. Very slow market compared to what you guys were playing today.
I'm trying along here as we're breaking above these 90s again. Stop super tight in this trade. We're looking for a break of structure to the top side here, looking to reclaim back above 17,000. If we had those sellers kind of dissipate towards 17,000, we could see this really start to rip on through those levels here. So just watching this closely. Working up towards 17,000, seeing if we can get through these sellers here to the north side. We do have this level up above at 13.25. So watching here if we have this strength to get us right up through 17,000 here. A little bit of rejection back down to the 95s. I want to keep my stop super tight in case we break below the 90s here. Watching for this encroachment above 17,000. Big sellers stepping in, and that's normal to have these big whole number levels. Very, very normal to see that. So watching to see if we base at these 90s. Some bidders are showing up at these 90s. Again, you can see that they're trying to sell into these 90s, and there you go. And we have a big buyer stepping in there. Watching in, point of control has just moved to 96.25 here on the NQ. Seeing if we can have these bidders stay steadfast. Right now, it's a big tug of war in this area. See who ends up giving out first here. Apple is shaping up. We have a big bounce in Tesla going on here. Google as well. S&Ps are trying to hold up here, but they're not jumping super hard.
And I got a delay in my CTS platform of canceling. It hangs up and then fills.
That's not good to have.
No, it's happened when my upload speed or down, whatever it is, the speed slows down, and this has happened twice. Office.
So watching here, if we break above the 17,000, big sellers are stepping in right at the point of control here, which is totally normal. But seeing if we can get this nice breakout trade to the top side here. Watching closely here at 17,000.
Yeah, they're saying I'm glitching. If I am glitching, that's because my internet has slowed way down for some reason.
Nice pull up here through 17,000, but a harsh rejection just above it. So we do have some sellers that are on the tape here that we have to watch out for. If we kind of hold up above the 90s, I do want to add in a second lot in case that we do get that push up all the way to our level of 13.25 here. But right now, we do have sellers that are on the tape. Rejection
Param
right
up
below 90. Big
15.30.
sellers stepping in right now. What was that, Hope?
No, this is Eddie. Param
Oh, sorry.
15.30 for the day. Nice trade for Param.
A lot of liquidity being swept around here. We're just tight
Yeah,
in
it
this
is.
range for the time being. Still holding our one lot. We're long from 92.5 here in the NQ. So watching to see if we get this breakout again. Up towards 17,000. A lot of sell side liquidity to get through here. We are seeing a decline in volume as well in the NQ after Waller has completed speaking here.
Another poll here in chat. Support or resistance? Do you?
Some big struggle up there towards 16,995. There are some sellers that are stepping in again in that area. I'm assuming that we will see this breakdown here right below 85. I'm going to add in a second lot looking to double right at 95 now. Okay, covering one there.
Rips, when we have a chance, I got a question for you about Bookmap.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm out of the trade now. Made a couple, made $100. So we're at still down 625 on the day, but made $100 on that one.
Hey, you know what they say in Orland Park? $100 is $100. All right.
Say the same thing here.
Rips, on both sides of where the current price is in Bookmap, you see a lot of like flashing of orders, you know, within a reasonable, within 5 points probably of price. A lot of that are the algos. How do you weed out real liquidity versus the algos?
Well, you know, you want to have kind of there's the drive up through 17,000 now. You want to have sort of an eye on where they're placing this liquidity. I trade on a dome that had the footprint where you could see kind of where they're adding and removing orders and liquidity. And you kind of have the same thing on Bookmap that you can do. We are pushing up higher here. Came out of that trade a little bit too early. But yeah, we want to see those. You want to see, obviously, there's going to be banding is what I call it. You're going to have banding above and below the price there. Hold on, we're pushing up towards the 13s. I don't want to leave the trade here on the table. But you have those banding, and you're correct on that it is algorithmic trading here. Yeah, really nice drive. We just came out of that trade a little bit too early here. We are pushing back up to that 22 level.
That weekly kickoff high there, 617.0222. That's another test of it right now.
Right. So yeah, you do have those bands and they are going to be flashing things, but you want to look outside of that where there's going to be what I call true orders. And when they come down to those areas of liquidity, how are they interacting with it? Are they pulling orders? Are they leaving them intact? If they are, then I'm seeing strength or weakness across the tape there. And that's kind of what I'm watching to see whether or not, you know, are they holding these areas? Are they selling into these areas? And I can see that in a bird's eye view using Bookmap. And the size of the bubbles also helps because I can see if they're pushing on an area of liquidity and they're pressing up against it, are those bubbles growing larger as they're touching into that and it's not breaking? That to me says
that's what I was
pushing up to the top side and we're seeing that. Then we're seeing a lot of sellers that are stepping in that may have not been showing themselves and doing what we call either a hidden order or an iceberg order on the tape there.
So where it looks right now, you're seeing some pretty decent green bubbles there. That would be possibly some real selling liquidity coming into the market, right?
Correct. Exactly right. Yeah. And so that is folks that are either taking a profit or they're taking a profit in shorting or they're just shorting into those areas there. And you want to see how are they moving the price, right? Is it moving with velocity on small volume or is it moving heavily in what I call a stickier market? If it's a stickier market, we have a lot of liquidity and maybe there's not so much disagreement on price. It's less likely that we're going to have a breakout. And then if we had thin liquidity, does that mean that if they dropped it to the downside there, are they sidestepping those orders so that we can have folks on the bid that are then picking that up at a lower price because they want to be either covering their shorts from up high or they're going long and looking for the next extension there to the top side?
Looking for the pullback to get long. Got it.
Exactly right.
Got it. So that move up to, I mean, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart right now, but that revisit of that weekly kickoff high went one or two ticks above it, and you saw some pretty decent green bubbles up there. So,
Right.
that is indicating, the possibility that the longer time frame are adjusting inventories perhaps to the short side up there. I mean, if those green bubbles up there are basically ice orders, that's what we're looking for as far as a resistance level would be in a longer time frame view.
Exactly right.
So
Yeah.
that
And
so that
that's
lets you
the
limit
power of
risk
using
against it
something like
too.
Bookmap, is that you can see this all developing in real time. And if you watch it for long enough, you can kind of get a feel for the market of how it's moving around in certain key areas. We were just at this area earlier, and I saw how they were
Right.
interacting with it up then. And that's what got me to go short pre-print, is that they were stacking those offers pretty heavily. And here we are yet
Stacking
again. And
them
like
up.
you
Okay.
described, we are coming into those offers yet again.
All right. Thank you. I know a lot of folks had, some questions about Bookmap on, in the chat, and I think we probably just answered quite a few of them with that. Thank you very much, Rips.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bookmap is not something that you can get into really overnight. It's a very difficult platform to really deduce and understand all of what's going on here. So my recommendation for newer Bookmap users out there is just spend as much time as possible as you can with it without using it to influence your trades. And I know that's can be a little bit of a tall order, but they have an amazing replay function that's built into their software, where if you're using that and their replay function, you can go back knowing what exactly happened at that area and watch it in real time and how it unfolded on the Bookmap, so that you can train your mind to look for these patterns, train your implicit memory, which will then allow you to take these discretionary trades when you're seeing these same patterns repeat.
Yeah, like anything,
Right.
you have to learn a lot about it before you get to use it.
100%.
Well, we're coming to the end of our segment here of Fast Markets, and I want to just say appreciate Rips for the education, knowledge, and sharing trades. Of course, Johnny, education, knowledge, and those good looks from both of yous. And we're going to say thank you, Michael, for being with us here today and giving us your best here and sharing some insight also. But we're going to call it here. For the day, we've got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Lots of good stuff coming up here today. So don't run away. We've got Tyler going to join us for Power Play. We got Bonnie for Top Quiz. We got Hoag Group Coaching. Deanna's going to be with us here for Back to the Futures, and Cammy Capital for Power Hour. So have a great day, Rips, and we will see you again here very soon.
I really appreciate you folks having me on. I'm looking forward to our next interaction
I had
with each
a
other
blast.
and trading again. It was so much fun.
I had a blast.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you,
gotta-
Rips, for the lessons learned today. Lots of note taking. I got to jump on a phone call in 2 minutes. So Eddie, thank you for cutting it a little short for me, helping me out. Thanks, buddy. And Hoagland, good seeing you as always.
Always good to see you, Rips. I just got another cup of coffee to try and keep up with you. I'll keep up with you next time.
Looking forward to
All
our
right.
next trade session here, Hoag.
We'll be right
All right,
back.
likewise. Have a great rest of the day.
close, had me thinking they're friends. 10 toes down, I'll be free until the end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins. I'm in debt to no one but the one who took my sins. I do it for real, there's no reason to pretend. If I do it once, I'll do it again. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, told her if it's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what, told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. Like a Mack truck, country heart, I'ma cop a farm and go act up. Lot of scars, I was cold-hearted, now I'm back up. Keep it real, I do this once a month, I don't rap much. I just take the money and go stack up. Only buying car till you tatted up. All that other bull, it don't matter much. You only climb me, I put the ladders up. No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll.
One.
All right, welcome everybody to the shoulder tap segment. We've got our favorite risk manager Mick with us this morning. What a great session with RIPS today. Lots more coming for you throughout the day today. Right now, I want to say hello to my good friend Mick. Mick, how you doing?
Good morning, Mr. Hoagland. I'm doing really well. Happy to be back in the shoulder tap seat today after giving myself a long weekend. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Mr. Ironimo.
I can't help but look at us and see the facial hair very strong.
Yeah, your mustache is I mean, it's epic. People will be writing songs about that mustache.
All you got to do is take this portion of yours out, and you'll have me beat easily.
No, I don't
Patak,
know.
on the other hand, got a little ways to go to catch up.
Yeah, I'm going for the older lumberjack look. I think I'm succeeding. At least the older part. Pretty gray.
Throw some flannel and some plaid on. Throw some flannel.
Yeah. Well, maybe tomorrow. I got a flannel I can wear tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But
I'll wear flannel tomorrow, and we'll
today. Yes, tomorrow is flannel day. Wednesday is flannel day here on TopstepTV. I've just called it. Everybody wear flannel tomorrow on screen. I mean, provided you have some. Who doesn't have flannel? I mean, really? Yeah. All right. Mick, how the traders doing?
It's a date. Really good stuff to share today. So out of our live traders, I've got Ronald S., who we featured last week. Just crushing it in his live account today. He's continuing that good trading that he brought from his XFA over to the live account. He's got a tiger by the tail today, up $14,000 in his live account. He's not alone in the ass kicking today, though. It's our Isaac's. I've got Isaac V up $9,000 in his live account today. Isaac R up $8,900 in his live account today. So we've got some big wins on the live accounts today, which I'm very happy to share. I've also got some big winning days in the trading cards that we'll cover. But yeah, it's looking really good on the live boards today, which I'm excited to come back to.
We caught Isaac R in the chat, and at the time, I think he said he was up 8,000, so he's or 6,000. Looks like he's added to that. Nice job, Isaac.
Yep. He's got a little size on, so the P&L's moving quickly and swiftly for him. So shout out to him. He was one of the traders that we called up to live. I think it was last week. He had a live account that he's been trading well in, but then he had 3 XFAs going last week that he was trade copying in all 3 of those XFAs. Good trading all around in his live account, his 3 XFAs, and we moved those, basically the balances from those XFAs into his live account. So he's sitting very pretty with a nice fat account balance in that live account, adding to it this morning, which I'm very happy to see. He's been someone he's been in our program for a really long time, Isaac R. And we've always seen good stuff out of him, sometimes better than other times. But when this guy's strategy is working in the markets, he really can take some money out of the markets. So I'm really happy to see him doing that this morning, up very well ahead on the week here Tuesday morning, and keep it going. For those of you that are up money, the ones that I just mentioned, and anybody else out there watching, if you're up big today, if you're up big between yesterday and today, do ensure that, over the next 3 sessions that we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week, you want to be keeping those profits, locking in those profits. Do not let a good head start turn into a negative week. And that's my tip of the day for you.
Yeah, and even on the daytime frame, I mean, you're up $8,000. You want to make sure and at least keep a healthy percentage of that as positive by the end of the day. You certainly want to end the day A+ player after a morning like that, right?
Yeah, thanks for batting cleanup with that comment there. Definitely. If you're up $8-9 on the day, as you continue trading, if you're finding trading opportunities, because we're not trading to, hit the $10,000 mark. We're only taking trades if we see more trade opportunities. If things start to turn on you, being up $8 or $9,000, you should be really considering locking in, 4, 5, 6,000, maybe even 7,000 of those profits as you continue trading throughout the rest of the day. Because like Hoagland mentioned, when you're up big on the day like that intraday, and we've got a lot more time in the trading session to go, locking in a large percentage of those profits is extremely important. I always kind of like to use, 50% for significant profits, lock in at least 50%. But as those profits become more significant, and depending on the trader, there's not a one-size-fits-all answer. Depending on the trader, the more significant the profits, the larger of a percent that you should be locking in on those profits. So, for some people, an $8,000 winning day might be kind of a regular occurrence. It's not for most, but if it's a regular occurrence, maybe you want to lock in 50% because you're trading size and you need to give yourself a little wiggle room. But if you've never locked in an $8,000 winning day before, try and keep 90% of it, or walk away worst case scenario up 7,000. So for any of you, the viewers that are out there, if you are hitting your equity highs for the day, new record equity highs, P&L highs, lock in a winning day. I want to hear who out there in the chat, if we could please, who is up their P&L high of all time today and who's locking it in. So if you're one of those people, tell us what your P&L is. Lock in the winning day. Let's make new records for ourselves as traders. If you've never been up 6,000 in the day and you find yourself up 6,000, lock it in. Set a record for yourself. Let's do that. And with that, let's jump into some people who have been locking in big winning days. I want to pull up a trading card for Asan. Asan is someone who I'll wait till we get the card up. Asan has been called up to live. He was called up to live a while ago. You'll see by these metrics as far as locking in winning days, not someone that I can really be saying that about, but this is kind of a shoulder tap more so than a shout out. Hassan's traded 23 days in his live account, and I don't know if Hassan's listening, but we in the risk, on the risk team here today, and as this guy has been trading in his live account, we feel like we got fooled a little bit. We called him up to live because we saw some really good trading activity in that XFA account.
Mhm.
Since Hassan has been trading in the live account, it's not been working at all. On average, he's losing $500 a day. He does not have a lot of winning trades. He's only right 1/3 of the time on these trades that he's taking. He's only strung together 35% winning days. This is an area, and I'm talking about him because this is someone who needs to recognize what's happening in their live account and pump the brakes and slow down. Of these 23 days that he's traded in his live account, he's hit the daily loss limit 16 times, the $3,000 daily loss limit 16 times. So do the math there, 16 times 3,000. It's a big frickin' number. And
Yes, it is.
when we're seeing losing streaks like that, when we're seeing every day you're down money on the day or every losing day, it's only stopping because you're getting auto liquidated at 3,000. There's a problem there. And when we see a problem, we need to go in and assess what we're doing. We were talking a lot about journaling last week. Well, Hassan should be journaling and seeing what's going on. He is, and I'll give our viewers a little insight into what he's doing. He's trading big size. Takes big size to hit that $3,000 daily loss limit every time.
All 9 lots.
Yes. What he's doing is on average only taking 1 trade per day. And it's either working or it's not working. But 1/3 of his trades are winners. So it's overwhelmingly not working.
Mm-hmm.
It's a time to assess what's going on. It's a time to take a break from trading. Not only does he want to, scale down his position sizing, so he's not hitting that daily loss limit of 3,000 in very short order. This is where you need to take a break and walk away from the markets. I hope it's not too late to provide this insight and information for him because, the account's not really in good shape. But this is where, good trade. I talked about a pivot point in a trading career last week and what mine was, or a couple pivot points in the trading career. This could be a pivot point for Hassan. It could be a great opportunity for him to say, I have traded like crap in this live account. I need to completely reset what I'm doing, come back small, look at my journal, evaluate and reflect on what I've been doing, and come at this a different way. Because if you're trading your max, he's not always trading his max position size, but he's trading big enough. He's only giving himself one shot for the trading session. Like you said, John, it's 1 trade per day, but he's usually hitting that daily loss limit on that 1 trade per day. I'm not sure why Hassan is not scaling his position sizing down and giving himself another opportunity. There's for us day traders, there are more than one opportunity to put a trade on average per day. So, why use all your gunpowder for 1 trade and then put yourself on the bench or the sidelines for the rest of the trading session? Scale that position sizing down. Risk only $1,500. And then if that trade doesn't work out, go find another trade where you might even just be able to get back to break even potentially. Remember, we don't always want to be shooting for break even, but give yourself another chance to participate in the market. One and done is not a strategy that's going to be that's not going to have any longevity in this business. So you have to set yourself up to not only trade for tomorrow or live to trade another day, but find another trade in the session. So Hassan, what are your thoughts on what you're seeing from Hassan here, John?
John, you seem to be muted.
Muted, John? Okay, we've got some audio issues on John's end, I think.
My bad.
Okay, he's
my
back.
bad. My dog was barking a little bit, and I muted, so she's done barking, and I can answer your question now, Mick. I mean, this is he looks like he's a trader that is intending to be a swing trader or a longer time frame trader. A longer time frame trader isn't going to be as sensitive to losses on the day time frame, but if you've got a daily loss limit and you're hitting that daily loss limit in one trade, you're not really giving yourself much of a chance in the daytime frame. Now, there's been a couple of really good days when things have worked out his way, but the consistent hit of the daily loss limit. Imagine if he'd expanded his daily loss limit when he got into this account. Those trades probably would have gone to that daily loss limit. He would be out of this account already. So thank God for the daily loss limit that he has in place right now, that we have in place for him right now.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a speed bump saving him. And
go ahead, Mick.
Oh, I was just going to say, definitely a speed bump saving this account. If it were a larger loss limit, no doubt, those that have been watching for a while, I've put a couple gravestones on these trading cards. There'd be a gravestone here, and we would have probably been talking about this trader last week or the week before, honestly, if he had a bigger loss limit. So that's definitely been a speed bump that has kept him in this account. But it's up to him to, hey, things aren't working. I need to step back and reevaluate. I think also there's opportunity. John, you mentioned, the one trade per day. I was talking about it too. It's like you could put a smaller position size on, and then as the market is telling you your position or your bias, your directional bias is correct, add to it. Don't start with your 9 contracts all in, all out. Start with 2 contracts, and as it goes in your favor, add another 2, add another 2, add another 2. Work up to that larger size. When the market's telling you that you're correct, don't handcuff yourself going all in only to find, moments later. But, and especially for a trader, you mentioned, looking for a trend of the day, like they do have longer hold times. So for those of you traders out there that are taking longer hold times or looking to catch a bigger bite, you can scale into these trades as they're proving you right, and add to your winners. That would definitely help avoid the loss limits, because if he's framing out any of his trades and having an idea of where he needs to get out if he's wrong, then you're not going to be adding that size when the trade's going against you. So that's kind of my piece on Hassan. I'm prepared to move to our next trader, Boyce. Who was called up to a live account just yesterday, as a matter of fact.
All right. Switzerland.
Now,
my goodness.
Boyce has been, he killed it in his XFA. He capped out, which means he hit the cap, the max you can earn in that express funded account before we say, hey, that's enough. We're going to put you in a live account automatically. So capped out. He only traded 6 short days in this account. I would have loved to have seen more trading information and performance from him other than these 6 days, but knocking it out of the park on the 6 days. That average daily P&L is probably the highest one that I've ever shared here on Shoulder Tap for TopstepTV. Part of that average daily P&L being so high, just shy of $10,000, would be attributed to a $40,000 winning day in the XFA. They made 40 grand in that account in one day. It's not their only 5-figure winning day in the account. There's also a $10,000 winning day in that account. There is some stuff to talk about here, though. Big swinger. Makes me wonder what's going to happen in the live account. We've talked about some big swingers. There's been some gravestones on the trading card photos for these big swingers. These traders, now, while it had been working for him overwhelmingly so in the XFA, it's hard to maintain that consistent profitability when you're swinging big. I do hope that Boyce keeps a $3,000 daily loss limit in the account. As we talked about with Hassan, that's been a speed bump that's really saved them. So I'd like to, keep it at $3,000 for Boyce too. If you can put up $10,000 winning days and $40,000 winning days and anything in between, all while having a max risk of $3,000 in the day, you might be in good shape. But you could also find yourself in a significant losing streak. Hughes that live trader we had from France, I remember, he had a $40,000 winning day in his live account, only to the following 14 days. He had a 14-day losing streak of like $41,000. So this is, I'm sharing with people. So the money can come very quickly trading leveraged futures, but it can also go out the door very quickly too. I don't want to see it with Boyce.
A heartbreak.
It's a heartbreak. It's a big heartbreak, like we were talking about with these traders in the live accounts that were doing well today. Got to protect the profits, keep a certain percentage of it. Don't risk, as you continue trading in the day or on the week, if you're at a head start, don't risk what you've already made. There's nothing worse than turning a big winning day into a losing day. Like I've talked about here on many occasions with some big juicy examples of it. Boyce is a pretty active trader too. So I'm actually impressed that he's got 59% winning trades in the NASDAQ. And again, 83% winning days on a very short small sample size. But to be right 60% of the time on days where he might be doing up to 470 round turns, that $40,000 winning day, he obviously had that market pegged and played it like a fiddle, because to have 470 round turns, I can't remember how many trades that was. It was a lot of trades that day. But to peg the market gyrations as well as he did that day, I take this hat off to him. I can't rip the hat off right now because I got the headsets covering it up. But and you don't want to see my hat hair from wearing a wool hat here with 24 below real feel in Chicago. It's rather chilly. I took a cab into work today because of that.
Yeah.
The dog's not with me.
And you're only 3 blocks away.
And I'm only, about 5 blocks, really close. It's not a long walk, but it was worth my $11 Uber in today to not have to deal with that. And I'll have to see what I do on the walk home today. So, this is a firework trading card here. Again, small sample size, but if Boyce keeps this up and can maintain those high winning trade percentages, this could be a 100K club in very short order. Heck, we could see it by the end of next week, 100K club, with this trajectory that he's on. So I'm very happy to share this information with you guys and gals, and we'll be talking about him, probably later on this week, because we get these live accounts created fairly quickly. So they could be trading by end of week in the live account pending they get us their information in a timely fashion.
I've been fixating on January 11th, that $40,000 winning day. And the hold times, 8 minutes, 37 seconds for the wins, 8 minutes, 31 seconds for the losses. You mentioned how in tune and how just absolutely wired in to the market he had to be in order to earn that kind of money with that many trades. It says 56 total trades. That's 936 total contracts, $1,956 in commissions, and still profiting 40,000. I can't get my head wrapped around this, because this is not who I've been as a trader. And I've had big days, I've had bad days too, but I've had days like this where you're just really in the zone, and you just wish that you could be in that zone every day. But that's energy, that's focus, that's concentration, that's being right, recognizing the marketplace. That's just an amazing day to me. I get 40 grand with that much trading, that's those short of times of trade times. He actually had an average losing trade of $2,700, almost $2,800 was his average losing trade that day. His average winning trade was a little bit smaller than that at $2,649, but he just had so many winning trades, which only 65% winning trades on that day. That's energy. I don't even think I could drink enough coffee to have the kind of energy that took. But when you're in the zone like that, you really just, you want to stay in that zone. The problem is, once you realize you're in the zone, you've ruined your zone. This was just focus. This was great trading. And I'm I'm hoping that they're able to keep it up in the live account, like you said. Those days when you're that in tune are few and far between, and it looks like you really took advantage of it. So nice job.
And we've all had those days, and no doubt you feel like you're 10 feet tall. And there wasn't too many trading days after that $40,000 winning day. But for those of you out there that do, I asked for people to, submit who's having their most profitable day ever today. When you do have those profitable days, and this is something that I learned from personal experience, and a lot of other traders get humbled by this, you have to remember that while it worked and while you were so in tune that day, don't forget how hard trading is. Do not fall into the trap that because you did it that day, you can do it every day, or you're going to do it in all the days following. Because from what I've seen in my own trading personally, and with a lot of other traders, a lot of times after the biggest winning day, you find yourself having the biggest losing day, or you snowball and crumble, and you follow a big winning day with a 14-day, $41,000 losing streak. So always be conscious of that. I hope everybody who's having big winning days feels confident in their trading, but we have to stay humble because this market can take it faster than it can give it. So, but
yes, very nice. Hey,
applause
Mick,
to boys.
Just want to tell you in the chat, Isaac R says, Mick, it's funny you ask. I just hit on an all-time personal best ever. First 5-figure winning day. Just locked in 10 grand in my live funded account. Isaac, great job. Whenever I put in a recent or all-time high like that, I walk away. I just say that is my new high watermark on a given day, and I'm going to keep it. Great job, Isaac. Great to see.
Isaac, awesome. Congrats, man. I'm so happy for you. You've been trading so well. And so obviously Isaac's not up 9,000 anymore, like I had mentioned, or the 8,800, $10,000, lock in the 5-figure winning day. Go do something nice for yourself. Take yourself out to a nice lunch. And I love that he said he's locking it in. That money cannot get taken away from him today. It is in his trading account. I hope he takes a payout and puts some of it in his pocket. Just because we say you get to take 50% on the payouts doesn't mean you have to, but do treat yourself and make this a memorable one. Don't always be trading to exceed your personal high winning day. A lot of times the market just gives it to you while you're doing what you do, trading your strategy, and the market gives you a nice home run like that. So very happy he's watching. Happy I got to say great things about him, and that's exciting. Let's do some fireworks for Isaac, but lock that in, and then like 100%. I said, keep that over the next 3 sessions. Let's lock in a large percentage of that. We want to end the week on a very high note, especially after you put up your biggest winning day in a live account. That's one of our live traders today, locking in their big winners.
Mick, we're a little short on time, but this next card I really want to touch on because this is somebody that has been with Topstep since I have been, since 2011.
Let's cue it up for Ben R., one of our express funded account to live transfers. We called him up yesterday. John, you take it away. I'll let you have this one.
Ben has been with Topstep since 2011. I've had many conversations with Ben. I have not heard or seen from him for quite some time. I don't know if he's been here the entire time. Obviously, he has been continuing to work on his trading because, he's in a 150K express funded account. He's got a really healthy balance. I haven't had the chance to really look at his trading that closely. I am just I have chills, Mick. I am so excited for Ben to be in the current situation that he is in. I don't know if he watches TopstepTV. If Ben, if you're here, I am so happy for you. I am so impressed by your fortitude in continuing to push towards success and profitability in this. Oh, I'm eating this up. Mick, go ahead before I jump out of my seat.
Well, you said it. I mean, great stuff here. The one thing I'll add is Ben's been doing a really good job about taking regular payouts. He took a lot of payouts in that XFA for a lot of money, and that's what we're here for. So regular payouts, I always say it helps with the money management because it makes that cash or that number on the computer screen a tangible item. And it also helps a lot with the money management when you know you're taking payouts regularly. So Ben, let's keep it up in the live account because you're going to be starting in there pretty soon. And really excited to have you on the live prop firm with us and see what you can continue doing. Really nice metrics here. So very happy to have Ben coming up on the team.
Ben, I'm really happy for you, but you've had a couple of really big days here that you let go. Don't do it. Don't do it. 50%. Once you pick a number, let's say it's $5,000, you can only lose 50% of it. You walk away up $2,500. I don't want to say anything more. I'm so happy for you, Ben. I'm excited. Keep in touch. Call me. Beat me if you want to reach me. I'm just tickled, Ben. I'm so happy for you. I can't even speak anymore. I'm done.
I love seeing the passion. It just goes to show how much John cares about our traders and their improvement and seeing their success. I know he puts a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and energy into working with our traders, and that's what, as we all do, trying to make people better. And John's one of the best in the business for giving people helpful tips and tricks to be profitable and maintain good trading. So I'm glad we got to end it on that one, John. I can see how excited you are.
Yes, keep me in touch with Ben, and let's track his continued success and performance. Mick, we got to call it a session here. Glad that we got to get Ben in there. Great session as always. This is I think one of everybody's favorite segments. Everybody loves you and the mustache, and it has been so long since you and I have been in the same room together. It's kind of annoying me.
Too long.
We got to get together and break some bread one of these days because I'm not drinking until the end of January, so we'll be breaking bread. That's
well, good for you. Keep that up. I know it's a challenge, but we should all be challenging ourselves in different ways and bettering ourselves. Awesome being on with you, Hoag. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Be ready, folks, for power players coming up here. Jack, Eddie, and Tyler. Mick, always a pleasure. Great to see you. Give your lovely wife and your baby a big kiss for me. Oh, and Riva, too. Don't forget to pet the dog for me, and we'll see you very soon. Hold on, folks. We got power players coming up here in just a moment. Blessings to you all.
Hello,
time
everybody.
for
Welcome. Yes, it
education.
is.
It's
Is there more of
sorry.
that?
There was a lot of it, but how you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing great, Eddie. We're joined today by Tyler, the ES trader, member of Team Topstep. Tyler, how's the day going for you so far?
Pretty good. I'm up on the day, so that's going for me. How about you guys?
I've been
I'm
restarting a car in a very cold garage.
You've been working on the car, the battery.
Been
Well,
working
it's
on the
so
car.
cold out.
It's frigid.
Yes, my car agreed.
Did you get it started?
I did. And I hyped in chat. The product that I'm most happy that I bought is this portable car jumper. It's like a battery that you can attach so you don't need another car to jump it. Best $60 I've spent.
Really? Yeah,
Those
usually I
things
find
are
those. I don't know. I've had problems with them, but glad you got your cart started. It's just way too cold here.
Yes. Well, y'all aren't here for car talk right now, so why don't we dive into the charts? And Tyler, let us know what you've been up to today so far.
Yeah, watching ES and at the open, I tried a few times to catch a short. Let's see if I can get my executions up here. So go down to the 1 minute and back up to around the open. So we had this level here. This purple line's just a 4-hour level. So I was really looking for a short off of this. I tried here, got stopped out, tried again, got stopped out. And then I caught one here. I got on 3 contracts here for a third attempt, which is really unusual for me because, usually if I fail twice, then a third time's pretty risky. But I don't know. We looked like we were holding it, and I caught that short, made a few bucks this morning, and then tried to short it again right here. It didn't work. I got stopped out. I took a small loss there. And then here I caught a couple of shorts that I was able to size into. I saw us reject here. These are some new day opening gaps above us here, as well as some other hourly levels. So when I saw us rejecting off of here, I waited for that pullback. I got in with 1 contract as we kind of held this this EMA cloud here. I added on some more size, and then I sold at the bottom here. So that was another good trade for me. And then a few more attempts throughout here. So I tried to go long, got stopped out, caught another short here. So I've just been kind of playing inside this range. I'm up 1,800 on the day. Actually, no, I'm at 1,800 on this combine. So for the day, I'm actually
Nice.
1553.
A little Cuervo there, 1800 Cuervo. I got some limes and some salt. I'll be over very shortly.
That's party.
So 1553 on the day. Okay, that's nice. I think you undersold that a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's a big day for me. So yeah, trying to manage my emotions and just hang on to the profit, really.
All right. Now, do you usually trade throughout the day, say in the 11 o'clock hour Central Time, or are you usually hands off around now?
It's rare that I would trade lunch. I think I just kind of got a little into over trading today, and it worked out for me, fortunately. But usually I find it best to stay out of lunch, especially in my other accounts, in my funded accounts. This is just a trading combine, so I'm a little more rigid in my funded accounts.
Absolutely. Coming a little bit to the low end. If you were here earlier, I believe it was Waller who got hawkish and knocked us off the highs we were pushing earlier quite a bit. I've heard in reading it that was not quite as hawkish as people put on. So we'll see how we react in the afternoon here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're inside a weekly order block for those that like ICT and his concepts. So this is kind of where we've been ranging inside of, and I'd really love to see us. I'd like to see some short action, honestly. I think that's where my bias came from with most of my positions today was this weekly order block.
So just because it's a little blurry for me, you're on weekly candles right now?
Yeah, this is a weekly time frame that I have on my charts right now.
Can you explain a little bit about what that value area sort of entails that you have up there?
You referring to the order block here that I have marked
Sorry,
out with this
order block. Had market
Yeah.
profile in my mind.
Yeah, so with this is it's referred to as a change in the state of delivery. So this was the last up close candle before we saw this big push down, and that's what you're going to hear referred to as the order block. It's typically that last up close candle. Sometimes it's a series of up close candles. If it's maybe one or two candles before a big drop, they'll include both those candles in the order block. I just have it marked out as this one singular on the weekly. And you can see, throughout last week and into this week, we've just kind of been playing inside here. So no real movement to the upside above this order block or down below it. And then here, if I zoom in, maybe we can get a better look at that on the hourly. Take off these session profile here.
Okay.
So, oops, we'll leave that one up. So here's the hourly, and we can really see kind of throughout last week and this week how we've just kind of been range bound inside that.
Sure. So on that, you're looking to kind of take the extremes of that.
Yeah. This is a bearish order block, meaning we pushed away from it to the downside on this weekly chart. So as we re-enter this order block, I'm really looking for shorts. I want to see us hold this and then move back down to the short side. So and the opposite if it was a bullish order block. So this one right here, you could call this a bullish order block on the weekly. And if we came down in here, I'd be looking for reversals to the upside.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks for laying that out for us here.
Yeah,
good detail, good explanation. It's something that I don't use, but it looks interesting. Tyler, I'll be watching.
A lot of people call them institutional candles. That's where you see those big expansions kind of come away from. And then, a lot of people hold to the idea that algorithms will refer back to that price later on and help people mitigate their other positions where they ended up on the wrong side of price.
Right.
Well, Eddie, I know you've had your eyes on the other markets today. We've been focusing a lot on the indices, obviously, because that's what people are trading, but might as well throw something out to the oil and gold.
Oil. Well, you know what? Real quick, I wanted to touch the S&P because we had a 48.15.75 high, and that was the volume point of control. It held off. It fought off. And now we are getting some sellers bringing it back all the way down here to possibly Friday's low. So I'm going to keep an eye on that with the S&Ps. The chart up there, there it is. So we did have that top here, 48.15.75. Once again, 48.15 quarter was the VPOC. As far as looking at gold, and it really wasn't doing much except for right about 15 minutes ago. When the sellers came in strong, but we're just sort of, I'm going to say, not seeing any to trade, but like I said before, sellers coming in strong here on gold. Over into crude, 19, that topped out at 73.56. That was a really quick hit. Long wicks, little smaller body, and that was earlier this morning at 7 o'clock. Taking a look here, seeing why it hit that high so quick and pulled back. Once again, we had the buyers down area 72 area, trying to get that market back. But once again, sellers coming in here, topping out 72.95 when we're pushing it right now. And right now, hands, because I'm not sure if these buyers will be strong enough again.
Thanks for that, Eddie. And thanks for the ES commentary. We are about 6 points away in the ES from the Friday low. As a reminder, once again, if you're just starting this week, Yesterday, I wouldn't put too much stock into yesterday. We were here, and it was very thin with the U.S. holidays. Several futures products were not open. It was an early close for the equity indices. Tyler, did you dabble in the holiday markets yesterday?
I did, and I was actually on the right side of things, but we got close to that 12 o'clock hour Central Time, and I just closed it for pretty much break even. And then it did end up going back in my direction, before we hit the hard stop on the day as far as time goes. But I didn't lose money, so I'm happy with that.
Second best sort of trading day there is.
Yep.
Micah in the chat asks, okay, got to ask the stupid question. What is ICT trading? Micah, there are no stupid questions. Well,
especially when it comes to ICT.
Exactly.
Yes. Well, there are stupid. I agree with Michael that there are stupid questions, but we just ignore those. Those are, can I eat a rock? We don't talk about those. That's a fine question, Micah. Tyler, you want to take it?
Yeah. If you're interested in learning more about ICT, I would recommend just hopping over to YouTube. If you type in ICT mentorship, then you're going to come up with loads of videos. Inner Circle Traders, I think his handle on YouTube. So he's got tons of content. I mean, if you watched every video from start to finish, I think it would take you years. And it really is just advanced technical analysis concepts. It can be as advanced as you want it to be. And I've kind of gone down the rabbit hole of ICT myself. And these days I kind of try to limit myself to what concepts I find valuable and easy to follow in my own trading. Because again, you can make it as technical or as advanced as you want. But it's more along the lines of scientific technical analysis. And it's very precise. So, a lot of traders really enjoy that about his concepts, is that you can limit your risk. And as long as you can kind of follow along with the different, what he calls PD arrays, or more simply areas of liquidity, as price reaches those or moves through them, then you can manage your position accordingly. So
okay,
I would recommend checking out his 2022 mentorship. I think that's kind of a solid foundation to begin with, but he has a lot of core concepts too. So as you're going through YouTube, definitely check those out as well.
And the chat can help me with this as well. I'm familiar with ICT just from being here and hearing a lot about it. But would you say that it's generally just a lot of the concepts that are similar to sort of other trading best practices or technical analysis things you would look at online, or is there something wildly different about the approach?
Good question. I think, yes, there's a lot of similarities to ICT and just general supply and demand. If you, for example, a breaker block, that's support turned to resistance or resistance turned to support. The breaker block in this example that we're looking at on my chart here, if we have this pulled up, this would be our breaker block. There we go. We'll do it on this candle because this is what set the low. And then now we're moving below this low. So if we get a big push below it, if you extend this breaker block out in time, if we get a push below this with volume and then come back up, you're going to see a lot of ICT traders take positions at this zone short. And that's going to mirror typical supply and demand strategies that you find online. But another thing that I think ICT adds into the mix on top of just more retail concepts that you find on YouTube is the idea of liquidity. So we're going to seek out liquidity. If you're an ICT trader, that's really what you're focused on, is what type of liquidity price is seeking out in that moment. And once it gets there, you're looking at the reaction and seeing if we're going to continue to take out additional levels of liquidity above, in the example of a long, or if we're going to reverse and see price seek out some area of liquidity to the downside.
And those areas are based, when you say seeking liquidity in that, those are based on past price movement and volume or something like that. It's not like we'll also see liquidity in the dome. In this case, it's based on past technical analysis, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So old highs and lows and old imbalances. So highs and lows and imbalances are the different PD arrays that he talks about in his content. Premium discount arrays. That's what PD array stands for. So yeah, it can, like I said, it can get really technical, but it does mirror a lot of retail concepts quite well. And if you can kind of piece all that together in generalities, that's kind of how I trade. I like for all those things to kind of line up, and I can then get a look at what other people are seeing and how they're interpreting price, and then I can use that to help formulate my trade ideas.
Tyler, I got a question too. Now, if things aren't lining up the way you want them with this strategy, you got a backup strategy, or do you just sort of turn things off?
Yeah, that's a great question. And what I'm doing these days is I'm trying to find the strong trend, and I'm trying to stay in that trend and add to my winners. And if we start to look like that trend is weakening, then I'll go ahead and take the position off. I really want to capitalize on the big moves, the fast moves in the market, and the strong trends. And that's what I think is going to help me cut my losers early and really add to my winners this next year. That's something that I'm focused on and want to get better at for sure.
Of course, we all want to get better any way we can. And, that was one thing I've learned over the years is, it really depends on your mindset for the day, your focus. Before you start switching gears to another strategy to see to fit the market. Now, you got your game plan, you got your checklist, you got your journal in front of you. And sometimes if that market just isn't giving me what I want, I'm sort of like the 3-strike trader. If I've got 3 trades that aren't winners, I'm not going to force the issue. I'm going to sort of throw the towel in and save my boxer for another fight, if you want to put it that way. But sometimes, you've just got that itch and that voice telling you, you know what, you see what's going on correctly. A couple of these trades aren't working right. Why don't you try approaching the market in a different view or a different aspect? And, far and few, but sometimes that does work for me. But I'm always keeping my daily loss limit, intact. I'm not moving it. I'm not changing it. But I will always keep that as a reminder that, hey, you are not seeing anything good today. Done for the day. And, it's when I hit that DLL, it's not an option. It's not a choice. It's a shut off. It's a complete walk away.
Uh-oh. That's a good way to do it, Eddie.
Yeah. Discipline above all else.
All right. I got a few things to hit real quick before we round up some economic news. First off, don't be asking about it in the chat, but I believe that there is not a fire drill. What's it called now? We have a bell to bell club coming up
B2B.
At some point. Not today, B2B. Also on Top Quiz today, Bonnie will be hosting and asking me questions I haven't seen. So we'll see if I am actually good at that or if I am a false prophet, as it were.
We're testing you, Jack?
Bonnie is. I think Bonnie and Danielle made the questions, but we'll see if I'm a black swan or nothing. So we'll see if I'm still at Top Step after that. And lastly, I wanted to do something the chat can help out with. If you have any, I was interested with this, if you have any free resources out there that you have found helpful learning to trade, if you could share those in the chat, maybe we could write a few down because I'd be interested to see what those are. And with that, we got a few quick news stories to hit, Eddie.
Okay. We're just going to put those in chat?
Do we want to send a form or something? We might have to do it later if we do that.
Okay. All right. Just checking.
All right. So, yeah, really quick, I want to hit on a couple things with the economic numbers real quick. First of all, Eddie, are you familiar with the misery rate?
I'm familiar with misery.
And have a somewhat understanding of rates.
Yes. But what do you got for us, Jack? Explain this.
So the misery rate is an economic indicator that equals the unemployment rate plus the CPI year over year, as a rough translation of misery. Maybe a little bit dramatic, but if inflation and unemployment are high, that's no good. We are seeing a pretty steep improvement at the beginning of this year. When you add the unemployment rate to the CPI, obviously unemployment has remained low and pretty constant. The CPI has been coming down, but like all economic indicators, there have been recessions when this has been lower than usual, so unclear what's happening next. And I wanted to point out the super weird number that came out this morning. You maybe heard Hoag talking about Empire State Manufacturing. I don't think that I've ever seen a miss like this before. When they were expecting -5 and it came out -43.7, makes me think that there might be something. I don't want to use wrong, too strong a word with the methodology, but the super interesting thing is with that incredibly low number, if you look out 6 months about the same people, that sentiment is improving actually. So remains to be seen here. Hopefully, the last time it was this low was the beginning of the pandemic, so we don't want any of that. And lastly, this is a fun stat as Bill Belichick is interviewing for the Falcons. This is from 6 years ago. Robert, our resident Patriots fan, wanted it. Tom Brady made it to the AFC Championship 12 out of 16 years, which is higher than Blake Bortles' career completion percentage. So, Patriots fans, you had a bad year this year, but shut the hell up, please. You don't know pain like we do.
To us when we had the Bulls back in the 90s. You know, out of 7 years, 6 championships. That's why we probably never see another championship for another 100 years.
Yeah, we did get the 3 Hawks. What I regret about the Bulls is I was too young to really fully appreciate them.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I love that.
Yeah. I think I was...
That was good stuff.
I was 10 years old or 11 in 1998.
Legos, right? Legos and Hot Wheels?
Yeah. That was my whole thing.
Yeah, Legos and Hot Wheels. But you know what? You sort of tip some people off, Jack, regarding the bell to bell. Everybody got excited. What? It's now? No, it's not now. But we're not going to tell you when. Well, we're not going to sort of say at this time, at this date. You've got to tune in. All right. You got to be here all day. Sign up for the form when it's shared. Okay. And we're not talking when we're going to give it to you. So we're going to have, if you're new to this, there's multiple forms throughout the day. And you'll have 5 minutes to add your name to the form. We did this last week. Not sure how many we're going to have this week. It could be any number, okay? And you got to add your name to all the forms that are shared in order to claim the free reset. So we will sort of tease you, if I want to say tease. We'll let you know about it. But no, there is not one right now. So chill and let's focus. What else you got, Jack?
Well, we could take a look back to the markets real quick. We do have one more story that you shared, but we'll tease that for a few more minutes.
S&P's taking a diver here.
Friday lows.
Yeah, Friday lows. We talked about that just a little while ago. Seems like sellers are pretty much strong here. Looking at the dome, doesn't have really much help there. There's still about 700 at that 48 even level. Now that happened earlier today, and we were watching it on Fast Market. Traded. I was watching at time and sales, and it looked like they just sort of canceled it. I think maybe as it was getting hit. I mean, it's a pretty big number in there. 48 even Right now, there's about 635, but that was one of the highlights here that I was watching. I think we did that in the Nasdaq too. There's a larger number, so keeping an eye on that.
You know, that's one of the things that I saw. I'm not a bookmap user, but I've definitely been tempted to try their product. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of people glean off of that is those orders that are only there for just a second, those ghost orders, and then they later come off the dome. A lot of the times you can see that past liquidity and where they take that order off on the book map, which I think is really cool. As then you come back to that level, you can anticipate it not to hold if that liquidity no longer exists there. So that's something that I've thought about trying out this year.
I just sort of moved the dome over so we can see it a little better. I want to go back to my screen here. You can see it right there. 634.48 even. And this is the dome here. And I'm using Topstep X. I want to get a center on here. So this is what I'm watching here. And that's some of the size on the offers that we are seeing. So offers bids here. And keeping an eye on that. But until we get there, I'll keep an eye out, make sure that if we are getting close to it, I will remind you. But let's take a look here at our other markets real quick, see if we got any juice on the bone.
And you'll have to show Eddie how many layers of levels of level 2 data you have in there in the ladder.
There's a lot. Well, one thing too is one of the things when I was trading gold only has a few here. Now this isn't it's not updating here for me, but we'll get back to that when we do it. But I'm going to put that back over here and keep an eye here on our gold here towards the bottom, looking very, very close to hitting another low here. We hit that low about a half an hour ago in the gold here, 2029.20. Last low here, 2028.5. So, the question is are these sellers strong here? And it looks like they've sort of been the leaders here. We earlier today, once again around that 7:30 area, markets took a jump to the top side, but it took a little while before the sellers sort of corralled the market again. And as you can see, we're sitting bottom once again.
NASDAQ still sitting about 50 points above the Friday low. Going back to ES here.
If we can come up to, I've got my limit order set at 47.93 1/4. If we can tap that, I'll be down, or I'll be short one contract.
All right. What was that number again?
47.93 1/4.
Okay, let's take a look here. Okay.
We marked out that.
Let me ask you, what's the reason behind the madness there? Do you see something that is lining up for you to enter that order?
Yeah. So to your point from earlier, kind of backup strategies and things that I'm trying to lean on in addition to my ICT concepts. These EMA clouds, I really like those because it helps me get a bird's eye view of who's in control. On the 15-minute, we had this breaker here that I marked out just a moment ago. We've moved below it. It's showing that we might be heading for a reversal on the 15-minute. So I've got this change in color as I think this is the 5 and the 12, and 8 and 9 cloud in the center of that. So as the 12 crosses below the 5, now we go from green to red, and that's on the 15-minute time frame. On the lower time frames, we're lining up with that in the same price action. So I did get filled as we came back to this EMA. I've got my stop above this high. If we're going to come up and take out this stop, then we're not holding the strong trend that I want. So if we do get some volume and we push away from that breaker, that's really what I'm hoping for. I think I've got a decent entry right here as we come back up and retest this zone. And I think that that's a great place for my stop as well. If it tags my stop, then, I'll have to go back to the drawing board and see what price does and how I can piggyback.
All right,
It's- you-
Tyler
you
Short,
gotta have a backup.
47.93 quarter.
47.93. All right. Yeah, I always have that backup plan. It's good to have that. Keep the mindset clear. Keep the focus in line.
Yeah.
And
With
most
the
of all,
IC
stay positive.
you can really give yourself analysis paralysis with his encyclopedia of technical analysis concepts. So the EMA clouds really cut through that for me and allow me to kind of just get a bird's eye view, like I said, of the price really quick and where I might find good entries and where I might find good places to set my stop. And if we continue in that trend, then I'm going to try to add to those positions and size down on my stop loss, kind of tighten that up as much as I can as I add on size.
How was last week's trading? How'd you end up last week? Coming out of last week, it was a tough week.
Last week was tough for me. I don't know that I traded a whole bunch. It was in this combine. I had it up decent, and I started strategy hopping a little bit, and I gave back some of my profits. So I think right now, with me being at this 1,700, 1,800 mark, I'm about break even. As far as drawdown goes, I'm coming out of the drawdown that I put myself in last week. But yeah, it was a tough week for sure.
Okay. Yeah, it was a tough week for everybody.
But we're really just now coming into the second half of January. So from your experience, Eddie, isn't this about the time where the markets really start to pick back up after this second week coming into the third?
Well, the second, usually you can call it by if you got kids and they're staying home. Usually if you got the kids home, excuse me, that second week in January was the pickup. And I think we're seeing more volume, more opportunity. And as we start moving in January, February, March, obviously, you're going to see it. You're going to see it pick up. And the thing is, too, we're all sort of sitting back waiting for these Fed heads.
Mm-hmm.
The Fed meeting, I think that's the big kicker, is we're all looking up to that. And that's going to be a huge day. See if they can pull that back, pull those rates back a bit. Even my wife doesn't trade, but she knows about these rates. She knows about the Fed, and she's like, "What are these guys doing?" So I think a lot of people are just waiting for this to pull back. Hopefully for everybody.
Yeah.
Reminder that expectations of rates being lower a year from now, the Fed, are at all-time highs. I think I saw that this morning, that never has there been a point where a larger percentage of the people surveyed for sentiment said that rates would be lower out in the future, which includes, COVID, a ton of recessions, the Great Recession. So we're really baked into the rates being lower. So that's the big story of the year.
Right. One of the comments coming from Waller, which was like, come on, man. Come on, man. He said, once the Fed decide to cut, we can take our time with the pace. So, next time, if next time you guys, any pizza delivery guys out there, and you get your ticket and it says Waller, large pepperoni, take your time. All right. No rush. Pizza will get there. Just take your time. See how he likes it.
Yeah, they're always playing a delicate game with that. Obviously, Powell can't come out and say, I'm cutting this down, free money, everyone. We're doing it. Stocks to the moon.
Oh, yeah. To the moon.
They always got a jawbone a little bit.
Well, I mean, Waller this morning was sort of talking out of both sides of his mouth. He said that, we'll take our time. But then earlier, when I was reading it, he did say that I think we need to move rates down faster, and we can. It's like, man, you're just confusing the hell out of everybody. So, I mean, it's what he said. Maybe he had a rotten Pop-Tart for breakfast. I don't know. Maybe he didn't have breakfast, but he was speaking out of both sides of his mouth. Really confused the hell out of me. What's your take?
Dowsing rods, chicken bones. They're just trying to get this right, trying to steer that ship. We're still hanging around 94 3/4 in the ES. Not taking a ton of heat there, Tyler.
No, that's why I switched to ES too. I traded NASDAQ all of last year, and I think I just caused myself more emotional damage than I than I needed to. So now I'm on ES exclusively. I'm going to try that out this year and see how I like it more than the NQ. I've never really committed to exclusively trading the ES before, so I'm excited to see how it works out.
As Hoag has stated before, it's better for your blood pressure.
Yeah.
Better for general anxiety levels.
Yeah.
You know, Tyler, I did the same thing. You know, I was trading NASDAQ there. I think a lot of us were trading crude at one point. And this is when we were on the trading floor doing the broadcast years back. And we had come down from $100 a barrel. And we were coming down very quick. Each day, we'd be coming lower and lower and lower. And then all of a sudden, I mean, it was an exciting trade. You know, everybody was sort of on the same boat. We were all on the same bus, all taking shorts, at least those that when we were doing the squawk radio. But then all of a sudden it like hit a wall and volume stopped, liquidity stopped. The action in the crude sort of just died out. And we were like, well, you know, what do we want to trade now? And when you've got that sort of built in, you know, I've built in, I like fast markets. I like trading the volatility. I like seeing it move. You can't trade something that's sort of dormant. So we started to trade NASDAQ. A lot of the guys and girls that were trading crude said, hey, let's give it a try. And they all fell in pretty good with it. And they started to trade NASDAQ. And, you know, I myself was like, okay, you know, I'll try that too. But, you know, at some point, I don't remember when, but it got to the point where it was like, you know what, this is just way too fast, at least for me, you know, at least for me. So Deutsche Bank, I was trading RBC money in the S&Ps when I was at First Chicago. And
speaking of S&Ps, real quick, Eddie, we got 725 contracts at the big fat round number, if you prefer not to use lewd language. So that's sitting up there.
S&Ps?
S&Ps.
Yes. Yeah, we're talking about that. There it is, 48 even again. Okay. But you know, I've got myself down to ES, and I'm happy where I am. Trading ES, trading gold. You know, that's my wheelhouse.
Yeah, NQ. You know, I'm a lot more comfortable with letting my stops get hit on ES. I feel like, because on NQ, you know, sometimes it just needs liquidity, so it's going to come and take your stop, and then it's going to move in your direction, and that's so frustrating to me. ES is a little slower, and if my stop gets hit, you know, I feel a lot more comfortable leaving it there, not moving it around, and sticking to my plan.
Stick to your plan.
All right. Well, that's a good closing thought there, Tyler. We got to take a quick break right now because we're going to Top Quiz. We're going to see if I can walk the walk, or I'm just always talking the talk with the quiz. Bonnie is going to be my inquisitor, so stick around. It's going to be fun. Tyler, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks, Tyler.
Of course. We'll be right back with the quiz. Stay safe, everybody, and see you in a few.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am your host today, Bonnie, and thank you for joining us, Jack.
It's a pleasure to be here. The roles have been reversed, but I'll rattle off the rules real quick. If this is your first time, join the quiz by clicking that link or by going to koot.it and entering that code. Only enter once. Remember to answer the questions on your screen because we are 6 seconds behind. If you get 3 or 4 right, we will do a raffle for 30 free resets. We will also give 3 to the people to finish first, second, and third. And we'll get started in a few seconds here. But Bonnie, I'll let you take it because you're the host.
Are you ready for the questions today?
I don't know. Can you explain where these questions came from?
They're random questions. They're just more like fun facts. There's no trading questions, so sorry for those of you who wanted more trading questions. But they're fun, so be nice.
This should be good. And we have sent out the emails for past winners from last week. If you did not get one, there's some reason why the email did not arrive in your box. Reach out to support. They will help you out because they were sent. All right, Bonnie. You're controlling this.
Are you ready?
Yeah, give them a few second warning and we'll get started with this.
Okay. Well, we're going to start this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kahoot! Did I do it right?
Yes, that's how you do it. Oh, this is interesting being on the other side.
First question, what decade did R&B originate? 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, or 1970s?
Okay, it's going to be 40s or 50s. I'm going to go with 1940s.
You got it. Are you a big R&B fan?
Not huge, but I figured that was when blues was from around, so they probably had rhythm too.
I love R&B. That's like probably my
Nice.
favorite genre.
You can. Let's see who we got up here.
All right. Fatty, Coach Dakota. ICT is good. Okay.
Bratwurst. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Ready for the second question?
Here it comes. Oh, we have the Topstep ad over. I knew this would
Who was
happen.
the first Disney princess? The Little Mermaid, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, or Snow White?
I think I know the answer to this one. I think that it is Snow White. No, Sleeping Beauty, isn't it?
You got it right.
What's
your favorite Disney movie?
My favorite Disney animated movie is probably Beauty and the Beast was my favorite of them. What about you?
I like Pocahontas. That's my favorite.
Pocahontas is good too.
Yeah, Pocahontas.
That was the golden time then.
I wanted to look like Pocahontas as a kid.
All right.
You can see my hair now. Ready for the next question?
We'll see the leaderboard first when you hit that. Let's see what we got. Surprise our traders, 626. You knew that. Old Man Puffin.
Old Man Puffin. Eric Sean. Henry and Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso is one of my favorite shows. I haven't finished it.
That's a solid one. All right. Let's give me that Pitbull bobblehead.
Next question. How old was the world's oldest dog? 15, 21, 26, or 31?
So I have met a 22-year-old dog. I'm going to say that the answer is 31.
Man, you're on fire today. So the fun fact is it was a Portuguese canine dog, and he passed away last year in 2023.
Oh, damn.
I thought that was
he was nearly as old as I am.
Yeah, prior to this dog, I think the oldest dog was 29. So it was new record.
That is a record that may last for quite some time.
Yeah.
Eric Sean knew it.
Let's look at Tick and Kick staying on the scoreboard. That Tasso, Shane Hacks, and Keen F. Ready for the last
we got one more question left. Let's do it. I got to take on Black Swan here.
What is the capital city of Taiwan? Taichung, New Taipei City, Taipei, or Kaohsiung?
So I figured it was Taipei, but I could be wrong on that. I'm going to go with Taipei.
Wow, Jack. You went 4-4.
King Kong ain't got shit on me, Bonnie.
Good job. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for the questions, Bonnie and Danielle. That was a good quiz. And Shan Hacks, Eric Sean, and Tick and Kick.
Good job.
You three will be getting these sets, and then we'll raffle off if you got 3 or 4 to 30 people beyond that. But Bonnie, thank you so much. I think tomorrow, we're doing this all this week. I'm going to be a hot seat. I think Alyssa's going to get me tomorrow, and then Danielle and Hecker. So got to eat my Wheaties. And since you're the host, Bonnie, you want to sign us off?
Yes, I'm trying to think of all the Jack vocabularies that you say. Wow.
Please don't.
Thank you everyone for joining. Please stick around for group coaching next, coming up with Hoag.
It is with Hoag. And then at 1, we got Deanna joining us, and then we're closing it out with Power Hour.
Nice.
Well, thanks a bunch for interrogating me, Bonnie. We'll be back right after the break. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2024. My name is John Hoagland, Senior Performance Coach here at Topstep. I've got, in February, 41 years of industry experience, 32 as an active trader. Since 2011, I've been with Topstep and hopefully helped you increase your knowledge of futures and hopefully increase your performance. We're going to jump right into the CFTC disclaimer. It says that there is considerable risk in Forex and futures. Futures is what we focus on here, of course. Because these are leveraged products, because they are leveraged products, we can actually lose more than our initial investment, and we should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me, risk capital is money that you can afford to lose. Topstep, we're going to put that risk capital up for you. You will not have to do so upon succeeding in the trading combine. Let's jump into the questions now. I'm going to take this down so we can at least watch the charts and keep an eye on what's going on. Oh, hang on a second here. I just did that. Hang on. I keep doing that. I don't know why. All right. So we've got
Oh.
Yes. I got to introduce my good friend, JD. I apologize, JD. I'm a little tardy on that. How are you this morning?
Good. I almost introduced myself as Patrick Whelan, but I'll never make that mistake again. Don't worry.
don't do that.
Thanks for having me, Hoag.
Oh, thanks for being here, man.
To dive right into it? These first two questions. Thanks again to everybody for submitting your questions. We put that form in the chat earlier today. Hopefully we get to all of them. There's quite a few that came in this morning. So, well, it is now early afternoon, but hopefully we get to them all. If not, we'll try and squeeze a few in tomorrow, and we
can always go into a lightning zone trade question answer type thing, whatever you want to call it.
For sure. Sounds good. Well, these first two questions are pretty relevant to today's price action. To start off, pre-open during the opening call this morning, we were talking a little bit about gap rules because it looked like the S&P and the NASDAQ were opening with a gap lower, which they actually did, and we came back to fill those gaps. But Noah would like to know if you could please explain your gap rules and maybe some pointers on the best way to maneuver through a gap opening.
Okay. So general gap rules are, if the market opens outside of the previous day's range, which we sort of did today because yesterday was a very small range. There was very little volume and it was a holiday day. So technically you could say that we opened outside of yesterday's regular trading hour range. The opening bar here, the open was at 48.02 even. The low from yesterday was 48.02 quarter. Where was the open here? 48.02 even. Is that right? It doesn't. Oh yeah, I guess it is. So, anyways, we kind of opened. First off, when we have a holiday on Monday, it freaks me out because it's not a settlement day. So yesterday's settlement and the current settlement that we're focusing on is the settlement from Friday, because yesterday was not a settlement day. There's such little volume involved that I don't really consider opening with a gap on a day after a holiday. I'm focusing more on where we open in with regards to the previous day, which was Friday. Friday, we opened inside range and inside value. Now, if that's the rule I'm going to go with, then I should probably try and stay patient from opening inside range and inside value and look for opportunities as the day goes on, focusing on the extremes of the initial balance or any failed auctions on either side of the initial balance. So today, we opened in the range from Friday. a little bit below the range from yesterday. So if I could have set up a little bit better for this question, I could show you with a little probably greater opportunity to kind of show you what happens. Sometimes there's nothing that happens exactly the same way twice. So back to the basic rules of opening with a gap. Opening outside of the previous day's range gives you some sort of early reference as the market is at, let's say the market opens below the previous day's range. The market is offering an opportunity to show potential acceptance of price at lower levels. If price never comes up and to close the gap or show signs of reacceptance of the previous day's range, the opportunities might be, and I say might be because there's no guarantees, because nothing ever happens exactly the same way twice in futures trading. It's just the way it is. So you open with a gap. If you can't close that gap relatively early, that's indicating that price is likely to be accepted at lower pricing, and we don't know how far that lower pricing will venture before finding buyers or running out of sellers, as the case may be. So opening outside of a previous day's range, the inability to close that gap indicates potential or acceptance of pricing at lower levels. We look for opportunities for a continuation in that direction. Opening in a range indicates little change of perception of value. Now, again, that depends greatly on context of the greater market, but that tells me that, well, I may actually be able to find better trade locations as the day goes on, maybe after the initial balance is established, which is, again, the first hour of trade. And then I can, look for, again, opportunities as the day goes on. If we were focusing on Friday's range, which was down here, approximately 47.73 to the high, which was approximately 48.32.5, we opened in the middle of it right here. So this would have said, okay, well, we're not opening with a gap from Friday. We did open with a slight gap from Monday, which I don't really view as important information, unless, of course, it proves to be important information. Sometimes, like more obscure information can end up being really important in the longer time, in the day time frame. So it kind of confuses the idea because of the holiday yesterday as to whether or not we truly opened with a gap or not. We opened with a gap. When we closed the gap, that took some of the potential downside power away from acceptance of lower pricing based on the range from yesterday. The range from yesterday, again, very low volume. Nobody was really here. It was a very small range. And wait a minute, let me see this here. 8:30. Regular trading hours. This is not presenting as oh yeah, I guess it is. Oh, okay. So yesterday's range, was very small in comparison to previous days. I see. This is what holiday charts do to me, is because there's information from yesterday that may or may not be impactful, but the more impactful information would be from here. Hang on one second. Let me take a look. I think there was an opportunity for us to see this in crude oil. Let me see. Okay. All right. So this was the high of the range on Thursday in crude oil. The market opened outside of the range in crude oil. Did the market close the gap relatively early? It did. It traded to close the gap to the previous day's range in the first 30 minutes of the day. Okay. So there is your first potential sign for possible rejection of higher pricing, is that it closed the gap. It then rejected the range from Thursday on Friday, pushed higher, couldn't take out the overnight high, and then finally came back into value and inside the range from yesterday. So that initial close of the gap eventually throughout the day proved to be eventual rejection of pricing at higher levels, coming back into range, reaccepting inside of value, brings the value area special situation play in to the probability. It took, one 30-minute bar to close below the value high, which on this chart is showing 73.75. Took one 30-minute bar, and it never went back above that value high from the previous day. And eventually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2.5 hours later, the market traded basically to fill the value area special situation play. So this is a gap fill failure to accept prices above the previous day's range. If we dig far enough, I'm sure we'll find an opportunity where, well, here's one. So this was a previous day's range. This was Friday, the 5th of January. This purple line here, this purple box, represents the gap between the regular trading hour session that Friday and the regular trading hour session open on Monday. There was a very little probability of price being able to close the gap to the previous day, to Friday's low. So the market really just kind of hung around down here, showing potential acceptance of lower pricing, but eventually rejecting it the night before, because this gap on a daily chart, you might look at that gap as a, what are they calling it, ICT, a fair value gap, right? And then, eventually this gap did get filled, and that put us into a largely range bound opportunity. I hope that helps. And I will do my best to kind of write down this question and show over time some really good examples of, opening outside of a previous day's range and finding continuation in that direction, as well as opening, inside the range and then finding opportunities inside that range. I think today was a pretty good example of finding good opportunities inside the range from Friday in the S&Ps. Great question, an important question, and one that I'm going to be kind of hawking for opportunities to take some screenshots and show, what a gap and go looks like, or what a gap and fail looks like. And it's so important to remember that the same exact thing never happens twice. These are, of course, general rules, and, general rules that I hope you're going to be able to adopt and to improve your performance eventually. But I'll be keeping an eye out for like gap and go opportunities, gap and fail opportunities. A lot of the gap and go and gap and fail are going to be like closer to longer time frame, important levels of inflection, some longer time frame support and resistance levels, whatever they are. Maybe they're weekly kickoff levels, maybe they're previous points of control. All those things all come into it. So, gap and go is not just about, gap and go in the daytime frame. There's usually something with a longer time frame involved in that. Like if we were to gap open on tomorrow above the weekly kickoff high in NASDAQ, and that creates that day-to-day gap, and we can't close that gap, I would certainly be looking for a gap and go in that regard. But we'll keep an eye out, and I'll see if I can't just kind of keep track and take some screenshots of good gap and go opportunities and some gap and fail opportunities. Great question. Because of the holiday yesterday, it screws things up for me a little bit, and I don't want to cause more confusion because of that, but I'll keep an eye out for opportunities to show you good examples moving forward. Thanks again for the question.
Excellent. We're all looking forward to that. Thank you for the question, Noah. Quick follow-up question. You mentioned in that example of the crude oil that the gap was filled in the first 30 minutes of regular trading hours trading. Would you consider that a timely gap fill? What would be the sort of the parameters for a timely gap fill, in your opinion?
Okay. Another great and important question. it's like everything as far as acceptance or rejection in price levels. It is a very subjective thing. A gap close within the first 30 minutes of the session, I would call a relatively quick gap close. So, even if it happens, in the first hour or hour and a half, sometimes it depends again on the context and the situation. But you could consider, something that happens that early in the day, as far as a gap close is concerned, as potential rejection. The later it happens, the I'm just trying to think of how to word this. If there's a quick return back to the previous day's range, it seems to me, because sometimes that can really be a support level, like it's going to go check that level and then rally from there. And I don't have any specific statistics as to how often that's going to happen, but I think the earlier the market goes back to check the previous day's range, the less the likelihood of a continuation move to the upside. It doesn't mean that it can't or won't happen from time to time, but I think it just kind of increases the probability of eventual failure of acceptance in the event of a gap higher and a quick gap close. Sometimes that might give us some sort of hint as to rejection of pricing at higher levels. It doesn't mean that that's where you just have to jump in, close your eyes, and hope or pray. Like, what is it? Point, click, and pray, PCP, Deanna's thing there. That's not one of those things. You've got to be, smart about it. You got to, think, okay, well, we tested the gap high. We tested the yesterday's high, but we didn't really show any signs of acceptance there. If that's the case, I'm probably, going to be looking for better trade locations for potential shorts to go back into range and back into value than just barreling into it. All right. There's a million ways to skin a cat, and I forget where I'm at now. Sorry.
We all got lost in Hoag's stream of conscious there. But yeah, that's a great point. You're listening to 41 years of trading experience here, so I hope you guys took something out of that for sure. Our next question is also significant to some of the price action we saw this morning. We were watching the NASDAQ earlier today, and we got a nice pullback off of your weekly kickoff high in the NQ up there at 17,022, put in a high at 33, tested it by just 10 points, and we got a decent pullback. And then we had multiple questions coming in about how you actually determine what your weekly kickoff levels are. Now, if I can, before we even start this one, we get this question quite a bit, and the answer is becoming a little bit redundant. So I'm going to suggest that today we answer it for maybe the last time. We're going to clip the short. We're going to put a little video together for you. And this will be the last time, possibly, that we answer this question on group coaching. But one more time, Hoag, how do you determine your weekly kickoff levels?
Okay, so the weekly kickoff levels are not meant to envelop a range of a specific amount of time. And they are levels that I calculate usually at the end of the day on Friday or Saturday morning, where I go back into the long time frame charts, the monthly, the weekly, the daily, and I just look at important levels, things that stick out to me in those longer time frame charts, and then I go into the shorter time frame charts, the 4 hour and the 1 hour chart, and I look at levels that look important to me there, sitting in the seat of a longer time frame trader. So these weekly kickoff levels are meant to show areas through my studies where longer time frame traders are likely to be forced to or decide to or want to adjust inventories. It's the longer, bigger time frame traders that actually move price in these markets. And if I can kind of get an idea of levels that they're deeming important or are going to push them into adjusting inventories, those are going to be my weekly kickoff levels. Sometimes they're good. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes the way the market moves in and around them indicates a lack of decision making from the longer time frame, as much as sometimes it shows a decision making according to the longest time frame. Now, how do I come up with these levels? It is based in technical analysis. It is based in sometimes moved measured moves. They're always, a big part of them are based in the market profiles, where naked points of control are, where weak highs, where weak lows are. And like somebody already mentioned, I add a little bit of chicken bones and tea leaves into that. And, that's where I come up with these weekly kickoff levels. And again, these are unknowns. I don't know for sure that the longer time frame is going to make any kind of adjustment, or they're going to decide not to at these levels. So like we saw this morning in the NASDAQ, we saw the weekly kickoff level get penetrated and fail. The next move was right back to that level, and it failed off of that level after hanging there for 2 hours. Now, is that going to be the high for the rest of the session, week, month, anything like that? I have no idea. The reason I like the weekly kickoff levels is because even if you got stopped out on the first move through it, you got another opportunity. And you basically, if you sold it right on that level, 17,022, you basically had no risk on the retest back up to it. So I like them because they can help me limit risk. I mean, what did we go through it here? We went through it 33. So we went 11 points through it, 11 points in the NASDAQ. Is that a big stop? No, not really. So you had a couple of opportunities up near there, and then the market came off very nicely from that high. Now, we're probably going to use this as a clip, but we had RIPS on today, and he was saying, it looks like there's some pretty substantial selling coming in up at these levels. And that's when I said, well, that's the weekly kickoff high. Those sellers are there's a higher probability because of the proximity of them to the weekly kickoff high, that those are longer time frame traders, and they capped off that market. Probably got some shorter time frame traders, laggard longs long up there, and it was those laggard longs that started to move the market lower initially. We don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the day, but the weekly kickoff levels are technical analysis, measured moves, in information from the market profiles, and chicken bones and tea leaves. If Rooster's here, I know he doesn't like when I say chicken bones, so we'll say turkey bones. Okay, so there's nothing guaranteed in them. There's nothing that I can promise. They're just levels that make sense to me. If I'm sitting in the seat of a bigger, longer time frame traders, of a bigger, long time frame trader, that look like levels where if I'm going to adjust inventory, and most of our big long-term traders, bankers, funds, they're not outright long or short the S&Ps. They're hedged across many different asset classes and in areas that we don't even know about. But when price gets to a certain level, if they have to adjust, that's what I look for in weekly kickoff levels. And it pleases me when, there's opportunity, as there was today off of one, and it should become relatively obvious if they're not going to adjust, because sometimes those levels just become magnetic. Price just kind of centers around them and chops everybody up before there's any decision making around them. So, they can be repulsive. Ew. Or they can be magnetic. Yeah, I like it here. So, that's basically how they're established. Could I teach somebody else to do it? I don't know. I don't think so. A lot of it is just experience and watching levels for years, and that makes me happy when people find a good opportunity off them. So that's why we put them out there. And again, no guarantees. I'm not suggesting you deal with them or trade them at all. But you might see, like today in the NASDAQ, it was a pretty decent opportunity. Once we failed to hold above that, came back and retested it, couldn't get it back above it, and then we saw the market come off. 100 points, 120 points, something like that. So it's pretty good. Pretty good. I hope you all make a lot of money with them.
So do I. I hope everybody makes money off of them. We got a follow-up question. In terms of rejection, you mentioned just a few minutes ago about price hovering around a weekly kickoff level for a prolonged amount of time, maybe an hour to 2 hours. How would you explain the nuance between prolonged rejection, immediate rejection, and then possibly rejection, retest, and rejection again? Does that question make sense? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as it relates to the weekly kickoff levels, I mean, I know that there are folks that have been part of the market prep, and now with TopstepTV, there have been numerous examples where price absolutely barrels right at a weekly kickoff level, stops on a dime, and turns around and goes the other way. I mean, that would be best case scenario for somebody who is going to play them, right? They don't happen that often. I could start taking some screenshots of, when it becomes magnetic, when it takes time for longer time frame traders to make any kind of a decision. There are lots of factors to that as well. If we're coming into the FOMC and we reach a weekly kickoff level on Monday, well, I think there's probably a higher ability of that weekly kickoff level becoming magnetic, because the longer time frame traders are more interested in making sure that they're hedged evenly, so they're protecting themselves against anything that happens on the FOMC day. So that, I think, would be probably a greater probability of a weekly kickoff level becoming magnetic. And we've seen it happen before. I don't have screenshots. I should probably start taking screenshots of all of this stuff so we can have examples of it. But everything again is based off of context. What are we facing moving forward? The weekly kickoff levels are sometimes close to kind of more obvious support and resistance levels. Sometimes they're not so much. If there's a weekly kickoff level that's close to a more well-known support or resistance level, maybe it's a trend line, maybe it's something like that, then a lot of people are going to see those, and the longer time frame knows that they may hold themselves off a little bit to adjust inventory, because sometimes the shorter time frame traders that get stuck in there can create better trade locations for them. What we saw today in the NASDAQ, which is on the screen right now, was a move to weekly kickoff high. I did not move this weekly kickoff high from last week because we rejected it. We rejected it. We rejected it. We rejected it. We rejected it again today. The market is proving to be too expensive there over and over again. We looked through it. We failed. We came back to it. This was probably the best opportunity for us to come back to get to this level and to look for an opportunity for the short, because we've already established that it was rejected once. We can risk 15 points if we get on it right there. If we take out the high, that might be an indication of acceptance of price above it, but it didn't happen. What happened was we got a return to it, a test of it, and a nice pullback off of it. For me to be thinking about shorts in a market that has been bought on every break for the last, I don't know how long. And I said that something like that on the market prep today. I'm like, okay, to be looking for shorts seems to be, contrary to the bigger picture. But it is until it isn't. There's three basic ways. It's going to go right through it, find support on its way back to it, go whoop, and then come back to it, find support. It's going to get to it and reject right away, or it's going to meander, become a little bit magnetic before any decision is made. And all of them are going to look similar, but none of them will be exactly the same ever. So one of the things about markets is you're going to see similar situations, but you're never going to see the exact situation play out exactly the same way twice. There's always something.
Excellent point.
Exhausted.
The snow will fall, but there are no
Yep.
two snowflakes the same, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks for the questions. These next two, we're gonna combine a few into one again. We seem to be getting some back-to-back questions here. These have to do with win rate and risk reward. The first part is, in your opinion, what is the better metric to follow, a win rate or risk reward? And at the same time, what do you consider a good win rate and a good risk to reward ratio?
Okay. Win rate. Win rates come and go. Reward over risk ratios come and go. I guess I would answer this question with, what's your time frame? A shorter time frame strategy executed more often is probably easier to maintain a high win rate because we're not holding these opportunities for big bites. We're looking to take little bites out of the marketplace. So your win rate is probably going to be directly related to the trade times, the duration of the trades that you're in. If you're looking for bigger bites, you're probably going to have a little bit lower of a win rate. The reward over risk ratio to me is the most important, but it's directly related to the win rate. Okay, so as an example, if you're going to be right 50% of the time, half the trades are winners, half the trades are losses, and your reward over risk ratio is even at $100 each. Eventually, you're going to bleed the account out due to commissions. If your win rate is 50% and your reward over risk ratio is even at 1-to-1, there's only one thing that can happen. You're not going to make any money, and you're not going to lose any money, but you're going to bleed the account out through commissions eventually. So, if you're maybe a little bit longer time frame of a trader, you're looking to take some bigger bites out of the marketplace. Maybe you're taking 5 to 6 trades per day, looking for some of those bigger opportunities. But the opportunities you're finding are worth a lot more than the risk you take to get into the trades. Without getting into how to play stops. I mean, if you're trading the S&Ps and you have an average stop level of 5 points, but your average winning trade is 15 points, that's 3-to-1 reward over risk. You're going to be able to build an empire even if you're only right 4 out of 10 trades. Your win rate is 40%, but at 3-to-1 reward over risk, you're going to be able to continue to build the account. And like I said, you can build an empire that way as long as you maintain that win rate and that reward over risk. Win rates are going to come and go. To track your win rate, you want as much information as you can. A professional trader is probably going to be fine somewhere between 60% and 40% winning trades over a long period of time because they're looking for those bigger opportunities. They're looking for what I like to call asymmetric opportunities, where you're only risking this much for this much profit. And if you can find those half the time, again, you're going to be able to make money consistently over time, as long as things remain that way. Market states change, people's situations change, things happen in life that are going to bleed into your decision making as a trader. But as far as which one is more important, is it win rate or is it reward over risk? What's your time frame? I know people that are consistently profitable, and they're actually risking twice what they are on their than they are on their profits, but they're right 80% of the time. I've never been able to maintain 80% winning trade average. my average over the last 3,000 trades, I'm kind of eyeballing, but is right around 55%. But if I'm going to be looking for bigger opportunities, my rewards are greater than my risk. I'm always going to be able to realize profits over time. Now, win rates again come and go. Sometimes I may be right 80% of the time. Sometimes I may be right 20% of the time. But over a long haul, if you're right 50, 55, 60% of the time, and you're, let's say, 2-to-1 reward over risk, you can build an empire that way. So I don't think either one is more important. I think the relationship between the two of them is what's important. If you're right 80% of the time, but your risks are twice your losses, well, you're probably still going to make money. But if that starts to slip to 60% of the time and your losses are twice your rewards, you're going to be in trouble. So maintaining that high win rate with negative reward over risk is something that is going to eventually, when things don't go well, you're going to find that it's difficult to maintain profitability in that regard. I don't think either is more important. It's the relationship between the two of them.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about keeping the math on your side. And it's an important rule. If there's one thing that the markets teach all of us, it's that the market is infallible and we, as traders, are imperfect. So keep the math on your side.
I most certainly am.
I'm going to drop a link in the chat, too. If you were to go to Topstep.com and check out our blog, we have quite a few resources on win rates and risk over reward ratios. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for you right now real quick. Take a look at that. It's about just how you should view some of these different metrics. And feel free to scope around on our website, too. We have plenty of resources there for you to keep you busy in the off time. All right, moving on. John,
wait,
I'm sorry.
One thing, Robert Moore in the chat is saying he's been watching for a while, and he would say I'm 20%. And you may be right, but I'm looking at a much bigger pool of data than you've seen. So
we're playing the long game here. So yeah, keep watching, Robert. All right, next question comes from Jonathan. Jonathan wants to know, what is the best time to trade in the day? Is it morning or later in the afternoon, sort of around the power hour? This is definitely a loaded question, a matter of opinion, but what is your favorite time to trade, Og?
My favorite time to trade is absolutely 100% when I'm profitable. The mornings, a lot of folks, especially early in their career, I know I had a hard time early in my career finding opportunities, or, first thing in the day. I find that once the initial balance is established, especially for newer traders and those that make the choice to wait until the initial balance is established, I think it gives you some early reference to find some decent opportunities to be able to limit risk and find some decent profit opportunities. There's usually not much that's happening between 11 and 1 Central. I mean, it's kind of the lunchtime in New York and Chicago, but that's loose. There are sometimes things that happen, especially, well, of course, obviously when there's a release that comes out at 1 o'clock, like the FOMC or the minutes or something like that, that changes things. But generally speaking, the things kind of slow down. Volume is lower during the lunch hour, and then things have a tendency to kind of pick up again after 1 o'clock Central into the close. Of course, this is different for different markets. Gold closes at 12:30 technically Central Time. So often the major participants will have done their business during regular trading hours and nothing much happens. Of course, that changes, of course, when there is new information that comes out in the form of an economic release or something like that, or if something happens. I mean, these are all kind of basic rules. So my favorite times are, from the open until 11 o'clock, and then from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock. If I've had a really good morning, it's going to take a lot to push me into looking into taking a trade in the afternoons. It's got to be something that kind of comes to me instead of something that I'm looking for. But I'm a big fan of when the volume is the highest. That's why I don't ever, or if I do, it's rare, will trade overnight, because all of the participants aren't there. They're not available to affect price, and I don't see that I'm getting the most clear information. So I like it when there's more volume, and the opportunities are a little bit more clear through the volume, and knowing that the participants that are in the markets are actually there. Great question.
Yeah, great point too. We know that institutions like to do their buying and selling on the open and on the close. You have your market on open orders and your market on close orders. So those first couple minutes and those last couple minutes are typically highly volatile. And then you also have to be aware of people taking a break for lunch. They call it the New York lunch hour from 11 on 1 o'clock Central Time. Participation dies,
Agreed.
volume drops, volatility drops. It just becomes flat. And that's when the algos come out and try and knock you
Pick your
out and start
pockets.
cannibalizing each other. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody goes out for their 2 martini lunch between 11 and 1.
Is that still a thing, the 2 martini lunch?
Not that I'm aware of, not since when I was on the trading floor have I had one of those, but
Let's start it up again.
there's some
All
some
right.
folks at the Board of Trade would have a whiskey breakfast.
Sure. I remember those days.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I really don't. I'm joking. I don't remember those days. All right. Next, Tegan asks, "Hi, Hoag. After your years of experience, how do you manage not getting too greedy and stop trading once your goals for the day are hit?" Good question.
It is a good question. When I'm truly actively trading, if first off, I don't have a daily profit goal. I found that they kind of react the other way to me, because if I don't reach my goal, I feel like I haven't accomplished what I set out to accomplish that day. So as far as daily goals, I mean, my daily goal is to just to stay centered and trade the market generated information that I'm seeing from the markets. But if I've had a really good day, if I've had a really good morning, I will usually try and take a break and sit on my hands, or as I said before, put my hands on my butt until something just speaks to me and it's something that I have to take. And if that happens and it happens to be a winning trade, that buys me another opportunity to take another trade. So, once I wouldn't say I've reached a goal, but once I'm satisfied with the trading day as it is, that could be $200, that could be $2,000. It's going to take something really interesting and something that comes to find me to get me back in the market on that day. My days of swinging for the fences and striving to put up huge trading days are largely past me. I don't have the heart to trade that way anymore. So I'm looking to take little profits here and there, and if I have a really good day, again, it's going to take something that really comes to me and offers a pretty cheap opportunity for me to take the trade. This is me as an older trader, I guess. And but the one thing about trying to reach a goal on a daily basis, especially when it comes to trying to reach a financial goal, like I want to make $1,000 a day, or I want to make $2,000 a day. Well, if you don't get there, you end up feeling bad about it. And sometimes it has nothing to do with you. Sometimes it's just the market isn't providing the size of opportunity or the right opportunities for you to get to that goal. The last thing you want to do is have an $800 day and end up feeling bad about it because you didn't make $1,000. Take what the market gives, be happy with it, and protect those profits as the day goes on. I hope that that's a good answer.
I think that was a great answer. Yeah, the markets are going to be there tomorrow, so there's no need to go out there forcing issues, trying to make a couple extra bucks. At the end of the day, you're not going to win on every trade. You're not going to win every day. So, yeah, keep your expectations in check, keep your emotions in check, follow your trading plan. And that's the best advice we can give you, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving on. Vineet wants to know, how can I stick to just one trade a day? Seems like Vineet is looking for that one perfect setup every day, but possibly over trading. How do you be more selective with your trades? I think that's the real question there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me think about what Mick says. You should be trying to take trades that are 100% winning trades. You're not going to find them, but there's probably trades that you're um probably trades that you would call your A setups, and trades that you would call your B setups, and trades that you might call your C setups. And if you take a C setup as your one trade for the day and it doesn't play out, I think you're kind of getting what you deserve. Make sure that, if you're going to take one trade a day, make sure that it's worth it. It's your A game, your A setup. I mean, I don't even like to use the word setup, but people use it. I know that it's the way the market thinks. It's the way people think about the market is, okay, well, I need to see this and this and this for this to happen. And that's fine. I mean, it works for a lot of people. So, but if you're, trying to take one trade a day, make it the most worthwhile opportunity that you can find. Not that you can find, make the most important opportunity that finds you. Because I can sit here and I can find a trade in any particular situation, and I can probably say, well, this is why I took it. That's not what you want. If you're out looking for trades, you're going to find them, and you may not find the best ones. It's the trades that look at me and say, well, look at what we've got here. Maybe it's just a lower high or a higher low, and we're maybe trying to look the other direction. And it offers me a cheap opportunity where I don't have to lose a lot to find out if I'm wrong in the trade. And there's all these different things that people think about when they're looking for opportunities or waiting for opportunities, and it's usually going to be not one that's yelling at you, hey, you're going to miss this. This is your trade. This is your trade. It's the one that says, look at how little you can risk on this one. And that is when, when I find the trades find me, or they're usually whispering. They're like, this looks interesting. Look at how little risk there is in this. And then I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe this is my one good trade for the day. And even if it's a loss, at least I don't have to risk much.
Yep. And if it's really your goal to just take one trade a day, then do that for 10 days and track your progress. I would say a minimum of 10 days. Track your progress. Maybe it might be worth your while to take 2 trades a day. Maybe you're being over selective on that one trade and you're missing another opportunity somewhere else. So take some time, actually put it to the test. Just take one trade a day and see what happens, and then adjust from there. Also, we got Anne-Marie in the chat saying,
hi, Anne-Marie.
Your levels today have been absolutely golden. We got Martin.
Good.
Martin pinned the sign-up link for Hoag's weekly kickoff levels. And we also have our daily levels that we share every morning during fast markets. So make sure you bookmark all those links. Those links never change. So, yeah, just bookmark them. Check back in every day. They get updated every evening.
Yeah, thanks, Anne-Marie. I hope you knocked it out of the park off that level today. That makes me happy.
Makes us all happy. Hello, Anne-Marie. Next one from Cirillo. Could you please explain the 200 simple moving average? You have the 200 SMA up on your charts. Is there any
Yeah.
particular way which you go about using it?
Well, I mean, the 200 SMA is basically the average price of the last 200 closing bars. If it's on a 30-minute chart, it's the last 200. On a daily chart, it's the last 200 daily closes. And the longer the time frame, the more important or impactful the 200 session moving average is going to be. So, the 200 session moving average, when it's in play, it can be, is, and is usually an important level because a lot of people are looking at it. The longer time frame moving average has more more muscle to it, if you will. And I don't know really what to say about it. The let's see what we got here. Hang on a second. So yeah, look at the 200 session moving average today in the 30-minute chart, right? This is the 30-minute chart. This is the 30-minute 200 session moving average, which is now lined up with the 100 session moving average, which is very close to the 50 session moving average. Only thing these things are telling me with VWAP right there is there's no direction to this market. This market is range bound. We've got all three of the moving averages inside the range, inside value today. We talked about that this morning, how close and in proximity all of these moving averages are. This is a market that is not making any directional decisions, at least not at this time. Just that 200 session moving average is typically going to hold more water than any of these shorter time frame moving averages. And there's so many different moving averages. There's exponential moving averages and whole moving averages and moving averages and averages of moving averages that, what is a trader to do with it? It's just a reference point as to, how is trend going and in what time frame is that trend? And is there a trend? By looking at these, I would say right now, we're trendless, at least in this time frame. We've been in this range for 4 or 5 days. It makes sense that these moving averages are converging as closely as they are. When price starts to move away from it, it might be a powerful opportunity for us. Just saying.
Thank you, Hoag, and thank you, Cyril, for the question. We have Richard in the chat asking about VWAP. Do you take a look at that? Well, fortunately for you, Richard, you also have Anne Marie in the chat right now, who is a huge proponent of the volume-weighted average price. Anne Marie's going to be with us for Fast Markets on Thursday, starting at 8:30 Central Time, and also for another strategy lab at 1 o'clock on Friday. Maybe we can post that question. She could go over one more time with us how she views the VWAP and how she values it and trades around it.
Well, I can tell you from hearing Anne Marie that as flat as VWAP is here on this 5-minute chart, don't get too excited and don't trade at VWAP. It's just showing range bound activity, that flatness. You might look at maybe taking a trade on the first or second standard deviation away from it and back to it. But this flat VWAP here is really just saying you may just want to just sit back and relax for a little while. I'm pretty sure. Right. So yeah, we'll definitely talk more about that on Strategy Lab on Friday. And Marie, if you're so inclined, we'll definitely check that out.
I think that would make a fantastic segment. We could definitely crop that one out. A nice hour just talking about VWAP. We get so many questions about the VWAP and how to trade around it. The best way to look at the VWAP. I think that would be a very valuable session for everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, Emery says no problem. Sure thing.
Sure
All
thing.
right, folks.
Awesome.
Well, we are just about out of time here. Coming up next, Back to the Futures, we have Eddie. Hoag is going to stick around. And we have Deanna coming back with a nice market stalker session with Deanna. So make sure you stick around for that. We are going to take just a short break, and we'll be back. Hoag, you want to close us out with just a touch of dad wisdom?
Sure. Here's the dad wisdom. He stole this, so I actually gave it to who it belongs to. But he always used to tell me, "Well, it's hard to beat a person who never gives up." And it's actually Babe Ruth was the one who said that. But he was a tough bird, man. He was a trader. He beat alcoholism. He was a great dad. He had just oodles of health issues later on in life, and he just beat everything and was happy and cheerful and never gave up till even at the very end. And I used to tell him he was a cockroach because there was nothing that was going to kill him. and he was a great man. I appreciate everybody joining me today and getting to hang out a little bit, getting to know my old man a little bit. And thank you all again, all for joining us, bell to bell on YouTube. And we'll look forward to seeing Deanna here coming up here on Back to the Futures. Me and Eddie and Deanna will have some fun. We'll see you then. See you in a minute.
welcome to Back to the Futures. Yes, it's time to play ball. And we've got Deanna with us. And of course, Hoag. Gosh, Hoag, you haven't been on at all today.
No, I know.
Not at all.
Super.
Yeah,
Like,
they were giving me a break.
Oh, thank goodness.
Hoag is really an AI.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was that?
I said Hoag is really an AI.
Yes, right.
He's an Autobot. That's
He
what he
doesn't
is.
Doesn't even know what AI is, but he's one.
He is one with AI. Yes, almighty karma. But Deanna, how are you today?
I'm freezing in Belgrade, so yeah, I suppose I'm okay. I have my tea here, and I'm trying to warm up the place. But yeah, it's a bit different. This cold here hits a bit differently than London for some reason. Let's hope that my teeth don't start jittering halfway through.
We do see a
How
way
cold is it
different
there?
background than prior, so that's why she is often traveling.
Yeah, I'm visiting my mom here every month or two. So
Nice. Well, please tell her that we said hello, and
I will.
thank you.
She watches actually every once in a while. She watches. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, tell her thank
Hey,
you for
Mom.
giving us the gift of Deanna. Very much so.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah.
Ah, the meatloaf. We want it
Yes.
now.
Oh, honey,
I know what
meatloaf's warming up. It'll be out in a minute. You just hold on.
I know what she's
Do you want
doing.
mashed potatoes? Oh my goodness. So what are we doing today, folks? Johnny, you've been in some trades today, correct?
I haven't really done much of anything.
I
was trying to keep up with RIPS this morning, and then I've been, leading segments, so I haven't had the opportunity. I really was looking for a short somewhere in the S&Ps earlier, but I was, it was shoulder tap, so I didn't execute anything, and I wish I had. Now we're starting to look like we're leaking to the for a potential continuation to the downside, and with that weekly kickoff high test in the Nasdaq, this will be like if we end lower today, this will be the first time that we haven't run into buyers on any given day in recent history, right? Every break has been bought.
Well, I'm looking at my crude oil as usual. So I
Just
have
have
a
that
weekly chart here. It's pretty flat on the weekly. So because of that, I think I want to be more on the long side of this. And I actually already have a long trade from 72.12. It's a little bit under at the moment, but let's go through the motion. So again, daily chart a little bit flat, but if you look in this formation here, there's a bit of a bullish engulfing that is giving us some reaction already. Even like yesterday, it was a holiday day, but it already had a pop upside, right? And then it ended up as an indecision, which is fine. It was a holiday day. So I'm looking at this area as a potential long situation again, especially because if we go down to the profile, you see that we had a failed auction that actually went the whole way through to the other side of the initial balance almost. So I'm kind of looking, I suppose you could call this a double dip failed auction, but it's more of a responsive activity trade. So just kind of rotational move. So I'm looking to grab a few ticks to the upside. I can see some orders that were there around 72.40, but they seem to have disappeared for now. Because I'm looking at bookmap on one of my charts. So yeah, initially I was gonna just scalp about 20-30 ticks. So obviously, if we get some liquidity up there again, I might reassess. But for now,
did you see
I
on
think I'm
bookmap?
gonna. Yeah, just a whole bunch of orders, like stacked orders that were really wide. They were probably about 15 ticks wide. Whenever I see that on crude oil, I don't really like going against those moves. So I will usually err on the side of taking profits and then reevaluating, because it's so many stack levels. It's going to be very difficult to break through that. And actually, if you look on a 30-minute chart, the previous 30 minutes went up close to that area. Let's see where this stopped. The high was at 0.37, so literally like 3 ticks away from that big area. You can even see it on, you can see a little supply here on the chart. This is a big selling candle. So I'm not surprised that there were some orders there. So let's see if we can actually revisit this 72.37 area, break to the upside, and then, we're going to see what happens. For now, I'm not really interested in selling this just because we have a lot of little wicks that keep coming into the market. So I'm going to sit on this for a while. Yeah, I'm gonna give it time. What do you reckon, Hoag?
He would recommend the same thing. Yes, he would.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at all those wicks at the bottom here, and just you got potential demand there. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
It's coming into the close here.
Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit of bumpiness for sure. Bit of turbulence.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see if we can hold.
You were on a plane today, or was that yesterday?
That was today. Yeah.
Today.
Oh, red eye.
Yeah, it was fine. It was very smooth. Very smooth. Yeah.
Well, I'm short for the first time today, and in horrible trade location. But I'm looking for this thing to continue to push to the downside.
All right, where are you short at, Johnny? Get those up there for
85.75. Just horrible trade location for shorts. We had Delta negative 17,000.
What sort of a trade? What sort of a trade are you looking for?
I'm looking for it to take out the low, and I mean, this is just
a breakout.
Not breakout trade is really right, and I have a tendency to jump into those sometimes in the worst trade location, which basically that's what this is. But I mean,
that's the only thing you can do with those, though.
Right.
Breakout trades never have a favorable trade location.
Yeah.
I mean, you might get lucky if you sort of, guess it, and then it happens.
Well, I'm hoping to get lucky now. So it was, I wouldn't really call it a point, click, and pray, but we'll see what happens. When we were coming into the shoulder tap segment, I was looking for a short up here somewhere, and I put it on. I'm like, you know what? I can't manage this trade. I'm going to be doing shoulder taps. So I just got out of it. It turned out to be much better trade location than where I'm short right now.
But Johnny, you made the right decision. All right. Your focus priorities weren't there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. If you can't give it your full focus, then that's fair enough.
And really, the full focus should be on doing the shoulder tap segment. I mean, I think it's so people get so much out of that, and it's so important to be really in that moment. So that's what I did.
Absolutely.
Then Johnny, I got a question. Inspire Me is asking, if a market breaks one side on the initial balance, it said that one of the sides is the extreme for the day in 80% of the times. What's your opinion about this?
No, say that again, Eddie. I'm sorry.
All right. If the market breaks to one side on the initial balance, it is said that one of the sides is the extreme for the day in 80% of the times. What's your opinion about this?
Yeah, I mean, that's I think it's right. I think it's a higher percentage of the time when one extreme of the initial balance will remain either the high or the low for the entire session. Recently I just kind of looked back, and this was a little while ago. And of course that's going to kind of come and go as everything does in futures. But I found that it was about 70% of the time out of 30 days when one side of the initial balance remained one extreme of the day or the other, whether it's the long side, the top side, or the downside, was 70% of the time. So, I mean, if you can figure out which side of the initial balance is going to remain one extreme, that is going to remain the extreme, you're you're really on to something there, as the case may be. So, but yeah, 80% I think is a little bit high. D, what do you think?
Yeah, it depends on what happens after it breaks, though. So, does it end up as a limited auction and doesn't really go anywhere? Or whether it ends up as a true trending day, or maybe even as a failed auction that we had today, from what I can see in ES. So I think rather than going, oh yeah, well, I'm just going to shoot for, point, click, and flip a coin, hoping that it stays the low or the high of the day. I think it's more important to take the market context of what you have on the larger time frames, what is more probable, and then also to throw out some stats there. I did some research on 3 different products, and I was looking at the true trending days, like how many times, what is the percentage of the days where the market just breaks that initial balance and goes into a trend. So I think that's the more important part here.
Right.
Because sometimes you won't be able to catch the move that happens straight off the initial balance. And unfortunately for ES, you have 35% of true trending days when we're looking at 2 to 3 years and even longer periods. That number actually stays scarily consistent the longer the sample size. So if you're looking for a break of the initial balance to hold and go into a trending day, you're working with a 35% probability. If you're just looking for the market to break it and then you don't really care what happens after that, that's another thing. And that could be pretty high. That could probably be about at least 50%. I don't know about 80%. So we'd have to go back and run some of my tests. But it's definitely going to be more like closer to the coin flip, which is a pretty good probability if your risk reward is high. If you have 50% accuracy, 2 to 1 risk reward, you're going to be a very rich person.
There you go. Money, 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 money. I got a question I'm going to put on the table for both of you here.
Sure.
This is from JP. JP is asking, can you talk about the nuances of developing a point of control versus the VPOC, the POC and the VPOC? Divergences between value and price. One more time, can you talk about the nuances developing of POC and VPOC?
So TPO point of control and volume point of control. D, you want to start?
Well, I don't really use VPOC much, and to be honest, I don't use a developing TPO point of control either. Why? Because it's too slow. I can track what the price is doing, what the buyers or sellers are doing on the DOM, the ladder, time and sales, all of that, much more than waiting for the point of control to stay where it is or to move up or down. So I have like different ways of doing things. So I think, Hoag, you're the better person for this particular question.
Well, if chosen, which one is more important to me? I would say the volume, the TPO point of control. The volume point of control. Of course, it's important if there's a big divergence between the two of them. I've never really been able to put a finger on what that means with any consistency. Although I'm not necessarily the data person that Deanna is, but if I'm going to be looking for a price to move to a previous naked point of control, it's going to be a TPO point of control. If I'm going to be gauging direction by a migration of the point of control in the daytime frame or even a little bit of a longer time frame, it's going to be the TPO point of control. So, I don't mean to discount the importance of the volume point of control. I just find that because of the TPO charts and the detail that you can see in the TPO charts, and the fact that it's based in time or against volume, it just seems to make it more important, at least in my view. I know there's people that love volume profile. That's what they trade with. That's what they look at, and that's all fine. But in learning the profile and looking at it for so long, I found that it speaks to me more than the volume profile, and therefore I use the TPO point of control as as the true point of control, because that's where the price is most visited in time. Maybe not the highest volume, but in time, it's the most visited, closest to the center of the range.
So do you look at developing point of control at all? Does that play into your decisions?
I do. You know, in a profile body, you know, like this. I mean, this includes yesterday's activity. So
Holiday,
this is,
right.
yeah. So it's kind of skewed, right? And that's one of the things that freak me out about trading, you know, after a holiday, because we don't have new information. We're still using Friday's settlement price. The profiles are melded together, at least on this trading platform, because they're the same trade date, right? So I don't have Tradeovate open. Maybe I can open it, and so we can take a look at what the profile looks like from today. But you know, if we were to see, you know, the TPO point of control move from here down to here, that would indicate to me that through time, price is accepting at lower pricing, and I'll look for opportunities to trade into that direction. Now, we haven't seen that happen today. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up my Tradeovate platform here, and we can take a look and see whether the TPO profile has moved lower. So when we're talking about acceptance of price at higher levels or lower levels, I like to use time as one of the gauges. A lot of folks like to use volume. I'll use them both, but to me, the more important side is the time. Is it spending time in that direction, or is it spending time lower than value?
Time is a very important element. I agree with that. In fact, I look more at time than I would at volume. I mean, volume is just there to help things along. It's not going to tell you whether there's a reversal or not, because sometimes you can have volume churn. So a lot of volume going through, but the price ain't moving.
Right, keeping the
So
market
that
at
tells
that
us
time.
everything. Yeah.
Taking a look here at S&Ps real quick here while we're making a move here, tagging a new low here, 47 at 79.50. And speaking of VPOP, for our S&Ps today, 48.1575 top. I know that we had 48.15 quarter as the VPOC, and that held very well here, but we are making some new lows here in the SPOOs, S&Ps.
Yes, we are. And D, see this?
Yeah.
So this reversal level here. Do I fish or do I cut bait?
Hold on, they're on my chart. Oh, here we go. Reversal level. Let's see
Do I
how
fish
when
or cut bait?
has it hit it yet? Let's see. If it bounces really quickly, I would just bail. So if it tags it and there's a reaction from it, I'd get out. But if it doesn't give an immediate reaction, then it's not going to be that relevant. I haven't looked at the ES that closely today because, like I said, I was traveling.
Right.
Let me just get the chart up really quickly.
And we have Roy, who was in that trade. He got out. So he got out at 47.80,
okay.
I think is where he said he was going to get out.
Okay, well, for now, it's tagging it, but it's not really doing much. However, I do have both that average daily range low and average session low at that point. So a little bit lower, so I would actually bail.
Bail it is.
Because I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like seeing trades going into the average daily low.
$237. $237. Okay. All right, so here it is. So now we'll be able to see if there's been a migration of the point of control here. So looking at the center of the range here,
oh, by the way, I'm going to move my take profit for the current trade that I'm in to 72.40 because I'm seeing those stacked levels again. So if we get there, I don't have time. We only have 7 minutes, 8 minutes left. until NYMEX settles. So I don't have time to wait for it.
You're trading that crude, Deanna, and I've been watching that also with those wicks on the bottom, sort of tailing up here.
Yeah.
What position did you have?
I have the 72.12 long. I've got
Okay.
2 lots on. Yeah.
Okay. So far you're looking good here.
Yeah. It's just we're gonna run out of time. And I just don't like if I show you quickly, if I can drag bookmap over, look at that. See the heat map? It's just that's all just the orders set there. I don't like seeing that. Every time we see that, what tends to happen,
Both
the price
sides.
hits it to the tick and then just goes away from it. So that's what crude oil does with those sort of levels. And since it's 7 minutes to settlement, I just don't want to lose out on what I've got already.
What's the color? You've got the green and the blue and the red. What's the difference between those two?
The red, the red box is the initial balance range. The blue is the extensions and the TPOs. So when it starts to go back into the initial balance, it's building structures, it's spending time there. All right, let me just get out of this.
Oh, you got a nice rally here with crude now. Ride it out, Deanna.
Yeah. No. We're running out of time. What this is, this could go either way now. We're going into some previous area of the supply and into that big area where the stack levels are. So I don't really want to hold that because this close to settlement, we get that bounciness, we get the turbulence, right?
Okay.
And then it just goes, and goes back to where it came from. The amount of times that I got caught in that, it's epic. So we don't want that. So yeah, made some money today. As you can see, if you can see.
The little pop gave you a nice way to get out.
Yeah, there's a 2 lot. So, yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
Happy with that.
Nice. Okay. So if we're going to be looking at point of control, if you want to go on mine, I mean, we did have a migration lower in the point of control. So A and B period, the center of the range was probably about here. So point of control was about here, right? Well, C period pushed us higher and made us 3 wide here, which put point of control up here, where it remained until until it came down to where it currently is. So initially the point of control moved higher, but through time it got pushed back lower. So now, right now, the point of control is right about here, 47.96 and a quarter, I think, is actually where it is.
So we also had a failed auction in ES. Yeah?
Here?
Yeah.
Or here?
So the short.
Yeah. I mean, if it can't continue or it comes back inside the initial balance, that could be a failed auction, right?
Yeah.
So
what's your
good thing
PNL,
we got out.
Yeah. I mean, since we already had the short failed auction, now it's more of a neutral day. So actually, this would now be more a case of longing it from my average daily lows, which are located at 4,778 3/4. And that average session low is just below that. And whenever I have a neutral day and then average daily and session lows right around there, I don't like doing breakout trades. Yeah. So there they are, these little, I don't know whether you can see my screen.
Helpful tip.
Yeah. So these little things. And then what I would typically do, I would aim for the middle of the range or VWAP or whatever reference I can find for the middle of the middle. That becomes my target, not my entry. Yeah, point of control. Yeah, very good on a day like that. So yeah, so now we're pulling back into that same range that we had. So yeah, good thing we got out, eh?
Yeah.
What's your PNL on that, D?
Yeah, this is a bit tricky because I had some money from the previous day as well.
Okay.
It wasn't much. I think I probably made about 500 and I don't know 20, let's say.
Okay, 100 off my mark. All right, she's up 520. There you go.
Yeah.
And
25.20.
making a move here. Take a look at gold here real quick here. Gold very sluggish today, hanging around the bottoms. Last trade here, 2031. And of course our S&Ps here. Just tagging a new low off the bottom, 47.79 half for our S&Ps. And 47.79.
All right, let's get rid of this. Yeah, nice profit on there.
My crude oil did pop, but again, it could have gone like the other way easily. So I'm okay with that.
Well, you had a nice profit on that.
Yeah,
it's a good trade. Gee, do you back test a lot?
Not anymore. I used to backtest all the time. Like Hope can attest, like several years ago when I was in the market profile lab. I would be like spending weekends, and then I would come like Monday just kind of like loaded with questions, and I would just pelt like wallpaper and with millions of questions. I'm sure I wasn't the easiest student, but yeah, so I used to spend all of my weekends just spending like 8 to 12 hours a day, just trying different strategies, doing things. And it's like, how would this work? And how would this work? Later on, I learned how to do a bit of coding, so that became a little bit easier. But yeah, initially it was just all visual, just kind of going back and seeing how the market behaved, whether it was something that I could have noticed, and then I would bring that knowledge to the next week. And I just kept doing that. But at some point, you start seeing the same things happening over and over. And, there is an exhaustion part where you're just like, I've seen this before. I know what can play out. Let's just do that. So now I just make my high post based on those stats. I mean, maybe every so often, like after a year, I might run a few tests just to make sure that nothing's drastically changed. But at this point, I have a number of years of looking at these setups and, how many times a failed auction happens and what time of the day is it more likely to happen, what happens at the end of the day. So, all of that just, it just plays out over and over. Usually, one good rule that I found out from backtesting is not to go against the directional day. Hoag, you say that to people as well. Just don't fade it. And if you have any sort of a sniff of a P or B shaped day, don't fade those either. So if you're trading and you're looking at the profile and you see the market starting to look like a P shape or B shaped profile, try not to fade that. Just try to use a pullback and go with the direction. Because again, I've done my tests and I've been caught in P-shaped days where I'm trying to short it. It just doesn't work, right? And when you have a clean directional day, that's even worse. If you have super strong day, maybe if we're coming to the end of the session, so settlement is close, you might be able to fade it. But just don't expect it's going to go for like a bazillion ticks in the opposite direction. I usually like to skim about 30 to 40 ticks in crude oil or gold and be done with it.
Now, Dee, you were talking about repetitive markets, what you're seeing over and over again. Yeah. Now, to me, that would sound like a great thing because you'd recognize the possibilities. But it seemed like you were sort of playing it off like it wasn't. Did I sort of catch that wrong, or is this something that the more we see it,
the more we see it, the more you know what to do. Yeah, because you're seeing the same setup. Like, for example, let's take the failed auction, my favorite setup. You're seeing a variation of it over and over and over. So what can happen in a failed auction? Well, we can have a good failed auction where we have a decent size of the first hour of the trading, which becomes, our target reference, profit margin, however you want to call it. You can have a small initial balance that doesn't give us much of a profit margin. So therefore, there's an issue with the trade. Then we can have an orderly failed auction that closes the 30-minute candle back inside the initial balance, but not too deep inside it. That's the perfect thing, right? We have that on crude oil, right? We had that, like I wasn't trading that at that point, but that happened. It closed pretty close to the initial balance low, giving you an opportunity to run another failed auction trade. But you can have a bad return to the initial balance where it literally just goes all the way through the whole range. And then you're like, well, now what? So those are some of the variations for me. So one setup, 3 possible variations. And what does that tell you? Well, I know what to do in each of those situations, either stay out or wait for the initial balance edge test from the inside, or just go in. Play the stats. Go in.
It's like curtain number 1, curtain number 2, or curtain number 3. What would you
Curtain
like?
number 3.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
And one of those will give you 2-1 or 3-1. The other two, not so much.
You get a camel and a used rug. There you go. I've been wanting to ask you this too, Deanna. But Rupert has this question. I'm glad that Rupert sort of posted this. Where do you get your news events for oil? Is there any certain sites or any certain places where, before you start the day, you just take a look?
Financial juice.
Financial juice?
There's really only one big release that you need to be aware of,
Trust.
and that's the inventories on Wednesday or Thursday if it was a holiday day. Things like the rate decision can affect it, but not like it affects gold and equities.
Okay.
So I'm not too worried. In fact, if I was going to trade something, during the rate decision, I will probably trade crude oil more than I would, go to gold.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not really that obsessed with news. I just have financial juice open in the background. So if something really comes up, like the Russians cutting production cuts last Wednesday,
That will
I'll remember
affect
that
you,
for a
no.
while.
Right.
Yes, obviously that will. So you have to keep a pulse on some OPEC news that might just come out of nowhere. Because sometimes they're not scheduled. They're just like, oh, we're in meetings. We'll let you know. And it's like, oh, thanks. Yeah, that helps. But apart from that, crude oil is very technical. I find it that it behaves with the supply and demand levels, especially on some larger time frames like 4-hour and daily chart. And I find that, reversals at a particular time of day, usually right after the initial balance, they are very, very high probability. So, as long as you're kind of trying to orient yourself using those guidelines, you should do pretty well. One challenge with crude oil is that it is pretty fast. So blink and you miss it is the name of the game.
Right.
So you really have to be sure of your levels. You see an opportunity, you need to jump on it like immediately. Otherwise, it will go away from you.
Okay. Thank you, Dee. I
Welcome.
believe that answered your question.
Great question, by the way.
Hey, there's another question that I know you've answered before, but would you mind telling Slip Kid, our resident Who fan, when you say average session low and high, how many days back are you doing that average?
I use 10 days. So that's my calculation for both the average daily range, which takes the full 24 hours, and for my own twist on that concept, average session range, which only takes the previous 10 sessions into consideration.
Thanks, Steve. Real quick, Johnny, quick answer here. Neil Howe is asking, we've been talking about this failed auction. Can you explain real quick what a failed auction is?
Sure. So
yeah.
I got to do it on this. Here, Dee, why don't you do it on your platform? Because I think you can see it pretty well on there, right?
Yeah, it's because I've got the whole visual overlay thing, because I used to be really annoyed with CTS having charts, TPO charts in like a completely different window. You constantly have to scan like a mad person. So yeah, we created this. So the red box is your initial balance. And I'm going to use something that I call the Blatek backtest time machine. Because it doesn't erase the candles, but it does erase the TPOs. I'm also going to clean it up. So let's just delete the VWAP here.
There you
exactly.
go.
So here we go. So I went back to the C period here. So we had the initial balance established in the red box. So these are 30-minute candles, right? So I'm overlaying the profile events and structure on the actual candlestick chart themselves. But it's basically the same information that you would get on this little TPO profile on the side. So the first thing that happened is that the price actually went lower and it's closed outside of the initial balance, right? So you're thinking, oh, hey, maybe a sustained auction, right? We have a breakout. Yes and no, because the previous, the next two candles, remember I mentioned reversals right after the initial balance? Well, here's a very typical day. So the next two candles do a move back to initial balance, and then the candle that is kind of like a pin bar, I suppose, extended pin bar, closes back into the initial balance. That is the point where you have the failed auction. So effectively, it's a move that hasn't gone too far out of the initial balance that then returns and closes a 30-minute candle back into that first hour range. So I don't know whether that's pretty clear or whether people need more clarity.
Does it have to be a 30-minute candle?
Yeah. So usually I did some tests on a 15-minute TPOs.
Right.
And even if I used like 4 bars for the initial balance to make up an hour, it gave too many false results. So personally, I stick with the 30-minute TPOs. I might go down to a 2-minute chart for price action, but for the actual profile events, I stick with 30 minutes.
Great. That's a tip I didn't know now that I know that, because I used a 15-minute, I would have probably been looking at it obviously in a different view and not getting the correct direction.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking at other things, it still might work. It's just statistically, I found it really not as good as 30 minutes because there's less information in it because it's a smaller time frame. So more noise.
True.
Yes.
Right, you're right.
So here's what it looks like on the T4 TPO charts. If you want to show my chart. So this red line here, A period.
Yeah.
Because of yesterday, it doesn't show the initial balance for today, but
it's in red, Johnny, right?
Yes, right. That is
just a little small.
That is the first 30 minutes of trade, and it, until we extended it, represented the lower extreme of the initial balance. Well, we took a look below the initial balance, and we closed back inside the initial balance. So what is happening here is representing as a failed auction. Price looked lower. Couldn't find more sellers, ran out of sellers, found buyers, and quickly left that area. So if this remains, that would end the day as a buying tail or a failed auction. But what we're looking for in a failed auction is a return back to probably, I don't know, the point of control, which I think is up here right now.
Yeah, so actually, interestingly enough, in some of my tests, a lot of the failed auction on crude oil specifically, like I can't actually vouch for anything else, but I'm specialized in crude oil. Crude oil failed auctions generally go to the 90% of the initial balance on both days when you get a failed auction.
Really? So that would bring all the way back up.
So we could,
and I mean, look at it where it went. It went almost to the top. Like, what is this? This is like a few ticks off the initial balance high. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see that on your chart.
So, John, real quick here, just to sort of make it simplified, this is like a direction rejection. Am I right?
Direction.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you could say it is. Yeah.
You could say that, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, here,
it's
a reversal setup. Yeah. It's a reversal setup.
Yeah. So I mean, if we put
in a more systematic way.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. You got to have somewhere to base, like, where did the breakout occur, and at the extreme of the initial balance is where that happens, and it didn't hold below it. So that this could certainly be a reversal off the low, and we've seen enough of those lately.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yes, Eduardo. Failed auction. That's what we're talking about.
I mean, I suppose we could make a case for what I like to call the failed auction to really make it complicated for everybody involved. And that's when the market runs into the first resistance area. Let's say on this chart, it will be like this this supply here, the first one where the market dropped off. And then if it didn't go all the way into the initial balance, but kind of failed here, that would be more the classic failed auction where you're kind of looking for the point of control return. But to me, this would represent our failed auction because we didn't rotate through the entirety of the initial balance. But this is just specific for crude oil, right? It's got its own little quirks. And I like it because of it, because it gives me these like extended moves that you can run for quite a few ticks. This is how I can get 70 to 80 ticks on some of my bigger trades, right? So yeah, the failed auction, you hit a resistance area, it reverses, and then goes into a sustained auction or something.
So D, that failed auction, that high on that failed auction.
Yeah.
Dalton would call that an afternoon pullback high.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there could be opportunity at that level, possibly maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we never got to the session high. So for some reason, sellers stepped in. So that's something to look at the next day.
So what is it, 72.97 about?
Yeah. Yep. Sounds about right. I'm on my laptop, so it's a little bit. Yeah, 72.97. You're absolutely right to the tick.
Okay. Got a lot of questions here, kids. I'm sorry if I miss your questions. A lot of scrolling going on. Let's go with Rob's got a question here. You're looking for C period to and beyond to not to return to VPOC. Is that just a clean P pattern or B? Or in your view, a successful auction is a trend day?
Well, it depends how you define a successful auction. So if you define a successful auction as any move that holds outside of the initial balance, that's a little bit different than a trending day, right?
Right.
So I think we would need a little bit more detail there.
Okay. I'm not sure where the return to the volume point of control or a clean B or P profile. I mean,
yeah, that was a bit confusing for me as well. So does he mean that it sort of starts looking as a B, because B and P profiles, it means that the market went really quickly away from the opening price and then built a belly, either the top or the bottom, throughout the session. So that's what makes it a B or P shape.
Okay.
Right, and according to Dalton, like a P-shaped profile would indicate potential short covering.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas a B, lowercase b, would kind of represent long liquidation.
Yep.
Because we're seeing buyers towards the bottom of the day. That would be the B. And we see more sellers at top of the day. Am I correct?
Yeah. No, the other way around.
Yeah, it's the other way around.
The other way around. So yeah, so we see buyers for the long liquidations. Is it, or am I getting it wrong now?
Buyers would be short coverers.
Yeah.
On the P-shaped profile.
Yes. Would be long. Yeah, long liquidating. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yay! We got that. Woo! It doesn't look. It is a complex subject. You know, I remember when I first heard about the P and B shaped profiles, I could never get it right. I was like, is it this short covering or longs liquidating? I don't know. And then I would have to like Google it. And I'm like, oh yes, of course,
Yeah, thank goodness for Google. Yeah,
so its P shaped profile is longs liquidating, right?
Yeah, so the B shape. Yes.
The B shape. Right. Okay.
Yeah, they're usually
wrong.
We're gonna get it right, folks. We're gonna get it right.
Yeah.
I promise
one
you.
day. Yeah. Give me another 10 years.
It was a very good question. Right. Good question.
It's confusing.
The
the B-shaped profile is long liquidation by traders probably underwater in the trades, but trying not to be too aggressive to continue to pushing price against their current position. That's what creates that B shape. You got sellers, but they're not real aggressive because they don't want to push price further against their positions. The P shape is short covering, and that's the same concept. You've got traders attempting to cover short positions, which makes them buyers, but they don't want to be too aggressive. They don't want to push price against them, so they let the market kind of range in there and then liquidate cover those short positions on the P shape, liquidate long positions on the B shape, and you can kind of tell to a degree. I mean, if you have a P-shaped profile and you suspect short covering, that should reduce open interest the next morning, and that would kind of confirm the fact that yes, that was definitely short covering. But as Jim Dalton would say, short covering and long liquidation takes buying or selling power out of the market. So if you're covering shorts, it's initiative business. You have to buy to cover those positions. That's initiative business. But when you get yourself out of those positions, you're taking buying power away from the marketplace. So P-shaped profiles with short covering have a tendency to take some buying power away from the market. Now, that's not a 100% indication that the next day is going to be lower or higher or anything. It's just something to kind of keep an eye on. And the opposite is, of course, true with a B-shaped long liquidation. You would look for confirmation the next morning in lower open interest to say, yep, all right, we thought there was some long liquidation there. We got a B-shaped profile, and it is supported by a drop in open interest. Now, you can still see an increase in open interest on a B-shaped profile and still have seen long liquidation, but long liquidation might meet new buyers.
Okay. Makes sense.
It's
Thank you.
Yeah.
It is a twisted game we play here, isn't it?
Yep.
We like twisted,
And I love
though,
it.
right? Yes.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Yes.
Gluttons for punishment.
Right. ES is
NASDAQ,
bouncing.
Your ES is bouncing. So is NASDAQ is moving up here.
Yeah.
16,925. And we got
Why would anything change? I mean, this market has met buyers on every break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a neutral day. It's a pretty evenly distributed day as well, if I may say so. A D shape profile. I'm just joking. But it is sort of shaped like a D, isn't it? It's a very even belly. So that
Or a
usually
pregnant
means,
eye.
especially when you have a neutral day, that you may have some range bound trades in the mix.
You have just named this day type a Deanna.
The Deanna.
Day type is a Deanna.
Put that in the glossary.
Range bound. Yeah.
Range bound.
Glossary. The Deanna day. What is it? It's a D-shaped day.
D-shaped.
Range bound.
Yep.
Yeah.
D squared. D2.
D squared.
All right. Well,
There it is.
NASDAQ sort of
There is the Deanna-shaped profile. Well, the D-shaped profile.
The D-shaped profile, yeah.
Yep. You got it.
Are you joking, by the way?
Of course.
Pardon? What?
Are you joking?
The D-shaped profile?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
You're not
Deanna
actually going to put it in the glossary. That's the Deanna profile. Right. Okay.
okay.
Just so I know.
Capitalize on
Why not?
invention.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Taking a look at gold here right now. Well, I think gold is done for
Yeah, it's
the day.
bouncing as well.
Yeah, but sort of closed in between Friday's low and our weekly kickoff low. So just sort of easing in there, sitting in right there. But, watching. Actually, the Russell and the S&P have been pretty much arm in arm today on the lows, coming off the lows. And NASDAQ has kept its distance from the low it made earlier on the overnight. Still seeing, same directional moves, but did not go as low as the other two.
So, Eddie, I've got something interesting on gold. You know how I bang on about my average session lows and average session highs? Well,
yes.
The gold is literally bouncing from the average session low. So it hit that area, exhausted the area, which means it went through it, and then reversed. So now we're seeing this little move up.
It's been a tough call all morning.
Hmm.
I was hands off, completely hands off. I
Okay.
didn't want to touch.
Good for you.
You know, we had the we had the break. Well, actually, we had that rally. I was talking about this earlier. 7:30.
Yeah.
7:30. We ran the gold all the way up to 2048, 2049.
Yeah, I see it.
Played around, but after that, I'm going to say maybe around 10 o'clock, it was just a downfall, a complete takeover with sellers. I mean, it was really hard to even think about buyers.
Yeah, and it was a
they're
gap
sort of,
down day as well. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have considered. Although there was one little piece of data here. The average daily range got smacked before the open, before COMEX. So that tends to give me more probability that the market will continue in the same direction of the average daily range getting exhausted, which means that I would be looking to sell a rally. So that's that little piece of data. And then the only time I would get involved is towards the end of the day at the next level of interest, which would be the average session low if it's further down. We also had some demands here. Now we might have a possibility of a single print fade because it's chewing through those single prints that we left behind.
Right here.
So that's gold. Yeah. It's trying to go into them now. So that's what we call a single print fade. When you have single prints left on the profile and then the market starts going into that area, you have a higher chance of the market going back to at least the initial balance low when that happens.
Yeah, if that does
It's
happen,
a nice little setup in gold.
Does it matter to you that, the volume is going to be very low if this does happen?
Oh yeah. This is why I'm not in this right now, because we're literally nearly an hour and a half past the settlement.
Right.
So that's why I'm not trading it. But if this had happened earlier and we're still seeing this during COMEX, yeah, I would definitely be all over this.
Sure.
But not now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If this was during regular trading hours, this would.
Yeah.
What do they call it?
This
An
would be
ICT,
juicy.
Yeah.
So single prints are fair value gaps. Yeah.
Fair
So
value
you're
gap,
effectively looking for a move
go.
back to the. Yeah, it's all the same concepts, guys. I mean, seriously, it's just you can call it however you want, but we're all looking at the same thing.
Right.
However
Exactly.
you spin it. Yeah.
It's what you see and what we're all seeing. But
Yeah.
well,
what it is.
It is about that time to say we've got to move on. But we've got back to the futures with a lovely segment here with the three amigos and one amiga, two amigos and one amiga. Deanna, I appreciate you being with us here. Visiting your mom. Please tell her we said hello. I think that would be so cool.
Yeah.
If she's watching us.
She's downstairs probably watching.
I'm gonna watch my daughter. Yeah, well, of course, she'll be proud of you. Very proud of you.
And she always just says, "I don't really understand anything, but I watch it anyways." So I'm like, "Oh, thanks, Mom."
That's all right. There is a lot to understand, and I tell you, I know me and John, we've been in this business forever, and we're learning new things every day. So
hey, I'm learning as well. I mean, this is the beauty of this business. I love it.
Good stuff. It's good stuff. Well, we've got we're going to go a 3-day with Deanna. 3 days in a row here with Deanna. You're going to be with us tomorrow for Fast Markets.
Yep.
And that awesome. But we're going to say goodbye for right now. We've got Power Hour coming up with Dolby Time, Jack, and Cammy Kappa. Great evening. And Johnny, go lay down. Go get yourself a Kentucky snow cone and go lay down because you're done for the day, brother. Great job.
Done with Kentucky snow cones till February.
See, Michael asked me to tell you that. No, he didn't. Go ahead. Wave it in front of your face.
Trying to trip me up.
Snow cone. Get a slushie. All right. We're gonna take a few minutes and we'll be back with.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Hour. Take care.
Hello, traders. It's Power Hour. I don't have any sound effects for that, but we're joined by Cammy and Dolby Time.
What's up?
Listeners.
You just got to make them up. You got to make up the sound effects.
Exactly. Cammy, what time is it there?
It's 9:03 in the morning, and I'm running on empty. No breakfast in the tank, so I'm good. I'm all right for now. My trade's in profit, so I can't be too upset.
Oh, perfect. What day is it? And also, what season is it?
It's Wednesday the 17th, and it's summertime, middle of summer. It's actually even
Living
now,
in the
9
future.
In the morning, it's 22 degrees Celsius. I have no idea what that is Fahrenheit, but it's too hot, too bloody hot.
Hotter than it is here. So, Cammy, welcome. So, for us who are living in the past, what's it like a day ahead? What kind of trade should we be taking? How's the Nasdaq looking these days?
Yeah. Well, I would just say this. I would just say today's conditions have been shit overall. I've not liked the range bound choppiness for most of the day, but end of the day, pretty happy with this so far. Trailing the stop up, and yeah, man, can't complain.
That's awesome. Jack, did you place any trades today?
I did not. I've been behind the box doing my thing. What about you, Dolby?
Nothing yet, but I might get some lessons from Cammy today on how to trade the NQ or the ES. I typically try to trade crude oil at this time, and it always ends up going terribly. Last time, I think I held NQ into a Fed speaker and ended up getting wiped out completely. Wasn't used to that. So I still have a lot to learn as far as power hour trading goes. So I got an expert here with me. Hopefully I can learn a thing or two about the last hour of NQ.
I'll try my best. Yeah, last hour of NQ, I just like, normally I like the, everyone always asks, why are you going counter trend? It's because, I've just found, because I only trade the afternoon, to be honest, because of my time zone. I'm not getting up for the morning session. So I'm only trading the afternoon. And just what I've found from the last couple of years of doing it is even on a downwards day, that last hour, you can normally get like a nice bounce counter trend. So normally get a lot of trolls like, man, Cammy always trades counter trend, all that. So just purely because of the afternoon session, I like to look for the reverse of what's been happening all day most of the time.
And if you don't have trolls and you're on social media, then you are not doing something right. There's nothing worse than not having any haters, because then you really are accomplishing nothing on the internet. Absolutely nothing.
Very true.
Also, if you were going with the trend, they would find a way to say, "Oh, that Cammy's always going with the trend. What a jabroni!"
Oh yeah, man.
So
you can never win.
You're in a trade now. What do you got on?
Yeah, so it was just a trade long from the what I look for is below the midnight Eastern time opening, below lunchtime lows, and I look for a signal to go along with a market structure shift. So I entered in long, and I was just targeting on my screen here. I like to target equal highs for my take profit zone. So the first one, I was like, I'll probably take profit here at these equal highs. And once it passed that, I moved my stop up to trail it right behind. So I'm just trailing my stop now. Ultimate target, I would have liked to see us go above this area where these highs are sitting. So I'm seeing if we can push up there. And again, I'll just slowly trail my stop up to try and squeeze as much as I can. I am only using 5 micros because I took a loss in the London session, which I've now recouped. And like I mentioned last week, when I take a loss, I like to cut my position size in half. So I went from 1 mini contract now down to 5 micros until I recoup their loss, and then I'll go back to 1 mini. So
nice.
So far recouped, and just waiting on this one to run through, and I'll close it off.
Nice. That's a great trade. You've been in that for a while, then, huh?
Yeah. Oh, you mean for the trade, or?
Yeah, for the trade, right?
Yeah, I got in, when was that? 2:30, so half an hour ago, 2:30 Eastern time.
That's a good hold time. I mean, that's a solid hold time for, I think, even a lot of traders at Topstep. Most are probably holding positions for a lot less than that. So that's a great hold. And then Cammy, I was just in your stream not too long ago. Chat, if you came over from Cammy's stream, let's get some like ones in chat. Or what do you have any sayings in your chat that we should know about?
Micropene. I've seen a lot of that.
You're baiting me here, no, Dolby. Yeah, you just want me to tell the world about my condition. There we
Look
go.
at this. Look at all the love for Cammy in chat. Oh, we got some micro Naughty Boys. I saw that as well.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, a
Naughty
lot of
Boys, yes
love
sir.
for Cammy in chat. This is great.
I don't even have to check the schedule when I see that coming up in the chat. I'm like, oh, Cammy's on this afternoon. Rip it.
They are some naughty boys, I will say that. Naughty boys and girls. My I look at these YouTube analytics, it's like 99.5% male, but we've got 0.5% females now too. So I have to say naughty boys and girls. We gotta
represent. Represent.
Oh, by that metric, we're positively diverse over here. I think we're only 94% dudes. So
94, yeah. Hey, we're
that's
making
not too bad.
strides.
That's pretty good.
Dudes rock.
Strides.
And girls rock.
We got Dee, we got Anne Marie. We're going to be bringing in a new trading psychologist as well, also female. So, it'll be very, very exciting. Very exciting stuff. Cammy's a good trader. Nathan, that's so kind of you. Chat absolutely loves Cammy. We had actually a question. How long have we been trading? Jack, do you want to go first? This is from NPT. This is a while ago. Also, guys, if you have questions for Cammy or for anyone, please send that into chat. We'll go ahead and get your answers for you. Cammy can answer literally any question. It's amazing.
How long was I trading? I traded professionally for 7 years in bond spread treasury markets from out of college till I was about 29 or something like that. And then I've taken a lot of time off then, and now coming back with Topstep in the last couple of years, I've gotten more into it, but I still will say trading outright futures is not totally my game. So I'm trying to learn more from the people that are on here than trying to do it myself for now. More of a moderation role, if you will, Mr. Dolby.
Hey, heavy is the crown. Moderation's tough. Moderation is tough. And NPT, let's see, what's my story? I am probably one of the OG Topstep people in general. I think I joined Topstep in 2011 or 2012. I think I'm one of like the top. I'm number 23, I think. If I look at my profile, I'm the 23rd person, I think, to have like applied for Topstep or something like that. I've been around this community for a very, very, very long time. Cut my teeth in crude oil when it made its way up to 150 and then back down again. Way back in the day, crude oil was, today's NASDAQ. It was by far the most widely traded product at Topstep. It wasn't even close. Now indices have taken over. NQ is providing the volatility, and people love it. So that's what they're trading. Cammy, how long have you been trading for?
This is my 6th year now. So I started just before. When was that? I think I was 20 years old. And it was like a year or so a couple years before the COVID lockdown. And yeah, blew many thousands of dollars. And after 4 years, about 3 to 4 years, I started to get a bit more consistent. So I'd say I've recouped that now. But yeah, 6th year this year.
What'd you blow it in?
Oh man, I've blown it in gold. I've blown it in the Dow Jones, and I've blown it in the it was NZD USD was a forex currency I used to trade. I got absolutely wrecked in my early years, and given up many times, but I always came back.
Trade what you know.
Always came back.
Yeah,
man,
right.
That's right. Well, that was the idea. I was like NZD USD. Surely I know my own currency. But yeah, man, sorely.
How hard could it be?
That. Yeah, exactly. But no, all fun and games, all part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I blew my money trading penny stocks and options like a good millennial. I didn't blow my capital in crypto markets like all these new kids did. If you didn't trade penny stocks, I don't know what you were doing. That's where the hot action was. Jack, how'd you get into trading bonds? That's a question from Evan. I'm also kind of curious. I don't think bonds get enough love. Maybe Jack, you should head up a marketing program for the bonds.
Marketing program for the bonds. How I got in the bonds was pretty much because it was what I was told to trade. So I did economics in college, and I got some interviews and got into a prop firm. And what they were trading, they were market makers in U.S. Treasuries, trading the whole curve. So it wasn't so much that I chose to be employed and took the job. And then they said, well, we trade bonds, so you are now trading bonds. And I think that's how it works with a lot. Unless you're coming with your own strategy, like you're a BSD, so to speak, and get hired somewhere, then they'll let you trade whatever you want.
What's
But
BSD stand
usually,
for?
well, I use the abbreviation for a reason because I big swinging.
Got it.
How it works oftentimes with
big
a
swinging
lot
micro
of the
keen. Got it.
I was going
it's
to say, it's
power
the
hour,
total
isn't it?
opposite of my stuff. So there you go. Yeah. BSD. Love it.
I'm just trying to
Most
speak the language of the
places,
people.
most like big prop shops or groups that you would interview or stuff for that, they specialize in something almost exclusively because they're militant about their edge, and you get your edge by focusing in one thing, especially when you're doing computerized stuff with algorithms and things like that. So oftentimes, especially coming out of college, I didn't know what a future was, but they take you and break you and you work overnight for a year and a half and then you know what they are. So that's how I got into bonds.
That kind of makes sense. There's actually, I have a neighbor who works the overnight on a trade desk, and he totally seems like the person who would work the overnight on a trade desk. Like there are some instances at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning where you're like, huh, wonder what that person's doing over there. That's weird.
Yeah, I did it for a year and a half. It was not like, I know some people can do the overnight stuff and it works for them. Like Dakota's a vampire. He'll be on tomorrow for power hour. But I mean, for me, it was miserable, especially when you weren't doing it. You were working as a clerk. So you always had to be there. You know, there was like, I remember sort of like at the lowest point, it was early February and it was, negative 10 degrees like it is now. And I was watching the Super Bowl from the office and I was like, oh man, this sucks.
Cammy, you had a question. Can you ask Cammy, is he going to take profit at lunch highs or no?
Yeah, if it can push there, I'm really like, I'm just anything above where I was gonna take profit is pure bonus. But it's that blue line is the lunchtime high that I'm looking at, and if we can push there, I'll trail that very closely and see if I can squeeze more out of it. But it came very close to my trailing stop here now, so I got a little lucky by one tick so far.
I actually think I'm trying to get long where your stop is at like 20,
I mean, it's
20,
not a
20 and a half.
place. Yep.
No, let's put an order in there and see. It's a pretty bullish order, I'd say. Like ideally, you probably want to be long at like 80 evens, like in hindsight. But we'll see if there's some buyers that come in and push us above. What are you looking at? Like 40 evens?
For my
Anything
take profit?
What is your take profit? Is it up by like 20s? 1700? 17,000?
Yeah, I would. To be honest, I would like the 16,961. That's where I'd really like it to push through to if it can.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me draw a little line
that's pretty
there.
good.
Put that on my chart. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Honestly, with like another 45 minutes to go, I think that's entirely attainable.
Yeah.
From Hemp Chat, Cammy, do you use any indicators? And then what are the London session hours?
Do I use any indicators? What's this? The only indicator I have is this little green box in the bottom right. Basically a nice reminder, no soy milk. And it just shows also the current product I'm trading and the time frame. But that's it. Otherwise, I'm drawing things out by hand. And what was the other question? Sorry, Nick.
What are the London session hours?
London session I do from 8. Sorry, that's 8 p.m. New Zealand time. Let me 2 a.m. Eastern time, and I close up about 4 a.m. Eastern time. So I'm just trading those first, 2-3 hours at the most.
Yeah. I think that's the sweet spot. Put in like 2-3 hours and then call it for the day. I always found that like my mental equity started to deteriorate really fast after about 2 hours of trying to concentrate. It's very like stressful, like opening yourself up to the market. You invite a lot of stress into your life, and to be able to like sustain that barrage from the market for longer than 2 hours, at least for me, it's a lot of work. A lot of work. Do you have similar feelings there?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen you do.
It's
go ahead, Cammy.
Oh yeah, sorry, man. Was he asking you or me? I'll
Either.
I'll just say, yeah, man. 2-3 hours is just I don't like, even the 2-3 hours is pretty stressful. I don't want to get high blood pressure into my 30s, 40s. So a couple hours is the sweet spot as well. Agreed.
Jack?
It's too late for that for me. I think I already have high blood pressure.
Double down, baby.
Mainly from working the the stream right now, but also, though, as I say, I've seen you doing some like Tai Chi and stuff, or at least I didn't know what you were doing, but I think when we were in Colorado, I saw you doing some sort of movements. Is that
That's called yoga. I don't know if you've heard of it, Jack.
Hey man, I've done yoga.
Ancient
I
practice.
live in a city. I'm a millennial, man.
I think I did like a Warrior 1 or something. I don't know if that qualifies as Tai Chi or any sort of
You just look like
highly
you were
athletic
moving-
activity.
You were like moving super slowly, so like it was like slow yoga or something like that.
You know, we could do what's that, like Warrior 1, then back. I think that's what, crescent pose or something. You know, I have a whole nother channel if you guys want to watch me do yoga. It's on Twitch though, and it's not monetized.
Now, if you wear a leotard on that, Toby, if you're wearing a leotard doing yoga, I'm in. I'll pay for it.
Hey, that's right. That's how I get my subs. You know, supplemental income. Cammy, I've seen a lot of people in chat saying that you're really transparent, and that's not something that we see a lot in the influencer game. Is there something that you're doing on your stream that maybe other influencers or streamers aren't doing? Because I think I've seen like 2 or 3 comments saying you're transparent. And that's like really unusual.
Yeah, that's nice. I appreciate that. What am I doing different? Well, I suppose I stream all my, my trades. When I'm taking a trade, I put it on the screen so you can see, you can see the trade open if it's winning or losing. It bites me in the ass sometimes when I lose. I drop a bunch of viewers, but overall, I think people appreciate seeing the reality, of wins and losses in trading. And I don't know. I just try and be as honest as possible. Like when they ask about income from trading or income from even affiliates, with Topstep and YouTube ad revenue and all that. Just try to be honest, because I feel like a lot of influencers are selling the dream, and it's pretty dangerous. As a victim of this dream that's been sold to me in the past, you can have your expectations set super high from early on, end up blowing accounts, blowing personal money, and I just like to set a more realistic viewpoint. A regular guy trading, no one claiming to be a pro trader or knowing any market secrets. I'm just trading as best I can, and showing the ups and downs of that.
No, I like that you were trading 5 micros earlier. That's very much not like, shoot for the moon every time. Appreciate that, because I think that's a lot of what the trading streaming complex kind of shows a lot of, is people trading huge.
Yeah, big numbers. It's definitely more entertaining to watch, I will say that. So I say if you want entertainment, my stream's probably not the best one to come to, because I'm trading smaller, but I'm trying to be as realistic as possible and stay in the game as long as possible, you know what I mean? So that's the best way I see to survive, is to size down and trade mostly sensibly. I still have my moments, where I'll tilt, but overall we keep it pretty consistent.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I'm really happy that, like, I did a little bit of streaming a while ago. I know how stressful it can be to always be streaming losses if you happen to hit like a losing streak. I did find that it was pretty stressful to try to wake up and recoup and save face if you're having a hard time. It almost turns into like a video journal, like a vlog per se, more than almost like
exactly.
I'm an influencer. Let's sell stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, if I was selling something, it would definitely hurt sales watching me go through that. The worst I had was last year. I went through, it was like a 3-week losing streak, and I was like, man, I'm losing viewers. These guys saying this guy can't trade. I'm like, well, it's just the reality of things. Like, it's going to happen like that sometimes. So the real ones stuck around. They understand. I feel like it's polarizing in that sense. The people who understand the reality will stay. People who want the dream will leave. So it works out.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. No, that's exactly right.
I think there is this mental thing that goes on, as far as, I don't know why it's considered like embarrassing to lose. You know that? Like, it's sort of a weird feeling when you think about it. Like, everybody knows that there's going to be wins and losses when you trade, but there's something that's embarrassing about losses where you don't want to share them. It reminds me of like when you hear about, pyramid schemes or something like that, or like big scams, not in trading, just like in general. So few people report that they've been scammed because it's just embarrassing. That's something I'm thinking about. Like, 'cause it's a weird thing that losses are going to happen. I'm trying to get better about, like, if you lose, it shouldn't be embarrassing. It could be, I suppose, disappointing, but I don't think unless you're really going off the deep end, it doesn't make you a better or worse person.
Yeah, that's
it's
right.
hard to-
I just think no one wants to be wrong in public. That's the thing. None of us like being wrong at all. So it's a bit of an ego thing. But hey, if you do blow out on stream, you do something stupid, it can make for a good YouTube clip as well. So there's a little positive.
There is content to be had in not having a great
exactly.
trading session. I mean, plenty of people have gone viral for having a poor reaction to an event occurring. It's good. It's good learning. I mean, I appreciate that you have that transparency and you share that with our community, because it's very realistic to take on losing streaks, to not be winning all the time. I mean, even if you're winning 30% of the time or 40% of the time, you could still be, a net winner. But if you tune into your stream on those days or they're losing trades and you don't watch the ones where you're balling out, then you're just going to look like a loser forever. And like, that's not necessarily true. I mean, it's an average. Really, it's a long average. A really long average.
Absolutely.
So, Dolby, have you been baited into taking an NQ trade yet?
I still have my order here. It's just setting at like 92 evens about. There's like a little consolidation happening on the 5-minute chart. I'm just floating an order at the very bottom of it. I'm looking for upside. If it can like break through, I'm kind of looking to get the rest of like Cammy's move to the upside there. I mean, you look at the 5-minute, it looks like buyers keep on stepping up the 5-minute, just kind of stair stepping higher, higher lows. We've didn't even break, what is that, 55.5 down by, 16,000. So yeah, looks like things are bullish. It's just a question of, do I chase to get in and, give up some entry, or do I just wait? And I'm probably going to end up waiting and not get filled, and then, cheer on Cammy when this eventually busts out, and then he gets his take profit. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. I have a feeling.
To be honest, Dolby, I have the opposite feeling. I have a feeling my stop's going to get taken, and then
I think you're in a great spot, man. I think you're. This is why I like this though, because we have two different people with like. I'm optimistic of your trade that you're already up money, and you are bearish your own position even though you're up.
Yeah, well, when price starts to chop around like this, I normally expect that little drop to take out, out stops below, grab, and then keep pushing back up. So
yeah,
kind of what I'm
do you
feeling
ever
at the
like
moment.
let your stops get tested once and then moving them up?
Do I let them get tested once? No, so I move my stop once my target's been hit. I'll move my stop to above break even or trail if I think it's going to keep pumping. But otherwise, I tend not to touch it too much.
Fair. Yeah, I don't like moving my stops all that much. Maybe chat likes moving their stops. I don't know. I don't think anyone has a good relationship with their stop loss. I think it's always. I mean, like, it's there and we need it, but I always feel like every time it gets hit, regardless, I'm just like, damn.
No, I mean, you'd like not to need it, ideally.
Yeah, right. But it's necessary. Necessary evil.
Like car insurance or health insurance.
Yeah, right.
You'll be glad you had it.
Yep. Cammy, your community is still really good. You're really funny. Some funny people in there.
No, they're pretty
chat's
good. Pretty good
priceless.
on all.
Chat is priceless. So are you have you been funded with us before? I think you have, right?
Yeah, sure have. I got funded again last week as well. I recovered.
Congratulations.
I told the story a few weeks ago. What happened was I was trading this exact strategy I'm using now. Got funded twice. Then, like August last year, I decided to change strategies, and I decided to use I'm going to use this Topstep funded account as free money. I'm going to use it high leverage. Try this new strategy. I'm either going to set some Topstep records, was the ego in me talking. Yeah, I'm going to make a massive account. Do the Patrick Whalen thing. Run his account up massive, and then Yeah, and then I blew them out. I blew them out like within a few days, and I was like, "Damn, man, that was stupid." So now I'm back to my roots, and I haven't deviated. And surprise, surprise, it's working. So, yeah, no more naughty boy behavior is what I say.
It's funny how the market knows if you've been a naughty boy or a nice boy.
Well, that's right. That's right, and it pays nice boys very well. So it's a one
It
time it's
does.
good not to be a
It's
proper
just
naughty
slow.
boy.
It's slow,
Yeah.
but that's what works. And actually, we're gonna have some trading legends on tomorrow, and I have had some brief
We are.
conversations with them, and I can say that you're gonna hear a lot more of the same, even though that these are, I think, 40 years of pit experience between the two, maybe more actually. And I've talked to them. They highly encourage traders trade small, trade the ES first, then go to NQ, trade the micros first, and size up slowly. And these are true professionals. I'm so excited for tomorrow. Really happy to preview these guys.
Have we announced who they are, Dolby?
I can't actually. Yeah, they're confirmed tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to be bringing in Peter Tuchman and David Green. Peter Tuchman is known as the Einstein on Wall Street. If we pulled up a picture, there's a 90% chance you've seen his face somewhere. They've launched. They've had a trading course out for a while. I've looked over it. It is exceptionally well done. I think there's hours and hours and hours of highly recorded video. It's all really good stuff. But we're going to bring them on, and we're gonna talk trading. We're going to try to bring you all just the best traders we can find. And these are pit guys from New York. The stories I have a feeling they're going to be told are going to be legendary and hilarious. These are very, very entertaining people, as well as being great traders. I'm really excited. Really, really excited.
The most photographed person at the NYSE.
Yeah. 11 a.m. Central Time is when they're going to be on. You guys want to set a reminder in your phone. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I've had a couple of meetings with them already, and they're entertaining just in Zoom calls in private. I cannot wait to get them in front of 3,000 people.
Yeah, they were fun. You'd like them, Cammy.
Yeah, you would. They are just real trader types.
I'll have to wake up early and check it out.
Yeah. Question from Dante: why does Cammy trade? What are your motivations? That's a good question. Why do you trade, Cammy?
Well, I got baited into it, I'd say, when I was like 15, 16 years old. I watched a trading documentary. Floored was the name. Floored. Don't know if you guys seen it.
I think Hoag's in it.
And Hoag's in that? No way.
I think.
Well, anyway, that's a favorite of mine.
He's in the background.
Yeah. Okay.
My former boss, when I sold life insurance, is actually in that movie, in that documentary.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good, man. I was going to say, I love the characters in it. There's like one of the things, it wasn't even about the trading. It feels like, man, I love the insanity of this. Because obviously from New Zealand, we got nothing like that. Like there's no trading floor like that. Wall Street's, there's no real Wall Street or anything of the like here. And I loved it. Loved the characters. I loved the idea of it. Didn't know much about it. And over the years, like I've tried different things. I have a marketing business, worked in sales, worked in IT, but no matter what, I'd always come back, check the charts, try and figure out how to crack trading. And I'm going to be fully honest, like the reason I like it is not just because of that documentary. Of course, the money's enticing too, right? You got we do it. I think people are lying when they say they don't do, if you're doing something for passion, I think there's, we all like the money. So if you can crack it, I was like, if I can crack this, get consistent, scale up, it looks like a great way to eventually, a hard way to make easy money. I think they say the hardest easy money you'll make was the saying I heard. And yeah, man, I've yeah, life insurance. Yeah, man. It's been on and off over the years. Like I've quit at times, come back, quit at times. But yeah, about 2 years ago, decided to go all in, take it seriously, go consistent with it, really take my time to learn it and get good at it. And it feels like a video game to me. I just like coming to the charts every day, checking it out. I love watching candles print and the trades hit take profit, not stop loss. But yeah, man,
well, you love watching candles print. Yeah, you've drank the Kool-Aid, buddy.
Yeah, man.
You and me both.
About candlesticks. Yeah, bro. I see the candlesticks printing in my dreams. I wake up thinking I'm taking a killer trade. Check my phone, no trades on. Like, oh man, still in drawdown from yesterday. So yeah, it's just a passion at this point.
I had so my old life insurance. So I had a cousin who used to sell life insurance as well, and he said the hardest way to make. He said life insurance is the hardest way to make $50,000 a year, but the easiest to make 100. I was like,
Oh,
yeah, that kind of makes sense because
okay.
getting started absolutely sucks when you sell life insurance. It's the worst job ever.
Speaking of which, if you are in the chat and you need protection for your family in these times, please talk to me.
I have a term life policy that I can sell you.
Yeah. Get a big kickback from Northwestern Mutual if you.
I was a New York Life guy, but same, it's the same. Same
How many
cloth.
times have you had to listen to the talk from someone on that?
Oh, I've given the talk. I've given the talk a couple times.
Oh man.
I sold
damn.
for like 6 months. It was not fun. Not a fun job. They literally just hire you, put you in a cube that you have to pay for after 3 months. They're like, start making phone calls. 100% commission, no salary.
That's rough. Those jobs are. I mean, they're great when you get on a roll away. 100% commission jobs, but that's some
If you
soul sucking work.
if you're type A and can just be on 24/7, then you can make so much money. But I found that to be the hardest part. It's like you can't separate like your work-life balance. Your work is your life. If you're at a bar and you like hear like a parent talking about like having a baby, it's like, well, maybe there's a life insurance opportunity like 2 stools down. Like that's my next big opportunity to get a sale. It's rough. It is rough.
Yeah, man.
See,
Dolby, just
yeah.
off topic for a second. My trailing stop got hit. So have you been tagged in?
I have not been tagged in yet. No, I'm still hanging in here with this long potentially. So we'll see.
All
It's just
right.
floating right here. Not a.
Where's your order again, Dolby?
It is at 16,920.
16,920.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you NQ people talk about your trades or anything. God's Battle, what's something similar in your trading journeys? Are you asking? That's a good question. Can you just rephrase it? I think there's something there. Question for Cammy. At what point of profitability did you decide to quit your day job, previous career, and go all in? If you even have gone all in.
Yep. So no, I haven't gone all in for trading. I didn't quit my day job based off the trading. I quit my day job because I had started another business on the side, which is still my primary moneymaker. My whole thing with the trading is eventually to scale it up so I can match and then exceed my business income so that I can also cut back hours there. This year I have cut back hours on my business to focus more on trading because last year was pretty decent for me. And it's just a long-term game. I've got like a 5-year view on this, so I'm not trying to rush it. So I'm still working my business at the same time, trying to scale this trading thing up. And obviously I'm always honest about this, having a YouTube channel is another source of income, documenting the trading journey. So it's all working together. And yeah, I like multiple streams of income. So it's not that I've got all in on GOS trading, just I've gone all in and mentally that I'm like, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to work towards making it replace all my other streams of income, or at least exceed those streams of income and keep scaling up. Long-term view.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think even MP would agree with you on that. I mean, he has multiple sources of revenue. He's been on TopstepTV. He's talked about having multiple sources. They've talked about pit traders, diversifying their holdings. Like they're not always going to be trading full time. They want to get into other stuff that has a little bit more balance to the risk. So that's really common. I do think a lot of traders, like especially like prop firm traders, envision a day in which they get to quit their day job and stop doing that. And maybe that can't exist for some people, but you're still going to want to find something underneath that can pay the bills and kind of take some of that anxiety away from having to make money versus just being able to trust the process and trade.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you're trading, I said this to my viewers, but if you're trading from the point where you need to pay, like you said, pay your bills from the trade, it can put a lot of pressure on, cause you to trade probably not as well as you should. You got some emotion on there, you got something on the line. And also, when you're trading, you're only trading like 2-3 hours of the day, most people. And I don't assume most people are trading the whole day. So 2-3 hours of the day, you got a whole another 8-10 hours of that you can use to do something else, build another revenue stream, whatever it is. So yeah, it can be a part of multiple things.
Yeah. I would agree. I don't think there's any reason. Jack, did you have something that you want to get in there?
No, when we get the next pause, I'm going to announce the winners. But first, I was going to get your guys' opinion on an economic thing right now. James, we can bring up the Kathy Woods thing. Kathy Woods predicts Bitcoin could climb to 1.5 million. It's currently at 42,500. Yay or nay, gents?
I know nothing about Bitcoin. I couldn't even tell you.
Exactly.
I mean, sure, why not? It doesn't cost these people to say this stuff.
The Topstep ad's funny over that, right?
I don't know.
That shows up randomly, like every 30 minutes.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, these people get to make all these claims whenever they want. It's like, who cares? It's like, great. Like, it's going to go to 1.5 million. What's that even mean?
I'm going to say.
What does that even mean?
Nay.
No? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, nay means no. Also, they're called lots. I saw that poll question.
Yeah.
We call contracts lots. Also, this pertains, I'm going to show the winners in 1 second, but first, hot off the presses, after the quiz, I was looking around for news stories and found that there is some dispute of the oldest dog in the world.
Ooh.
The aforementioned 31-year-old Bobby has title suspended amid investigation. A slow one because poor Bobby died in October. But apparently the vet says Bobby was born in 1992. This is a dog in Portugal. That was one of the questions today. So we'll let you know on that. But in the meantime, we can show the winners from today, James. I think I have that in there too.
Did the dog try to get into like a baseball league, like a minor league baseball league, and they had the birth certificate come up false? Or
he's 31. He's too old for that. He's already washed.
So he couldn't get into frisbee catching for dogs? He tried to get in, but the papers didn't come out right.
As usual, the top 3 won, and then 30 more. These are completely unaudited by me, and once again, I don't see anything terrible.
Really? You're missing? It's like there's one that's pretty funny in there.
Oh, it's pretty funny. I thought you said something terrible. It's like I do a brief scan for just like 3 or 4 words, and I'm like, no, we're not going to put that out there. But
right, fair.
Everything else goes. Oh, no. So congrats all. I see what you're talking about.
MP greater than oh my god.
I don't know what you're talking about, Cammy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Jack, off topic. One of the boys is watching right now, and he said he wants me to ask you, how long did it take you to come up with the show Family Guy? Have you had that before? Yeah. I can see the resemblance there. Seth MacFarlane. No, I can see that.
I have heard that before. Yeah. Family Guy. Then famously on this, a guy we work with, we were doing lookalikes and said that I look like Michael Myers from the live-action Cat in the Hat movie, which was an appalling thing to say.
Brutal. Oh man. What are we talking about? Okay, so Cammy, some questions for you. What changes or improvements on Topstep that your community wants to see? Okay, so what changes to Topstep does your community want to see? What kind of feedback are they giving us?
Yeah, well, I believe you guys have talked about this in the Discord, but they're wanting to know about the micro contracts. You know how the micro and minis are considered the same on the Combine?
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, from what I heard, you guys said it's hard to code of a big score said potentially this year.
Yeah. There's some
That's what
backend
MP
stuff that we have to work through. Like a lot of people don't know this, but like micros are a relatively new product. Like 4 years old, maybe, if that, 3 or 4 years old. And Topstep was around like 8 years before micros even existed. So you have to think about all the stuff that was built prior to that existing. So it is definitely on our list. I know that's a huge ask from
it is. It's one of those things that if it was easy or moderately difficult or even very difficult, we would have already done it. But I think we have to listen. I ain't no fancy computer man, but I've been told that it's going to be very hard to do. But when we do, let's make sure that we have it flexible for the future, because every 25, 30 years, it's going to split again.
Right. Yeah. Stay flexible for the future. It's a great point. From Isaiah, what strategy do each of you trade? Jack, do you have a strategy when it comes
For
to
trading
futures?
outrights? Not really. The strategy I did was trading butterflies on the yield curve, where that's when you're long two ends. It's kind of like, imagine a butterfly in the middle. You're trading something short in the middle, and then you trade one way in the middle and the opposite on the other side, with the idea that you eliminate some outright risk and some curve risk. That's what I did for a lot of years.
Interesting. What about you, Cammy? You're an ICT guy, right? Or do you like being called an ICT trader, or?
It comes with its negative connotations, but I always give credit to where I always give credit to where I learned it from. I think ICT traders just have this reputation of being real cult-like and saying my way is the only way you should trade. Everyone else is stupid. But man, I've seen so many ICT traders blow themselves up. In my opinion, it's not so much about the strategy. I don't know if you got more tenured guys could confirm. Not so much more about the strategy, but it's about how you manage your risk and your consistency in that. You could probably make most things work with the right risk management. It's giving yourself entry, like clear entry rules, etc. I always say the ICT stuff I learned just gave me a clear framework to work from. So that's what really helped improve my trading. I don't think it was the actual things I learned from him that improved, just the framework it gave for me to execute from.
Yeah, I do think that's why that system does so well, is because it's so friendly to people who are trying to get into trading, because the systems are they feel like relatively clear cut. And if you can just manage risk and stick to a couple patterns, then you can get in the game for for free. Basically, all that content's pretty much for free, right?
Oh yeah, it's all for free now. Yeah, all on YouTube. So it's very hard to listen to. It's long and drawn out, and there's a lot of it's a bit all over the place, but well worth the time for me. It's what changed my trading. So I always give it credit. Yeah, man.
Yeah. I mean, I firmly believe that you could pretty much trade any system as long as you manage risk. You should be able to do okay. It's the lack of risk management that I think really gets people in a bind, not so much the trading system or methodologies. Is can you manage risk? You do a moving average crossover and you can manage risk, then you're probably going to do okay. Probably, right?
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen been in so many communities where ICT traders are blowing themselves up worse than, say, a basic support and resistance trader. So I never think one methodology is better than another. And that's the cult aspect that I don't appreciate when people say this guy's an ICT trader. I just like to separate myself from that cult. Say I don't believe it's the most superior way to trade, obviously, but there's many ways to skin the cat.
There are so many ways. I mean, you'll never see the same trading chart on our screen ever. I mean, everyone has something slightly different with their system, their strategy, what they're looking at. I mean, I look at little range consolidations, like this little 5-minute thing going on in the NQ right now. That's kind of my bread and butter. I love seeing those setups because your risk is kind of pretty well defined. I mean, you can try to get long the bottom and short the top, or if you want to play the breakout, then you act super fast and try to catch the breakout. And if you don't get your action right away, then you just flatten. But that's why I'm sitting this little entry down here, is because that would be all of the really smart longs recently all kind of bought around 925, 920-ish. So why not just throw another long with them? They seem to know what they're doing. Makes sense to me.
All right, we got about two minutes to the MOC here at 2:50 Chicago time. Right. The early MOC imbalance is 1.7 billion sell side. We'll see if we get any wiggle here, but neither of you are in positions at the moment, right? Or Dolby, did you get in?
Nope, I'm still waiting. I'm going to keep on working this order here. I know MOC is coming up. Maybe I'll get filled and then it runs to the upside again. We'll see. We'll see. NQ is all very new to me. I'm not really familiar with like its system or its intricacies. I feel like all markets have their own personalities. I don't know. I just met the NQ.
Did you always trade oil since you started, Dolby?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I basically joined Topstep. I asked chat back then, and I was like, "What's a simple product to trade?" And they said, "Crude oil trades, $10 per tick." I'm like, "Great, that's my product." And I literally never looked back. And that was it. Yeah.
Nice.
Do you watch fundamentals, Dolby, for like news for oil and all that? Technicals only?
Yeah. Crude oil is actually a fairly well-behaved market when it comes to technicals.
Nice.
Even D would say that if she's still here, it behaves really well. Doesn't have too many weird like idiosyncrasies. There's like a couple, there's a lot of like geopolitical stuff that comes out, and you do get EIA every month. So actually, no, every week you get EIA. I think it's on like Thursday, where you have to be flat. It also rolls over monthly instead of quarterly. So yeah, there's like a couple differences here and there, but I think it's a great market. I am on the crude oil marketing team. I think as well with Deanna. It's really just my goal to bring crude oil to the masses. It's a great product to trade. NQ is too fast for you, then maybe check out crude oil. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Yeah, man.
But,
Were you trading it when it went negative, Dolby?
No.
Watching. All right, we got 10 seconds here.
Yeah. And then, Jack, can you explain MOC for the uninformed?
One moment. Just gonna see what happens right about now.
Ooh,
All right, we're getting a little bit. Now, nothing huge. We're still kind of diddling in the middle, as Hoag would say here.
Yeah, if you wanted to short, I think shorting up here would make sense. It's a good short as far as it being cheap. Is it the right short? Like I don't know, but other people have gotten short up here before with some success. So now we're trying to see if are they going to hold up or do bulls take over? No idea. That's the fun, right?
Yeah. So the MOC is the market on close orders, and they are orders submitted to be traded pretty much at sort of like the last price of the day or whatever else, and they have to be submitted at just to make sure I get the numbers right, 3:50 Eastern time. So that's why we see a 2:50 in Chicago, the movement there.
Yeah, and then Cammy, do you watch the MOC frequently?
Yeah, I showed. Well, I'm going to be honest. I don't even know how you could see where the MOC orders were, but I knew in those last 10 minutes or so, you get some good movement. So normally, if I'm in a trade, like for example, if I was still in the long trade right now, I didn't trail my stop too tight, I'd be waiting for MOC to push us above where I think the stops would potentially be residing, then drop down. So see, I don't know if my chart's on screen right now. The equal highs here, I would expect MOC to push up there and then drop back down to take sell side. But I had no idea you could even look to see what MOC orders were, how many there were. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Jack, where do you get that information? How do you know what the quantity is supposed to be?
It shows up in like Financial Juice, which we're using.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So like, yeah, it was 2.3 billion to sell side.
So that's just 2.3 billion in dollars or shares or
dollars.
Okay.
If you want a deep explanation, like Hoag knows this stuff more. This isn't something that I've really paid that close attention to until we've started doing Power Hour, because like I didn't, when I was trading professionally, we would not do much towards the end of the day unless you were just kind of managing whatever position that you were going to get it, that you were going to carry, because we were trading futures versus cash bond products, and you'd have to pay repo if you were short the cash, or you'd get it if you were long. So you had to, it was more about managing your position towards the end of the day. I've never traded Forex. Well, it's more that you're, you're either holding or shorting a treasury essentially. So it's going to pay, you got to go to the repo market to finance it with the leverage.
So Gaia Trades wants to know, Jack, Dolby and Cammy, what is our social media handles? I don't think you want to follow me on social media, to be honest. Jack, do you have social media?
I don't know. I don't use it. I think I do. I have a Twitter handle, but like, I don't think I've tweeted in like 9 years.
Yeah.
Social media scares me. I stick away from it. I just go on YouTube and
just stalk people.
This is stalk people. This is my social media, Dolby. I sit alone in a room and talk to you guys.
Oh, you're at Sirius hanging out. You got like a Caesar salad next to you. Maybe a little whiskey.
We should record like a big episode from Sirius one day.
Oh my god, that'd be really funny. Yeah, I mean, I have social media. If you want to just look at pictures of my cats, specifically one cat, it's really just a cat Instagram. That's all it is.
I was going to say, it's worth following, Dolby. That's a nice cat. Come on.
It's a great
If you
cat.
have yours, throw it out there. I've just been scared of it.
Yep, just
Cammy, you're on
Cammy
social.
Capital
What's
on
your
Instagram,
social?
TikTok. Yeah, man, same thing. Cammy Capital, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, obviously. I just quit Twitter. It was too toxic, so I'm out of there. But Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, same handle.
Cammy, what is the deal? We just talk about the Twitter prop firm influencer scene right now. What is going on? Why is everyone so angry?
Dude, I don't know, man. That's why I left. It's just insane. I can't believe the amount of time people have to troll on Twitter, being negative and hating on each other. Come on, man. I think maybe it's
ridiculous.
engagement farming. Who knows? But I hate that kind of energy, man. I left that behind. Yeah, I don't even check it anymore. There's too toxic.
Like this like legit, like trade, like, people are just trying to get a start in the influencer space, like getting bullied off Twitter. There's like females getting harassed and bullied off Twitter for trading. And it's like, you want to know why there's not enough females in trading? It's like, there you go. Like, you got to make this a welcoming space. My guys. Oh, breakout of NQ. Pushing above
there we go.
40 evens. I think, Cammy, you wanted some of this, but you got stopped out, unfortunately. But off it goes. I never got my fill, which sucks. But it is what it is.
Dang, man. Close.
It is what it is. Yeah, that 5 minute, right? Those buyers just kept on like stepping in, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Every little 5 minute candle just creeping up. Up it goes. Yeah, I don't blame you for getting out of the Twitter space. I do spend quite a bit of time on there because it's part of the my duties to understand what's going on. But it is not welcoming at all.
Well, you know why it scares me, though, and like we're roughly the same age, or like very close, like might even be born the same year, but like because of my exact age, I think I was one of like the first 10,000 people on Facebook, because I was going in, like that was right after I graduated high school and going into college at the time, and I was at a college that was like invited early in the process, so I was kind of around from the beginning of that, and it was like crazy how much people were sort of into it for a year or two, but then it kind of just got like more and more, I don't know. I don't even know if it was toxic yet, but it just kind of soured me on the whole thing. So like by the time I started working and stuff, I probably haven't used any social media really since I was like 23.
There was maybe no better time than fresh Facebook in college. That was just absolute debauchery.
That was great. It sounded like Old Man Dolby and Old Man Pels talking about the good old days.
Right, too.
I was going to tell you that I was about 13 years old when it came out.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cammy, this must sound ancient to you. Because
I think you're about 10 years younger than me. Now?
I certainly was. I think it was 10 or 13. I was in between that age range when Facebook came out. So you guys,
you'd be like our younger brother, and it's like, oh shit, our younger brother joined Facebook. It's not cool anymore. We got to get out of here.
No, that's right. That's right.
Oh, they remind me that MySpace was around. MySpace was a jam, but like I just didn't use, like Facebook was like the first thing I used and kind of only. I'm scared of social media.
Yep. Zanga was a good one. I remember Zanga. MySpace. Had a couple of bands on MySpace. Good times.
Gnarly.
Those are good times.
Super Nars. Thrash it. All right. Pushing to the top of...
It's making its way. Definitely not going to try to get long now, but... Cammy, do you have any levels up here?
Yeah, the level 16961 is where I was looking to take the whole thing off if I was still in. So it's pushing up there now. Push. And once it reaches that point, I'd expect a little bit of a drop back down.
I'm going.
There we are. It's crossed. Nice pump. Definitely feel a bit of FOMO here, but hey, man, happy with the outcome. So still,
Yeah, tilt 60-40 long, average long price 47 even, average short 47 and a third. So pretty tight actually. Do you have access to Topstep X, Cammy? You mess with the tilt at all?
not at the moment. No, I don't have it at the moment.
Pretty cool. Maybe we can get you a little Topstep X thing, so you can check it out.
Yeah.
But the tilt's
Yes,
nice.
sir.
It's actually the tilt. The average long and average short is almost identical. So wonder what that means. Probably a lot of indecision, maybe. Probably a lot of unhappy shorts, if I had to guess, because they are not doing too hot. The average short's 49, almost 40, 50 even, and we're trading at 65. What's that? 15 handles of heat for the average? That's brutal. Brutal. Jason Terry wants Topstep X. But it's almost a minute. We got a minute left. Jack, you want to wrap this
Yeah,
up? I mean, time flies.
Little under a minute. We got close to 30 seconds. Remember to come back tomorrow for Fast Markets. We got Deanna in the house, Mick for Shoulder Tap. The aforementioned Peter Tuckman and David Green will be there at 11. I'll be on Top Quiz again, getting quizzed. I'm 4 for 4. F the haters. Hoag doing group coaching. And then Coach Dakota is in the house for Power Hour. We got 5 seconds, Dolby. Dolby, can you give me a bell sound effect right about now?
Bing!
All right. That's the Dolby Bell. The Dolby Bell never lies. It is 3 p.m. in Chicago. The markets are closed. They're never really closed, but that's the premise of this show. Cammy, you got any final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Just thank you, boys, for having me as always. Good fun. Hope to see you next week, same time. And make sure if you want to join the Naughty Boys, come subscribe to Cammy Capital.
Yes.
Naughty Boys.
Yep.
Yeah. Was it Naughty Boys? Stand by. All right, Naughty Boys. So we'll be back tomorrow morning at 8. Hoag's not on for this session, so I'm going to say pray for peace. Love you all. Trade well, and we will see you tomorrow at 8. Peace out, gents and gentettes.